Of a person.
Back then, Area 51 meant nothing.
We've now heard a former director of national intelligence who oversaw all American intelligence agencies openly discuss a UFO tracking program housed at Area 51 specifically. We've also seen past directors of the CIA, congressmen and women, and whistleblowers across agencies endorsing the existence of a decades-long, multi-generational UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. But Bob is an anomaly. He's on an island. He's still the only person to have gone public claiming he worked directly on a craft of non-human origin. We've speculated about his story for years. Today we get to talk to him directly.
They really want...
Did they have a stated purpose for...
No.
In this interview, we get to ask him our most skeptical questions about his background, his education, his past, how he knows what he knows, and why he hasn't been forced into silence. John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job. Why do you think it didn't come up in a background check? There are a lot of people out there who say you faked your educational credentials. Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability? But we also ask our most awe-inspiring questions. We learn new details about where the craft he worked on was actually retrieved. We discuss the beings that may have occupied it, where they come from, and what they want with humanity. We even learn about Bob's current home laboratory experiments. He's still investigating the gravity-altering force he encountered in the 80s. You heard me right. Bob is currently working on exotic UFO science in his personal lab. How did the reactor work?
Through X-rays, we were able to determine that there's a hollow tube.
But this interview gets even crazier than that. I surprised Bob with a scientist at NASA who's doing his own experiments on anti-gravity.
What kind of voltage are you using? Right now, about 400 volts. That's unbelievable.
I also had the honor of showing Bob legendary, never-before-seen footage of a UFO at Area 51. People have been trying to get their hands on this specific footage for years.
Ready? Yeah. Going to the beginning.
This interview spans multiple days with both Bob and filmmaker Luigi Venditelli, the maker of S4, the Bob Lazar story. Luigi has spent 4 years working closely with Bob to depict exactly what he saw and worked on at S4 in vivid, hyper-realistic detail.
We really paid attention to what Bob and I
near a We're living through the biggest transformation of the financial system in 100 years, and most people are still using the same platforms their parents used. I started to investigate the financial space in 2012 because I genuinely believed that the fiat dollar system was broken, not slightly broken, structurally broken. It's what you might call a long con, or perhaps a Ponzi scheme. I started to believe that a decentralized alternative wasn't just possible, it was necessary. I spent 13 years reading it, living it, talking to the most serious minds building it. Kraken is the platform I kept coming back to with my own money. So when we finally decided to bring on our first ever sponsor in 4 years of doing this show, we went to them. because I've used the product. I already believed in what their build system with a better on top. Kraken is different since 2011. Every market crash, shocks, every industry collapse, every moment other platforms failed their users. And when everything went catastrophically wrong in this industry, the people responsible for making customers whole didn't go to the biggest names in finance. They came to Kraken. On top of that, they publicly prove, not promise, prove accounted for. Anyone in the verify it at any time. No fine print, no blind faith, just proof. You can buy stocks in crypto in one place, earn better rewards than any investment account you've ever had, and send money anywhere in the world without those annoying fees your bank charges you for the exact same thing. Again, I've never taken on a financial platform as a sponsor in 4 years of this show. Having full out belief, it's the whole point. So go to kraken.com/AA to learn more and get $25 in Bitcoin. Again, that's kraken.com/AA. Owning the money isn't just a belief, it's the whole point. One of the main reasons I'm able to go multiple hours on these podcasts while staying mentally sharp is because of Little Drink. It's a product I started years ago, and it's called Keto. I know the founders personally, and I was when they agreed to sponsor the show, because it's one of the few products I trust to give me clean, sustainable energy. I've been shot of this thing during every long recording, and it lights my brain on fire. As you can see, Bob even took a shot during this one. The reason I keep coming is because I don't really do it. Coffee gives me a jittery and I crash. Ketone IQ is fundamentally different. It gives you clean, steady mental clarity with no crash and no jitters. Here's the science behind why it actually works. When you're running on glucose or sugar, as your brain is most of the time, it's essentially burning dirty fuel. Your brain could be like a Ferrari, but you're feeding it 87 octane fuel all the time. Ketones are what your brain actually prefers when it's operating at its best. Normally, you'd have to fast for days in order for your body to of ketones directly. It's supposed to, without spikes or crashes. It was the Department of Defense contract for elite cognitive performance under stress. Bob used that at S4. So the same technology that's used by soldiers in high demand environments is now available to anyone's Little Drink. So visit ketone.com/alchemy for 30% off your subscription order. Plus, receive a free with your second shipment. That's ketone.com/alchemy for a whole 30%. Or find Ketone IQ at first shot free. Bob Lazar, I don't even know what to say. This is a make-a-wish day for me. This is an absolute honor. I'm so grateful for you being here, because there are a lot of people who say they've seen things in the sky, or they've had ephemeral experiences, sometimes even with beings. There are very few people who have consistently held to the exact same story over the last almost 4 decades now, working on craft and essentially reverse engineering or parallel process engineering what is a craft of origin, an exotic craft. And so you're really one of one. And I can't wait to dive in. And I just want to thank, before we start, Luigi Venditelli, who is the amazing creator of this movie that you are in.
Physical evidence now exists which proves that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here.
I want to start with your childhood. And what was little Bob Lazar like?
I guess he was like a little scientist. I mean, I wasn't into sport at all. Still aren't. Instead of playing with toys, I take apart clocks and things like that my parents had. And
were you a rule breaker?
yeah, for the most part, I really had a problem with authority. So I really didn't matter if it was my parents or teachers, whatever, telling me what I just don't recognize your authority to tell me that I can't do what I'm doing. And yeah, that just seems to be my DNA.
Yeah, it seems to be a running theme in your life. So the authority felt, are you in a position to have any power?
Right. You're not even, you really don't even understand what I'm up to. And, you're already trying to put the kibosh on it here. So, no, go away and leave me alone.
Yeah. Did you have any interest in UFOs, aliens, anything like that as a kid?
No. I thought that was all silly.
Yeah.
No, I was always into science and science fiction when I was a little kid. I was like 5 and 6. I watched that Super Marionation series like Fireball XL5 and Thunderbirds and all like marionettes, but they're all space and rockets, and this is all great. That's what. And then later on, Star Trek fiction, because it always looked like prediction of the future. To me, it didn't look like it was. Science fiction turns into science given enough time.
Becomes science fact.
Yeah.
Were there any inspirations, sci-fi wise, that you felt like a real impact on your, what you were interested in as a kid?
Everywhere that's an engineer, doctor, scientist, whatever, they'll always point back to Star Trek and always give that a nod.
Yep.
Because that was probably the biggest thing back there in the 60s and 70s.
Yep. And so,
well, I was born in Florida, but most of my growing up, I was cognizant of what was going on. It was Long Island, New York. Yeah.
Interesting. You ended up at Pierce, is that right? Or what was the kind of progression from?
I just moved around. I mean, it depends where I was. When I went to California and on the East Coast, so
yep.
It was just location dependent. As like I mentioned the other day, I moved so much.
Yeah.
It was almost like a military family.
Yeah. Was it because your dad had jobs, then he was switching around, or what was going on?
I really don't know what it was, but we were just always moving.
Yeah, interesting.
And always have to make new friends and whatnot. But I don't know. It was just the way it was. My father always did some weird things and strange things up his sleeve, so I don't know what was going on. Yeah, I think there was some potentially shady in the background. So
interesting. Okay. What did he do for this level?
I know he had some connection to the mob at some point. I mean, he had like a food business, wholesale business, that distributed food to grocery stores, all over the place. But there was, and he had big connection to race horses. I mean, I remember when I was a little kid of the what do they call it? Harness racing. Where they sit in the little sulky behind the horse, little two-wheel contraption. I remember those guys, the jockeys, riders, whatever you want to call them. But I remember, playing in the living room and hearing those guys deciding who's going to win the race and things of that sort. So, I mean, I knew that there was some shady going on.
And yeah, whenever you have resources and tracks, there's something so.
Yeah, especially back down in the early 70s and stuff. It couldn't be more corrupt.
Absolutely.
So,
Interesting. Okay. And so he was involved in that, but maybe there was some other stuff kind of going on in the background.
Yeah, and nothing where people are hurt or anything like that. Not mob stuff, but but I mean, just some questionable things that we never talked about.
Yeah.
So I mean, we did move around a lot, but spent most of the time either in. Well, Japan really depends what year I was somewhere.
And were you into nuclear science as a kid as well, or just kind of like
just
general?
science. I mean,
Okay.
my friends were. Had a friend whose dad was a chemistry professor, so we'd go and hang out with him and bring home chemicals and play with him. But it was from as young as I could possibly be, was always tinkering around with something science related.
Yeah. So at school, what was that like? You're this rebellious kid. You're into science. Did you hate school?
Yeah. I hated school because it's just interfering with my time. I want to get home and get back to tinkering with my stuff. I don't. You couldn't bore me any more than I was. I didn't want to go to music class. I don't care what they're doing here. And everything is social studies. I don't care who won what war. Just let me go home. I've got other things I'd rather learn. But, the classes that I was in that matched my interest, I did well with. But everything else was a waste of my time.
What were you tinkering with at home?
Probably at that time, but probably electronics and chemistry.
Okay. And then how did you job at Los Alamos?
The time I was working at Fairchild Electronic in Simi Valley, California, and I was just tired and burnt out of that, and just sent a resume to Los Alamos, but really laid heavily on the stuff, not my work history, things that I did aside from work. I took my wife's, put it in there. Then, in fact, that was one of the things I, sent in a resume to him. Oh, by the way, I built this car. And, when I moved there, the local paper put that on the front page because they thought that was really cool. And that's why most people remember me at that time, because I drove it to work in Los Alamos.
Yeah.
In fact, they yelled at me for, you can't run the jet coming into the, because it scares the shit out of everybody.
How fast was
on that car is super dangerous. I would never do that.
That's insane.
Today. Yeah, but
so you're putting like a Bugatti engine on a Honda Civic, and you're like,
in a way, yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's silly, but you're stupider when you're in your 20s. Yeah.
Well, what was your top speed?
212.
Yours was 212.
Yeah.
You went to
El Mirage Dry Lake.
You're insane.
Maybe, but that's the car one.
But the Honda Civic is not set up for the jet engine that you put on.
It was after I put it in there.
Oh, so you helped with the suspension and that stuff. You improved.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive, man.
How are you?
Well, while working at Los Alamos National Lab in 1982, the local newspaper did a front page story on a jet car I had built. Coincidentally, Dr. Edward Teller was giving a speech at Los Alamos that same day.
Wait, Jayski's taking another break. Why?
So Edward Teller, for the
This
audience,
is his job.
was the
He
creator of the
said he'll text
hydrogen
me
bomb.
now and then, but he'd be busy a lot.
All right, Miss Aquarius, it's just us then.
Yeah, something don't seem right. But hey, if he say he gotta get out there because of his job, hey, he gotta do what he gotta do. But that just don't seem right. Did he say he was back? Did he tell us that yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, something don't seem right. But hey.
It is what it is.
I'm just gonna say this. What did you think, Rabbi? Do you think that is something going on? You thinking something or no?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You just learn something about people and the way they are. And when they're consistent as he is, and then he says he comes back, I would have expected him to say, and I would say this to him, when he came in, hey, I'm back, but just for a couple days or whatever, because,
right.
My job's going to have something or whatever. But,
he didn't say that, did he? He did not.
He did not. No, especially when you were talking to him yesterday, he'd be like, hey, just giving you a heads up that things could change. But you never know. You could get an email or something. But it's kind of weird that you would have your job contact you on the weekend or whatever to tell you that, frankly, he just might need.
Yeah, he said, hey, he said on that manicap that, hey, I'm going to be taking a break for again. That's what he said. It's just, but he said he'll give me up every now and then, you know. But that's really
It's
see this, you there? He said, so he said, I'm going to add you on my other account because this one is going to get disabled. They ain't really accepted it. Then he says, I keep you added on my other account because I will be taking another break from Discord due to work and second job. I'll message you on the other account. Sorry, gotta go and disable this account again.
That's weird. And I would tell him.
Then he hit me up on the other one and says, I will be taking another break from Discord due to work and second job. I'll DM you every now and then because I will be. I said, okay.
He's taking a.
I guess you got a second job. So, yeah.
Well, you think he would have told us that yesterday when we talked to him?
Right.
Yeah, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I gotta pray for him.
My spidey senses are tingly with that one, but that's fine. I mean, I don't care. It's his. I don't understand why he deactivates his account. Miss Aquarius, I've been on the internet for 25 years. I've never deactivated a single account. I just don't. I just won't use it. Like, I'll just let it be. But like the deactivating and reactivating, I don't understand that.
I just get off of it. I just close down.
Yeah, exactly, and leave it. Leave it for 5 years if I need to, and then if I want to go back, I just log back in.
Exactly. But hey, like I said, it's his business, and we ain't got to worry about it. It's hey, you know, we want to worry about it, but I'm not going to give it to God. That's what I'm gonna do.
Right, I hope. Exactly. He's a very nice person, and he has always been kind to me. But in the back of my mind, I've always thought something weird is here because of the random disappearances, and but it's not my business.
No.
He could be going through something else, and he's just using that as a cover, and I would understand that too. I understand.
Right.
I understand. We're just two people on the internet, and like sometimes you can't go into every single thing about your life. And you know what? Frankly, sometimes you have to lie to protect yourself or whatever, or to not reveal some big issue that's going on. That, and I understand that. And if you were to say to me, Rabbi, I had this later on, I had to tell you this because my life was in danger. Okay, that's cool. Like, I know you well enough that it's like no big deal. You could be like Rabbi, I don't work at the auto auction place. I work for the CIA, but I just couldn't tell you that. Okay, that's cool. We're still friends.
Right. Yeah, very friends. Yeah, so we gotta be friends. But yeah, you're right. You might have something else to do. You know, just don't have to. But we typically friends. Typically we don't do. So we understand.
That's right. And he's cool though. He is
real cool. He is.
I've always thought he is really interesting. He is always into interesting stuff, and I would hope that that's like another thing. Like, I mean, I get it if you've got a second job like that can cause time, but it's like you can pop in. Like, you don't have to live in here. You could just be like, hey, like every night I'm just gonna come in and say hi or whatever, once a week or whatever, and maybe he'll still do that.
Yeah, when I catch his butt on that chair bar again, I'm gonna go right in there.
There you go. But that's a weird.
I mean, as I told you, remember I told him that. I said, yeah, I saw your butt in there with one of my friends in there. And you didn't, you know what I'm saying? But you could have came, you didn't even have the time to come in here and say, hey, the rabbi. But you got in there. So that's how he do. I'm gonna let you know. I'm going right in there.
Yeah, there's a weird thing though. Like, if we talked to him, like, I don't know, 18 hours ago, and there was nothing about I'm getting a second job, or that even that anything could change, or that I may need to deactivate my account or anything. Nothing like that. So maybe it's a personal thing. Who knows?
Who knows? Man.
So what's on your agenda? Go ahead, Miss Aquarius.
Nothing. Hey, Bojangles, and I'm just gonna chill out. Just got this L again.
Okay.
So she's supposed to be getting some paint done downstairs when we're getting this whole house painted. So upstairs some paint.
Okay.
So she's just working on that. She's gonna have some good old shrimp salad. My favorite. Some barbecue pork chops, collard greens. Yes, we're about to eat good. And she bought some cupcakes, some cream cheese cupcakes. Made me think of Popeye. Enjoy it for him. And yeah, I'm just gonna enjoy the day.
Wow, you're eating good in the neighbor.
Well, I had to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning, Rabbi, because my leg was hurting, man. I'm like, please, this weather, it's gonna be like this all week. Like, I just want this weather to let up.
Miss Aquarius, what is Bojangles?
Bojangles is a chicken spot. It's chicken biscuits, chicken, yeah.
Okay. Well, you're eating good.
Y'all don't have to down there.
We may. I don't eat fast food, so I don't really know. But yeah. Is it like Popeyes or KFC?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They got big potato wedges. Big potato wedges, yeah.
Do you have a favorite chicken place?
Huh?
Do you have a favorite chicken place?
Curses, I like curses.
Okay.
But I did like a Texas fried chicken because they had this good chicken wrap, but they don't have it no more. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very well.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you? Do you have a? You don't have. You don't eat fast food. So.
Yeah.
What fast food do you like?
Man, I love fried chicken. I love the breading of fried chicken. I could eat that. I think everybody likes that. For like comfort food, I like fried chicken. I like mashed potatoes. I like roasted chicken. I like all kinds of chicken. I like chicken salads. I like from a chicken standpoint, I like my local kosher market has like oh, what do you call it? Like I don't, not broiled chicken, but like they have like chicken in like you would get it at a Costco or something, you know, and it's just like I think it's broiled or something, but that's really good. I'll eat one of those. There's just a lot of little bones and stuff you got to be careful of a lot of times when you're eating chicken that yeah, so like a roasted chicken, I like that. I like I really like the breading of chicken though. Like that if they I don't know how you would ever make this, but if they just could make the breading, I could eat that. That's like a thing. They should have somebody just make chicken breading. I don't know. I think a lot of people would like that. I've never known anybody to do it, but you could make it in like little flakes or something like that. Anyway, what else do I like?
So before you said what's best drinking. Bojangles is an American regional fast food chain headquartered in Charlotte, North Carolina, known for its Cajun seasoned fried chicken, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and southern style sides. Founded in 1977, the chain operates primarily in the southeastern United States.
There you go. So perhaps they're not in California, but
yeah, they're not in California.
I like all that stuff though. Like I like the biscuits. I like gravy. You know what I really love, Miss Aquarius? That's like comfort food is chicken and dumplings. That's my jam. I love that. I could eat dumplings like all day long. And what else? From that, like coleslaw, potato salad, all kinds of salads. Yeah. I'm trying to think of any kind of chicken that I don't like. But I think I like chicken every which way, and I love fried chicken, and um yeah, I love that kind of stuff. I love the breading. Like I think that's good. But yeah, it's good stuff. And yeah, again, you just got to watch the bones. That's why I really like chicken breasts. I could just seriously just eat chicken breasts all day with barbecue sauce and not have an issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love chicken. Oh, Tommy's here.
What up, Tony? How are you, big dog?
Not so good because I lost that episode.
I know.
Cannot find it.
I know. Okay, so it's not the end of the world, perhaps. I mean, I haven't recorded on my end, but I don't know which. Like, if you, I mean, we know the day. It was like 3 weeks ago, Sunday or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I would have your audio recorded, but I would have my audio recorded. Okay, it's not on Riverside.
No, I can't find it. Like no. It's like the 1, 2, and 4. It's not 3. It's not there.
Okay, you mean like Riverside didn't record it?
I don't know what happened. Like, truly, I don't know what happened back then.
Okay, I mean, it is what it is. No big deal. I think you would just tell your viewers or whatever that we recorded another episode, but that it got lost. I mean,
I don't even have to do that. I will not going. Yeah, I need to do that. Yeah, but like I need to change it because we was talking about this is the fourth episode, the last episode, so I need to change it.
Yeah, I mean, hold on a second. Do you remember how we did it? I just want to make sure you recognize, just to refresh your memory, perhaps.
We did it like 15 minutes in that episode, and your headphones died. I remember that.
Wait, hold on. We did the first episode. Then we did the second episode. Then later in the same day of the second episode, we did the third episode when my headphones died. And then we did the fourth episode. So the second and third episode are like in the same day.
I think so, yeah.
So what you would do is go to Riverside to the second day, and you just get the recording that you have on that day. And then you just cut it up. It wasn't a separate day. It was its own day. Or it was.
But we done, I think we done like 1, 2, but we done 2 and 3 separate.
No, we did them the same day.
No, but like different recording.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And that is lost. I don't know where it's lost. That is lost.
Okay.
I don't know where.
Okay, so are you thinking that Riverside didn't record it?
Honestly, I have no idea, bro. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, truly.
Okay. Well, what you could do, and let me just check. I have it recorded, and so you could just record your audio if you wanted. Then you don't have to tell your audience anything. They wouldn't really necessarily know the difference. Just for a moment, let me see. It was like May 7th or something. May 2nd or something. There was May 2nd, and then it was something like that. Okay, so if I go back to May 2nd, I'll be able to find it. Do you know what date it was?
Oh, that's good. What do you mean?
What date was our interview for the second one
Oh,
or the third one?
second one. Wait. I'm gonna. Get it.
Was it May 2nd?
Yeah, I think so. I think like that. Yeah.
Okay, just one moment. I'll see if I have the. I mean, I know I have the recording. I just want to make sure it's usable.
And we're gonna check time on time. One more time. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check one more time because is that third was with that lamp because it was not good side because it was too right. It night for me. Was that?
What'd you say, big man?
I am saying like I have like one recording 30 minutes and second that recording 23 minutes and this is recording when I have that lamp. If you remember.
Okay, what did you say? With how long was the first recording?
First recording was 30. Yes, I get this. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm sorry, bro. I have it. Sorry.
That's okay. I thought you would. No big deal.
Sorry.
No big deal.
I have it. Yeah, I forget. Yeah.
Okay, good. So you found
Sorry,
it.
bro.
No worries.
Okay.
No worries. That's great news.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great news, Tony. How have things been for you?
Oh,
How have you been?
oh. Sometimes it's good, sometimes bad.
Okay, well that's life, right?
Yeah. Yeah. True.
All right. Well, you found it, so that's great.
That's true. Yeah, so I'm gonna post it for this week because this week I have no episode, so I need to save it with you.
Okay.
And maybe next week I'm gonna save it with you too, but I don't know that.
Okay.
So have you guys been more podcasted?
Yeah, I was on another one with a woman who interviewed me. Yeah, and then I've been inquiring on some others. I want to say she and I did one. It was over an hour. It was good. It was long, and I got to talk about a lot of really what I feel would be interesting things. And she was a really great podcast host too. She was very organized and just was like went into it very open mindedly. And I've got to say, every person that I've ever podcasted with, they've all been very open minded and good hosts. So you've all been good. Um, and she's been doing she's done like 77 podcasts, and she's done it over the course of like 6 years or something. So she's got quite a few episodes. And the one issue with her podcast, it's not that big of a deal, but it airs in September 6th. And it's like, why so long in advance? She books them. She's getting her master's degree, so she's like an academic. And she schedules these out very far in advance, and she publishes one a month. So um I'm like the month of September. But she was really, really nice. And um we we got to talk about all kinds of stuff. So yeah, I've done that one, and then I'm in talks to do some others. So that's a good thing. How about you? Have you done any podcasts? I'm sure you have. Who have you done? What did you talk about?
Wait, I need to. So I celebrate too soon. I say, what's up, guys, and welcome to back to part. Yeah, we have part. Okay, sorry, bro. Sorry. My mind is not mining right now. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
What was your question?
Oh, how have the podcasts been since we last spoke?
I did that veteran Australian. I did him. It was a good episode. Very nice episode. And not since then.
Okay. Did you have the chance to upload your other podcast to Spotify?
Yes.
That's great. So now you're a Spotify person, right?
Yeah, and I am on Apple podcast. I'm everywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna quiz you on this. Are you on iHeart Media?
Yes.
Great job.
Yes.
Great job. Okay, you're on Pandora?
I will check.
That's okay.
I don't.
That's okay.
I don't remember exactly, but I'm on.
Are you on Apple Podcasts?
Spotify, YouTube.
Apple Podcasts?
Yes.
That's great. Those are the big
Yes.
ones. Those are the big ones. Great job, Tony.
Thank you.
Yeah, now you have like a real podcast. So not that you didn't before, but before it was just a YouTube podcast, which is a podcast, but
Yeah.
most people go to YouTube to watch video. So now when people are searching on Spotify and such, they're going to be able to find your podcast and like it and subscribe and everything.
And I did my first interview.
You did your first interview?
So it was good too.
What first interview?
Yeah. It was about Bitcoin and AI.
Oh, okay. Oh, somebody interviewed you?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And how did that go? Bitcoin and AI, was it fun?
Yeah, it was like fun. I was a little bit. I don't want to say scared, but I was a little bit amazed because this is the first time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. I hope they were gonna release it, and if they're gonna release it, it's gonna be fun.
Okay, why wouldn't they release it?
Because some like it's like It's like this is and I say like mistakenly I don't have Bitcoin, but I have this, but not much. So I hope this is gonna be like okay, mistake a legit way. So I hope. Yeah.
Okay. I mean that works. Do you think that they thought what you said was interesting?
Yes, I think. Sorry, this episode was so interesting. Like truly.
That's good. All right. So, how do you plan on getting more people on your podcast?
Right now, I am talking with two persons right now. One is going to be about electrician in America.
Okay.
Then that is going to be interesting. And another one is going to be about God, about because he is a believer.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about that.
All right. And do you think that and then from there, how are you going to get podcast people?
From there, I have another one lineup. I have another one, and yeah, I have some people.
Well, that's great.
I have like 3 people lineup.
Oh, that's great. Okay. And how did you meet them?
Through online.
Okay, but I mean, like, was it?
I don't know, like you.
I know, but was it like
Twitter?
Oh, Twitter. Okay, that's great.
Yeah. Twitter is best for it.
Yeah, I think it's good too.
So yeah, so do you think you are more famous right now?
Oh, with every day, big dog.
What?
I get more famous every day.
That was a Sigma answer.
Okay.
How about you? How about you? Do you feel more famous?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying I'm more famous, but I think more people know me. I'm not like you. I'm not like I don't have like 30,000 people on Twitter and this. Oh, no, Twitch. On Twitch.
Is he the one that's on YouTube?
What?
Miss Aquarius, we're having a discussion about what's going on, Miss Aquarius.
But it's an open discussion, though, Rabbi.
Okay.
Anyway, so is he the one on YouTube?
He does have a podcast on YouTube, yeah.
No, that's not him. Okay, he's over.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. So Tony, you found our podcast, right?
What do you mean?
You were looking for our podcast and you found it on Riverside, correct?
I found.
Okay, excellent.
No, I just these people was in my podcast, so it's like a favorite, and I was in there.
Okay.
Like a favorite.
Okay, very well. Well, that's good. All right. Well, let me.
Hope.
Well, yeah. Let me know if you run into any issues with it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. And I have one more thing.
Yes, sir.
I will gonna have my first ever Brazilian on stream on my podcast.
Okay.
He doesn't speak English.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do with AI. So I hope we get everything finalized and we drop to and we do this next week. And also he is like big on Twitch. He has like 30,000 people like you.
Okay. Why don't you write him the questions in Portuguese so that he knows what they are, and then you just say, okay, we're gonna do the first question, and then you read it, and then he knows in his own language.
Because I want to be like in like real time AI translator.
Oh, you want to do it in real time?
Yeah.
All right, that's gonna be challenging. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. But like, I know. I think this is gonna be first ever to somebody to do that. I think.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. So this is one of my big projects right now.
Okay.
And yeah, I will do that.
All right.
I am so happy I found that. Like I am really happy. Truly.
You're really happy you found what?
That part 3.
Oh yeah, same here, big man.
I'm really happy because
Yeah, you should just, you could use it if you want as a lesson that whenever you do a podcast, ask any podcaster, they always lose something eventually. So have a backup going.
Yeah.
So whenever you do your podcast, just even if it's like you have a recording going in the background, just do that, because if you do this enough, you're gonna run into an issue where you lose something.
That's true. That's true. That's true. So did anyone is here in that Discord new from your podcast? Not yet.
Not to my knowledge. I mean, I do my best to ask everybody how they found out about me or whatever, and it doesn't usually, when I'm on a podcast, happen right away. What does happen is it'll be like 2 months or 3 months or even a year or two later, someone will be like, hey, I heard you on this podcast and I thought it was really interesting. And I'll be like, oh, what podcast? And they'll be like, oh, the Life podcast or whatever. And you'll be like, oh, okay, cool. But yeah, it usually doesn't happen right away.
I think. Sorry.
I was just saying it usually doesn't happen right away.
I think what I did with you is like I am going to be like live forever because I'm with this like crazy project with you. And yeah.
Oh, that's for certain, dog. Absolutely. It's like someone who wrote a book 400 years ago, and people have discovered the book and they'll read it.
Yeah. And that is like really one of the craziest thing in the world. Like maybe in like 100 years of and later somebody will be remember me because of you and because of what I did with you.
I have confidence in that.
That is so G. Truly. And that is and that is good for me too because I'm not wrong go be just a number, but I'm going to be name.
That's exactly right.
You know.
To quote the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe, what we do on earth echoes in eternity.
Yeah.
And you will echo in eternity.
Yeah.
And hopefully with the right technology you'll be able to live in eternity.
Yeah. Even if not, I have my foot in the internet forever because of you. So thank you.
Absolutely. And let's be honest, you would have had it anyway. But no other person who you interview has a project that they say, well, they want to make you a trillionaire, but also that they have a much bigger scope of what they're doing. You may have somebody who's like, hey, I'm an electrician in the United States, and this is what I do, and these are the challenges that I undergo, and this is what my life is like with an electrician, and that's great. But hey, can I see what you were doing 3 years ago on this very date? And they'd be like, well, no. I mean, that's kind of a wild thing to ask. But with mine, you can.
Yeah. So I think like anything can happen, but I will gonna have food in the internet for long time.
That's correct, sir.
And that is so amazing to feel. I'm not going to lie to you. That is above my soul.
I agree. Did you ever see the It is. Did you ever see the it's considered the first YouTube video. It's like me at the zoo.
What?
It's like the first YouTube video. It's called like me at the zoo. Do you know what I'm referencing? It's okay if you don't. It's the oldest YouTube video. It's like 21 years old. But it's just some guy who went to the zoo.
Mm-hmm.
And like he would have never thought that his trip to the zoo would be considered like the oldest, like such an impactful video.
Yeah. So basically I am in the same position because I interviewed you.
Potentially, yeah.
That's G. That's truly like bro, that's wow. That is so good, like truly. Because my grandchildren, it can watch me.
That's right.
It can listen at that. And this is so correct. Like this is so good feeling. I'm not lying.
That's great.
When you get finally that world Guinness World Record.
When am I going to? When people can watch all my
finally
when people can watch all my videos, so it'll take a few years because they have to confirm it.
Because if this happen, it's so fucking cheap. Like truly, like this is so good. If this is gonna happen, and you will have your own.
Oh yeah, and I'll have a few.
This is.
I'll have a few of them, a few different ones, because a lot of what I've done on camera has been archived and can be verified. Like, it's one thing for someone to be like, most amount of hours slept on a stream. Okay, where's your evidence? And they'll be like, well, I just slept on a stream lot. Okay, that's fine, but is it recorded? Well, no. Okay, but mine are recorded. Most meals eaten on camera.
That's it.
So it's not just one of them. Like, once they have a chance to go through everything that I've done, it's potentially hundreds, if not thousands of them.
Bro, do you know how this is going to bring my value up?
All right, I mean,
and like everybody value.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people know about what I do. That's important, but as they say, a rising tide lifts all ships.
Bro, that's you are like, I think you will break the. I think you will be most Google man on the planet in some point.
No doubt. I agree with that.
Some point, you will be most Google man on the planet, bro.
That's correct.
And I think you will be on TV soon.
Oh, that could happen.
That is. I am happy that, like, basically after me, like, you get more podcasting. It's like a tsunami of podcasting.
Yeah. And I've been sending out emails about them as well. So I'm just not doing it on Twitter. I'm doing it on a bunch of different platforms.
About what?
What'd you say?
I'm saying that, like, I am happy, like, you have right now, you have like a tsunami of new podcasting.
Yeah, I am too. Just got to keep it up. I say to myself, if I can send out 30, if I can say to myself, I need to send out 30 emails a day about being on people's podcasts to real Spotifyers, people whose emails I get from Spotify, in 1 year I will be famous.
I think you can consider be in Joe Rogan.
Perhaps.
And I am happy that I am part of the journey. Like,
I am happy that you're part of it too.
my journey will be longer than yours.
Potentially. But once I go viral, you're gonna go viral, and every single person I've ever been on this podcast and stream with will go viral. It'll be a big deal.
Yeah. No, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
No doubt is right.
No doubt.
So, yeah, so there's different monopolies and whatever. So the Gemara says, my time there
What is your dream, like a podcast? Where do you want to be?
Oh, whose podcast do I want to do?
Yeah.
I'd like to do the New York Times podcast or like the PBS podcast. I forget what it's called. It's a big one. It's like one of the biggest. Like one of those really mainstream ones that has a liberal bend or more progressive bend. I feel like if I got on that, then there's like no podcast that wouldn't have me on because you're like legitimized. Once you're on those podcasts, you're not on like that. Those are the biggest mainstream podcasts. So it wouldn't be like Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan. Those would be cool, and I'd love to be on Joe Rogan. I'd love to be on Kill Tony. I'd love to be on one of those podcasts, but one of those like news hour podcasts or whatever, they're like I really would like to be on a PBS or New York Times or it's called Ynet or like an Israeli podcast, something like that. That would be one of the Israeli newspaper podcasts. That would be really of interest to me. I'd be proud to do that. But even just like I'd want to do Chinese podcasts, like whatever those are. I mean, I don't know what all of those are, but like something like really like outside my wheelhouse, outside of what I'm used to.
But like be prepared for one thing. Be prepared for one thing because I know I understand it now, but because your name be prepared for a lot of questions about your name. Be ready for it.
I mean, I can only control what I can control. Anybody can ask me any question that they want. It's not throughout our entire time together. How many times have I asked you about your name? Zero times.
But I'm not famous.
Okay, I'm not famous either. It's like If I had the last name in the United States, Kennedy.
But I'm not.
People don't have to get.
And,
People don't have
and
to.
like,
If I had the last
you
name,
will be.
if my last name were Kennedy in the United States,
But like when?
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Do you know how many? Do you know how many conspiracy theories there have internet?
I don't want to talk about those. Those aren't my wheelhouse.
And I'm not like. I'm just saying that. Be ready.
Okay.
True.
All right.
I understand you say to me like, so I understand your name, but like you be hundreds of thousands of people.
Okay.
We're not gonna understand.
Okay. It comes down to this. What is my name? Rabbi Michael Rothschild. Are you a banker? No. I'm a certified project management professional. That's the end of the story. It would be like if you interviewed someone named Michael Kennedy and you'd say, "Are you related to President Kennedy?" They'd say no. Or they'd say, or they'd be like, "Are you part of the Kennedy clan?" Not directly. We share DNA. That's about it. That's the end of the story of that. I mean, there may be more to other things and to what you say and who you are. And that might be really interesting, but people can't.
People on internet are crazy.
Okay, I mean, let them be however they want to be. I can't control that. That's a very small portion of who I am and what I do. The thing is, in the future, the banking dynasty will consider themselves coming from me, not me coming from them. It's about data, it's about content. I have more data and content created than every single other member of my family, every single one combined. I have more data. Nobody else live streams their life. That means every newspaper article for hundreds of years, I have more content than every Rothschild ever combined. So it's like I will be seen as the patriarch of the family, as the scion of the family. And the people will be like, "Oh, are you from the Rabbi Rothschild part of the family, or are you from the banking part?" Because the banking part's lame. The cool part is the historian, the futurist, the rabbi's part of the family, and that's cool.
I know you are not. You are not under. You are not from a baking part of family. I know that. But like people, okay, but you will be ready.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of like. Okay, here's a. Do you know who Seth Rogen is?
No.
Okay, so he's an actor in the United States. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
I know.
Okay. So Joe Rogan's, I've never heard him ask, "Are you and Seth Rogen, cousins?" Like it's a big family. The Rogan family is a big family.
I know.
So it's
but like it's very different. Rogan family and Rothschild family. That's different. That's big different.
Yeah, to some extent, but to other extents, Joe Rogan has more content created on the internet. He has like, I don't know, something like 350 days by now. If you combine all of his content, that's his own dynasty. That's huge. And maybe Seth Rogen and Joe Rogan are related somehow. I mean, we're all related somehow. But people don't get set up on that. They don't get hung up on that. They want to talk about what Joe Rogan does with the UFC and his podcast and his acting career and his Fear Factor career. They want to find out who the person is.
I hope you will be in the same position like him. They are not going to give a fuck about your Your name.
Okay.
There's another pasuk. V'shachat v'zarku. In the same pasuk, it says v'shachat v'zarku. That somebody's doing shmita and somebody's doing zrika. Now, who's doing zrika?
But yeah, I am happy for you, and yeah, I think this is great, and I am happy to be part of this.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy that you found our other podcast, and you should use it as a lesson that you need to have you need to record.
Mhm.
It's not that hard. If you have a computer, you just open up your recorder, and at least then you get, like, then you don't, like,
Yeah.
I would have been okay if you would have been like, hey, can we re-record that or whatever? I would have been okay with that. Or if I didn't have it, I would have been okay with that. But not everybody's going to be. And imagine this was a really big interview for you. You want to make sure that it doesn't happen to you again. So you basically use it as a lesson.
Mhm.
So, you've got like a voice recorder, or you could if you used your phone, just use your phone. And then it's not the same device too, which is important. If you can avoid it from being the same device. So you play on your phone or you record on your phone the voice recorder, and then you shouldn't have an issue.
A woman doesn't do smicha, but a man does. And we know that smicha is done by Israel. So, but according to you, would you say the son of the show?
And also, I did stream on Rumble
How did it go?
and Orkick.
Okay, what about YouTube
That's
and
good.
that's good. What about YouTube and Twitch?
YouTube, I need more videos. YouTube is like so small for it, so I'm gonna need more videos. So that's YouTube, and on Twitch, like some technical issues. So I did one yesterday only for Lambo and Kill.
Okay, well that's good. What were the technical issues on Twitch?
I don't know. I was not looking it right now because I have different work. But I'm gonna look in it today, and I will gonna let you know.
Okay.
And three does be number one. I'll probably that gives you the main kapara on the second and everything else. And that's not done by the owner. So if that main thing is not done by the owner, so certainly not the shmita. Oh, tomorrow. The Hidaino in Don Texas Yesha. It puts you in. And he's done in Esther Yesha. The more asked, but the owner can't do Shmita because he's saying some person is there for you. So the rest is right up. What are we going to be doing? Because Gadol is different. The Shachar is far ahead of the Shabbat. He has a special mitzvah that he chefs his own.
So, what is your plan for today? I know this is the big question, but
Yeah, no, good question. So I'm getting my streams more organized, and I've been creating a lot of blogs. So I like to write on futurist topics and just like pop culture, things about society. And I created a robot that does that for me automatically. and I'm just making sure that
Nice.
it populates correctly. I'm in the process of creating about 2,000 blogs, which is a lot of not blog posts, blogs, individual blogs, which is just a massive amount of blogs. And then each blog I want to have at least 100 posts, so that's 200,000 posts, which is just it's got to be the biggest set of blogs in the world. And
You want to break all of records?
it basically, yeah. The why not? Why not? Right? Why not try to have as much content as possible?
Not like in sports, but in no sports and no food, you will be best.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, it's like uh, imagine someone were a basketball player, and instead of going into instead of going into their career like I want to win a championship, they were like I want to win all the championships and I want to break every single scoring record and every single assist record and everything. If it's a record, then it becomes a target that I want to break. That's kind of how I am. I want to do it all, as they say. So
Yeah, I get it.
So that's what I'm doing, and I feel that that's a different kind of strategy than a lot of streamers, but that's okay. I mean, nobody says I have to have the same strategy as every other streamer, but if I'm going to do it, I want to do it better. If I'm going to do it, I want to do it better than anybody else.
That is good fucking mindset. I'm not going to lie to you. That is good mindset. Like the rest, good mindset.
I agree, and I think that we're in a unique time where the internet is generally pretty free. It's not completely free, but you can generally say what you want and publish what you want, and they don't charge you. I could see a time in the future where YouTube charges you. If you want to stream for an hour, okay, it's $5.
Yeah.
And that's going to limit a lot of things. But right now it's
that's true.
But right now it's free. So why not take advantage of it while it's free?
Yeah. That's true. That's why I'm like you. I need to have more episode. I need to have more episode today because like you have to like the YouTube is not going to be free forever, and I think we have the time. So that's why I am like too. I need to have like. So yeah, so that's why I'm. Let's go. Let's fucking. Episode is almost done. Episode is almost done.
The minimum was 30 days.
Well, I tell you a story about what happened today. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So in my situation, I am a very good podcast man. I can be like for Americans everything, but I'm stuck with rough. Like that time, like the rest. So I was like, okay, my brother, like his friend, want to find me someone, but like his friend fucked up so bad, and he said to the girl, please talk to him. This him will make him feeling good. And I was feeling like I am I'm feeling like she does some fucking charity, bro. I feel so bad. My manhood was down. Truly.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck?
Okay. I mean, do they?
So I got.
Go ahead.
Okay, continue.
Do they have dating apps in your country?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you just join some dating apps, take some good pictures of yourself, review your biography?
It's not that easy.
Yes, it is. It is that easy. Why are you putting challenges in between you and your end goal? It's literally this easy. It's not even like it used to be where you had to go meet someone in public. You can sit in your bed. If you have good pictures, you have a good bio, and you just swipe right, swipe right, swipe right on girls that you like, and then you'll get people in your inbox, and then you start talking to them. How is it not that easy? It's literally that easy. You could go on a date every single night. You could go on a date every single night from now until when you fall in love and not have an issue. It's not hard.
And the end of the story is I cut that friend, and I'm not going to talk with that girl because that girl sees me like some charity.
As a charity case. Yeah, absolutely. It's a charity case. That's fine. You don't have to go for that girl. She sucks. You need to go for some girls in your area. How many pictures do you have?
Bro, I have so many on internet.
Okay, but that's not what you want. That's not what you want. For those you want quality, not quantity. So you pick 5 good pictures. One of you doing something adventurous. One of you in your home. One of you with an animal. One of you with your friends. One of you doing a hobby that you love. So those 5, you make sure that they're HD, high quality pictures, that you look really good in them. And then in your biography, it's short and simple. It's, hi, my name is Anton, whatever you want to go by, but Tony, I am a whatever old, whatever you do. I'm an AI enthusiast. I'm into finance. I wouldn't say cryptocurrency. I'd say finance, and I'm a podcaster. And I would love to get to know you and take you on a date. It's as simple as that. That's it. You say I'm single, no children, never married, and I'd love to take you on a date. Okay, that's great. That's it. And you're gonna have a ton of girls who are in your inbox. It's as simple as that.
I don't know about that one.
You haven't done it. You haven't done it. You haven't done it. So you don't know. And until you do it, you'll never know. And then you just swipe right on chicks or whatever. You accept their invitations. You start getting girls in your inbox. I'm telling you, you could have girls in your inbox by this time tomorrow if you just did what I said.
Do you think I have good hobbies?
Well, I don't know everything that you do, but I think they're interesting. AI, finance, podcasting, those are cool hobbies.
Football,
Yeah,
chess.
that's fine. Those are cool. So instead of saying football, I mean, that's fine, but you could say sports. I mean, you make it more vague so that you're just like, you don't have to tell her absolutely everything right away, because I'm sure a lot of guys have the same thing. So you say, I mean, the big one is, are you 6 feet tall?
No, fuck no, I know.
Okay, that's fine. No big deal. No big deal. No big deal. So, but that's fine. So you just you say, my name is Tony. I'm XYZ age. I enjoy sports, finance. I'm a podcaster. I am single, unmarried, looking for love. I would love to take you on a date. Please send me a DM if you're interested. Something like that, or whatever. Uh, it's very simple. And you have your 5 good pictures, and then you go fall in love. What's so hard about that?
And Tinder is the best. You think?
I would go on them all. Why limit yourself to one?
Okay, I forget you are megaloman. I forget.
That's okay.
I forget you are even everything big.
I mean, you want to fall in love, right? It's like, hey, dude, why go to one bar and try to find the prettiest girl for you when you can go to 10 bars and find the prettiest girl for you?
That's true.
So I would join the top 5 in your area, or whatever they are: Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, OkCupid, Match.com, whatever they are. And then I would take my profile. It's very easy. And then every day I would spend 5 minutes just going through girls and messages and stuff. And if you did that regularly every single day for the next month, you'd be in a relationship by this time next month. You and I both know that.
You were saying I don't need to pay for like subscription, like for like Tinder Premium and this.
No, you don't have to. If you don't have the money to do it, which you don't need to.
I'm broke as fuck. I don't want to be broke.
Okay, I mean, that's another thing. You can get a job.
It's not that easy.
Yes, it is. Again, same thing. Go to ZipRecruiter and Indeed and Career Builder. Take your resume, put it into ChatGPT, have it optimized for career keywords, and then you apply. You'd spend an hour every single day applying to hundreds of jobs every single day, and in 1 month you'll be employed with a girlfriend.
If I went to for with a month with you, bro, I have everything. I have a girlfriend. I have everything, bro.
I agree. That's why I said. That's why I said.
Life coach.
That's why I said you should just live in here. That's why I said you should just live in here. Whenever you have a question, you just ask me, hey, and then we would talk about it. I'm not saying I'm always right, but I have a lot of experience, and I can just tell you like how to get a job when you have no job, and like no, if you didn't have education, and what job would you have? You'd have your opportunity at a bunch of jobs. So long as you are someone who will show up and not.
But I am in a different country, bro.
I don't care where you are. They have jobs in every country.
I know, but like you are setting webs when it's working for your you understand?
It works anywhere. All of the countries are the same. China's the same. Israel's the same. South Africa's the same. I've helped people in Nigeria get jobs. South America, everywhere. It's not like you'd be the first person I'd help get a job. This is a winning strategy. Any job out there, the most important thing is accountability. Are you going to show up on time, and are you going to work the job? That's the most important thing. Okay, so then that's better than 90% of all candidates out there.
Bro, you are. Okay. You know what? Let's go to set up Tinder. Okay.
Go do it, man.
So, how often do you drink? not for me.
Okay,
I do smoke. Non-smoker.
good.
Work out often. Do you have any pets? Hamster. Which your which is your communication style? I think video. You know what? I need to call someone. Somebody call me. I will call you right back. Okay.
Okay,
Bye.
bye.
That's what. Mike Carbonell says the word Torah and says the Kuka. It's not on. Where it says Kuka, it is not on. Barry Milko, the simple Kuka. Well, Marav, the one you just there, for the story, Milko, Taylor Lackett. Oh, that's what somebody asked before, I don't remember. Are you there? Are you? We said that you have the Torah has to repeat itself twice in question in order for it to be a market. Now the problem is that in the Mincha, the whole part of Mincha, it does say the word Kuka. Now what this is that? Now, when it says the word Kuka, you must do every single one of those steps, and if you miss one step, throw it out. So then why does it have to repeat itself twice? Hey, Mincha, it's enough to say Kuka, and that means you must do it. You don't have to repeat twice. Go around, come on, right now. Also, you want to come up with an excuse? No, the Kuka, you're right. Just Kuka by Mincha, but that's by the eating part, not the Avodah part. It doesn't refer to being to this. Sorry, what is the 14th thing? Sorry, look at my father. Okay, so let you have that for now. Sorry, look at my father. The thing, see the Kuka,
Coincidentally, that same day on the paper, if you turn over the front sheet, was the advertisement for Ed Teller coming the next day, giving a lecture, at the lab. So
you go to a talk he gives or something?
yeah, he was about to give a talk. I got there early. He's sitting outside reading the paper because the door was locked. So I wanted to go super early too because I thought maybe it's going to be crowded or whatever. He's reading the front page of the paper because, or else I really didn't know how to go up and say anything. But I went, oh, it's the perfect segue. He's already reading about me. So I'm like, hi, Ed, I'm the guy you're reading about there.
What was Edward Teller like?
He's a grumpy old man. That's the only way I could describe him.
Did he have any sort of distinct accent?
Of course he has a distinct accent.
Teller. Yeah,
he had giant eyebrows and yeah. I mean, he looked exactly like himself.
Yeah. Fascinating. And so, what was the conversation like? Are you like, hey, that's me? And then what did he say?
He said, well, that's fascinating, but I can't remember it verbatim, but he said, but it is grossly impractical. I said, yeah, it's not made to be a practical, mode of transportation. And we only spoke for a short time, and then you can hear the door unclick, swing open, and a guy greeted him, oh, Mr. Teller, and so they brought him in, and that was that. But as time went on, I made reference to that meeting when I sent him a resume after I had moved on from Los Alamos, and he remembered me. And that's who directed me to EGG, how this all started to go to S4.
Have you ever seen there's a video of Edward Teller being questioned on his relationship with you?
Yeah,
it's really funny because first of all, he goes into, he's being questioned on nuclear propulsion, and he like doesn't want to get into it. It's very clear. And then he's questioning on you, and he has the exact same reaction.
It is, in my opinion, not interesting. I don't intend to answer it. If you ask me that question on camera, I will shut up. I will sit silent. You're not going to get an answer out of me.
And if I ask you on camera, do you know Bob Lazar, can you just say no?
I will sit silently.
I mean, I spoke to the guy before he went and interviewed Teller. He was one of Teller's students. And he said, you know, I'm going to bring up you to Teller. And I went, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
And it would be awesome to see how fast he denies me.
Yeah.
You know, and he did immediately.
But he denied you in the same way. First he goes, yeah, technically you could get, you know, a real power source from nuclear. And basically implying he knows a lot about it, but he's not going to talk about it.
Yeah, I think he said, is there anything other than fission or fusion?
That's right.
No, nothing that anyone would be interested about. Yeah, but there's total annihilation, you know, and yeah, he just completely discounted that, which is interesting for Teller.
Do you think that he's talking about, because you talk about this 115, you had a
I don't know if that's who it
goes
was
up to
referring to.
16, and then you get this matter and antimatter annihilation thing.
I don't know if that's what it was referring to, but he's clearly not addressing the most powerful nuclear reaction there is. And why would he do that?
And he's clearly also denying the nuclear knowledge in the same way that he's denying his link to you.
Yeah.
Which to me is such a tell that he obviously met you.
It's really weird that he would do that.
And so you were at Los Alamos, and were you working with other physicists at the time, or what was your main kind of like day-to-day responsibility there?
Well, it changed. I was building, I think, this was for the particle accelerator. They wanted to be able to trim the voltage to a very fine degree. So I was building some high voltage power supplies, stuff that's insulated by fiber optics, so you can make adjustments, you know, from a distance without interfering with, you know, the electric fields or anything. And day to day, there was just maintenance on the targets and experiments we were doing. So it's cryogenics and, you know, dealing with high power magnets and, I mean, what else? Radioactive materials. Yeah. You know, Los Alamos stuff. I mean, I'm just trying to remember what I did every day, but it was, there was no really regular routine. You know, we'd either be working on getting ready to do an experiment, so we'd be working on, you know, the detection equipment, or setting up the experiment, and it all had to do with, you know, the output of the accelerator and adjusting that.
So this was a particle accelerator?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's a half-mile-long linear accelerator in Los Alamos.
Oh, cool.
And the beam splits off. It comes down and it splits off into different experimental areas. So you can conduct a whole bunch of different experiments, you know, just from one beam. And they can put different things in the targets to make different particles and go different directions. And depending on the speed of the particle going by and its spin and how long it's in transit, you can calculate its mass and, you know, backtrack and then put things together. And, you know, analogy I always gave was it's like if you wanted to analyze a Swiss watch, but you really couldn't look inside, but so you could take it and throw it as hard as you can at a concrete wall, and then it busts apart and all the pieces go flying off. Well, by looking at those pieces, you could backtrack everything. And you can see if one was spinning a certain direction, you know the rotation and how fast it came up, then you know the mass of it, if it was turning before, and by the angles you can put it back there, and eventually you can reassemble the thing and see how it was made just from the particles flying apart. So essentially what an accelerator does is smash something apart, and then we can figure out how it all goes together just by monitoring those particles.
It's so cool.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what I did at Los Alamos.
Did you get the sense that there were two branches of science that was a little more classified, and then public science?
No, not at that
point.
Not at that point. I thought we were all on the same level.
Yeah. Now, I know you can't say why they erased you from MIT, and there are a lot of people out there who say you faked your educational credentials. You have very good, I think, reason that at least passes, Joe Rogan and some other people who I really trust, their sniff test.
He said that he was working on something for the government, and they sent him to MIT to learn something.
But I will ask you, is there anything you can say high level that hints at why you can't talk about why you're at MIT?
Well, I was sent there. Okay, and if you're sent like there for a specific reason, maybe to do some classified research or work,
it's going to be off the books.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also, you also can't talk about it because it's still, I mean, look, the government's never going to come and prosecute me for, at least I hope not, for releasing information about S4. But assuming I was working on a weapons system, that's still covered under the security agreement. And at this point in my life, I just don't want to make any waves.
Yeah.
So,
no, I think that's very reasonable. It's also, I should know, and this is me talking and not you, MIT long is a university, affiliated research center. It's called the UARC, and they do all sorts of classified stuff. They have a super soldier program. They're, we're always at the forefront of nanotechnology, and so the idea that
well, anything I would have potentially been working on wouldn't be so outlandish as super soldiers, or it'd be just very conventional,
sure,
but still classified material.
Yeah,
and stuff.
I think it's just helpful because this stuff is circulating out there, and the idea that you would get sent to that school specifically and work on something that you can't talk about is very feasible.
Get sent, but I would have gotten
Theoretically,
sent.
hypothetically, yeah.
You got sent there.
If I got sent there, there's a very clear possibility I wouldn't be able to talk about it, and I'd be working on some classified stuff.
If you wanted to hire a guy who could think clearly out of the box and help solve problems, but who could be discredited if you needed to do that, Bob was probably the best person in the country at the time. He was perfect for it.
George Knapp was originally this very instrumental part of Breaking Your Story in 1989 as part of KLAS. Did you took him to Los Alamos? Is that right? At some point?
Yeah, I told him all this Los Alamos stuff, and I said, "Well, let's go there. I'll show you." And security was a little more lax back then, so we got in a plane and we just rented a car. And, at that time, everyone I knew still worked there. So including the guards, we're going, "Hey, Bill, Bob, you're back," and so we're in, and, just took charge everywhere. There's my desk, here's this, and, walk in here, and I still knew combinations to places and water.
Right.
I'm sure it was not all 100% legal, but yeah, George just walked around, filmed everything, spoke to people that I worked with, and he said, "All right, we can check that box off," and then we went back.
Yeah, and so because also, again, I want to address some of these detracting comments circulating online. There are people who are like, "Oh, he just quizzed the physicists, at Los Alamos, but he really had some other job there or something." First of all, your description of a particle accelerator and how to actually, detect subatomic particles, I think was, first class. And then second, you have a guy, George Knapp, which you have to either accuse him of some sort of collusion or something in his orientation towards you, or admit that you showed him around. People knew your name. He saw it. Yeah, and clearly he was trying to suss you out by asking you to invite him, right?
Yeah, I just don't pay attention to the detractors and the nonsense. I mean,
yeah.
to me, we're past that.
I never met Dr. Keller again, but in 1988, when I decided to re-enter the scientific community, I sent him a resume and inquired about a job. Dr. Keller responded by telephone and told me that he was no longer active, but just functioned in a chief consultant capacity. He gave me the name of a contact to call in Las Vegas. I made that call and things progressed from there until I got to the program at S4.
And so you send him the resume and he remembers you somehow, and
yeah, because I made mention of the jet car in Los Alamos.
And then he sends your resume to EG&G, and then you get a job there.
I don't know if he sent it. He when he did reply to me, he gave me contact information for EG&G. So I don't know if he said, or just have a look at this young man or something like that, or if he did send the resumes. I don't know what happened behind the scenes.
Did you know anything about EG&G at the time, or?
I know they did measurements. They did all the. Those are the guys that came out and figured how to, photograph, an exploding nuclear bomb without it getting overexposed. They did all kinds of things, make giant flash tubes so you can photograph cities from bombers and stuff. So that's about all I know. I knew they were just, a contractor that did weird stuff for the government, but leaning heavily in the nuclear testing area.
It's a company that is the namesake of Doc Edgerton, who was MIT faculty, actually. And
Edgerton, Grimmerhausen, and Greer.
There you go.
Many types of cameras will be used. The most important are fast, which operate up to 9,000 frames per second and expose that entire footage in a fraction of a second.
Have you looked at any of the other, obviously you're really into nuclear, and then you worked on UFOs. There's this amazing book that I always cite that I'm sure you're aware of, Luigi, called UFOs and Nukes by a friend of mine named Robert Hastings. And he talks about UFOs like tic-tac, saucers, orbs, all these different shapes and sizes of UFOs showing up at nuclear bases all across the U.S.
I've certainly heard that.
Isn't that interesting? And there are 167 whistleblowers who are on what's called the PRP program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen because they're guarding the crown jewels of American defense.
Oh, really?
167 of these guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's really 167 of those guys?
167 of these guys. It's really wild.
That's incredible. I mean, that should be investigated further, and I'm sure it is, but not publicly. But you're talking about nuclear sites. If you're talking about nuclear sites, you are at the very core of national security.
So my point is if you're doing the photography of that early on, you've got to have some asymmetric knowledge of UFO stuff. That would be my guess.
Yeah, they were the guys documenting and photographing everything from every angle, from everywhere.
Yes.
So if in fact all that stuff was going on, EG&G had to catch something.
Totally. And EG&G, it keeps coming up for me too in my own investigations. Even there's this thing called the Wilson Davis memo, where the scientist who actually lives in Austin, his name is Eric Davis, meets with the head of J2 Joint Chiefs, under whose purview is all military technology, a guy named Admiral Thomas Wilson. And they're in the parking lot of EG&G, and Thomas Wilson is like furious that he doesn't have oversight over this specific corporate program, which seems to be reverse engineering exotic UFO material. So you get a job at EG&G. What's your first touch point there? And so you have a little bit of context, but
yeah, I originally went in there. I didn't know what the job was.
Yeah.
They interviewed me for that, and somewhere in the middle of it, they said, we actually have a different job that we're thinking of plugging you into now. I think I went to the bathroom, and when I came back, they said, we're changing channels. We think we have, and I think, so I don't know if they were both something at S4 or something else is going to be for EG&G or the Department of Naval Intelligence, and then they thought maybe S4 would be a better fit. I don't know what went on behind the scenes, but there were two jobs there, and they decided I'd be better off with the second one, and the second one was S4 out at the Papoose Lake area.
And what were they screening for? Like, what do you think they were asking you and trying to get at? And then when you go to the bathroom, why do they
I don't know.
shift and they say, this guy's actually going to, that UFO thing we're stuck on, this guy's going to break it wide open. He could be a good hire there.
I don't think that's what they said. But, I think they were stuck, and I think they kept, just because of the way the place is arranged, they kept trying to attack the problem from the same direction all the time, which is only going to yield the same result. In fact, if you expected anything else, you're nuts. That's the definition of crazy, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results. Most of their questions was not about my technical knowledge or work experience. It was what I did after work. And, like the projects I built, why did you do that? And I think they were just looking at trying to find somebody that was outside of the box.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I fit, because before that, you had really straight-laced scientists, physicists, technicians, that abided by the rules and all that. And they, look, we need a little push from another direction. And I mean, it's my guess. I think that's why they popped me.
At that point, do you have any idea what you're getting yourself into?
No, but they said it's at a remote area and the work hours can vary. Some people are out there for 2 weeks on, 1 week off.
Yeah.
Some people, and depends if they're married or not or anything. Can spend that much time out there. Some people only go out 3 days a week, and and some people are just on call, and for the time being, it would probably need you sporadically going out there on call, and until we get you up to speed. And do you have any problem with traveling? I said no. So I thought, wow, if it's out in the desert, it's probably. I thought it was the only thing I knew about the desert was at that time it's a nuclear test site. So I thought it was weapons related, and specifically nuclear weapon related. And I was going to be at the nuclear test site at somewhere, stationed near Mercury. The way it worked was they'd call me at random days, and they'd say, Mr. Lazard is now such and such time. We need you to come out today. So I'd go out there. I'd drive out to EG&G Special Projects, which was right in McCarran Airport at that time. I'd go through a little security there, and then out on the tarmac and board one of the Janet flights. They were only used by the government for going back and forth to the test site.
Wait, they took 31 million tower, or wait, you took right line of the way traffic downfield?
Yeah, we just took off and landed, and I still thought I was at I didn't know I was at Area 51.
Yep. And you land at Area 51.
Yeah.
And
first of all, at that time, Area 51 meant nothing. It was just, this is known as Area 51. Okay. As all the the test sites split up into areas. It's Area 2, Area 5, so it's 51. Okay.
At what point do you go to S4?
I've told the story so much, and it's been so long. All the days kind of mix and infuse into one now, so I can't separate what you did on that day. What'd you do on the third day? No,
of course.
But I don't think we drove down on the first day. I think it was just a paperwork and stuff day. But the second day, for sure, we drove down, got in the bus, and it was a long, bumpy ride. And the windows were blacked out on the bus, and it was just a navy blue painted bus, and it seemed like we went south. By the time we got off the bus, I mean, the sun was setting to my right.
And then what happens next?
Well, I mean, when I got there? Yeah. I mean, that's where Dennis let me in.
And he's Dennis for the audience.
I guess you could call him my supervisor, but he was kind of my shadow and everything. He was just attached to me.
This is Dennis Mariani. Yeah. And so he leads you in.
Yeah, he leads me in. There's a guard we get past him, and then they had to train the hand reader to give me a card to open the doors. So that's the first time I saw that hand scan. I get the card, he shows me this, you swipe on the door and it records every time you come in and out and do everything. And
is there a bodyguard or like a...
No, once you're in the room with the scanner, there's nothing. There's just where you open up, but it's just a really long corridor, and just kind of, it's not modern, looks old, it's just painted cinder block with light green and dark green. Kind of looked like my old kindergarten or something.
It's this vast expanse, and is all of it underground or in a mountain, or?
It's kind of on the side of a mountain.
Okay.
You know, it's, so the hangars are right on the side, or it's a hill, I guess, however you want to describe it.
Sure.
So the hangars are there, and then the corridor is in back of the hangars, so that gives you hangar access. And there were 9 hangars, so, and they're fairly big, so that explains why the corridors were so long.
And so you're in there, you see this vast expanse, then what happens?
We went to review the briefings first, so that was off to the right. We came in, there was a desk there, somebody had already laid out all the briefings, which were summaries of the projects going on. So they didn't go in depth, but in case your project connected to some of these in some way, you had to have a brief overview of what else was going on. Project Galileo was the first, the first briefing on there.
And so that was your project.
Yeah.
And then, but you had other briefings as well.
Yeah.
And that was Project Looking Glass.
Looking Glass and
what else?
Sidekick.
And Sidekick. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I imagine you take most interest in Galileo, but you also look through Looking Glass and Sidekick.
Yeah.
Is that right?
But Galileo dealt with the propulsion system of the craft, and the directives that are given. There were 2 primary directives. Is one to duplicate the propulsion system or components thereof with available materials, available Earth materials. And directive 2 was to be able to remotely disable the operation of the system. And I don't know how it was worded. Somewhere the word "at all costs" was in there. So that was really a high priority. But they certainly wanted to duplicate it, but they really wanted to disable it.
Do you think that's an important distinction in the mandate of the program? It's to not necessarily reverse engineer, but to parallel engineer, find ways to, with terrestrial, normal prosaic engineering, build.
Yeah, or come up with a hybrid system, something. Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is we want to produce the effects this machine is having. So just do it. However you can. Just do it.
Which makes sense given the skill set they seem to take interest in with you, because you are this outside of the box thinker.
Yeah.
You're not this prim and proper traditional academic or something who does not want to break rules, who might be extremely high IQ, but isn't necessarily rebellious in the way they think within these sort of narrow confines they're given.
Yeah, they were just looking to come at another angle, and maybe we can, uncover something.
And just for the audience, what is Sidekick and what is Project Looking Glass?
Sidekick was the weapon potential of the craft. The craft, if you're familiar with it, has 3 of the emitters on the bottom, like large trash cans, and they send out the gravity waves or whatever form of energy is, but Sidekick dealt with using those to focus a particle beam to stop it from diverging. So it appeared to be there was some sort of weapon potential doing that,
like a directed energy weapon.
Yeah, I think it was a particle weapon. So I don't know what the source was, but that's just what the briefing contained in it. And
are you given any other context before reading these documents?
No.
And when you're reading these documents, what's going through your?
No, some of the stuff in there was just nonsense. I mean, and you wonder, was this like a test? There is stuff like, the aliens had made 65 corrections to, in the evolution of humans and things. And as Barry explained to me, he said, look, they keep everything classified here, but if somebody says something, and they hear it on the grapevine, they said, yeah, they've got a disc, an alien craft, down at the test site. They don't know where it comes from. But everybody that they give briefings or information to, they put unique nonsense information there. So, like if I had said anything, they, said, yeah, flying saucers down there and aliens made 65 corrections. They go, Lazar's the guy. Yep, that. So that's why I think they put it in there to attach to a person, he got this. And they make it something enticing to say.
So you go through these briefings. What happens next?
At some point, I went to the nurse who was the only female that was there. She said, we have to do an allergen test. And I guess they had a bunch of samples from different materials. They drew a little grid on my and, waited for a reaction. They gave me something to drink, which is supposedly supposed to boost my immune system. It was a deep orange yellow color, and I think that was because the vitamin B was in there, and I can taste that because it's really a nasty taste.
What did it taste like?
Yeah, like a vitamin B solution. Okay. But it did, but it also had a pine taste to it. But anyway, that was that. I wasn't allergic to anything, as it turned out, and eventually go in and was introduced to Barry, who's going to be my lab partner. And, from what I understand, I was replacing somebody that he worked with.
What was Barry like?
Barry, I don't know, how would you describe Barry? Barry was very enthusiastic. Yeah, he was really happy I was there, and really excited to show me stuff. But clearly a lot had been done before I got there. Yeah. If this was new, everything would be white, right? Everybody would be in, you always want labs and everything white in case you see a little speck of dust or a part falls somewhere you can identify them. You wouldn't have, wooden lab benches and things like that. You'd probably have people in full respirator suits if they're just beginning, but these guys had reached a point where it was nonchalant, where they were touching, working with this stuff, and it really wasn't a thing, as if they were taking apart a car engine. So they had made a lot of progress, and they weren't afraid of what they were working with, although we were plenty afraid of the reactor.
And you at no point were you like, this could be some anti-gravity secret program that I just wasn't cleared to.
No.
Okay.
I mean, initially when I first saw it, I went, "Oh, that's what this whole thing's about." It's just our new fighter, and it looks like a flying saucer. So that's why people believe in flying saucers, because they see these new fighters flying around, it became quickly obvious that wasn't the case. Like, we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible, and there's no country in the world could make something like that, or have the power density that it has. It's inconceivable. So, to affect space and time, look, if another country was able to build something like that, the United States wouldn't exist. To anybody who's a detractor, who could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a prop. Some people would say, do you think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people and all that? Because I built it, there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% not possible. It's as far as if we have to consider it being a 52, almost 53 foot diameter craft, the main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one point stand up in the middle of, that main level is in the center of the disc. And
there is nothing that was visually witnessed on the bottom level when he peaked that is a supporting column holding that 53-foot diameter floor. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material.
You know, that's the first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting. That's
Well,
right.
because I built it.
Yeah, I think you know more about the craft at this point.
Because of the thickness of the floor that we could see, because of the lip of the access way, we could see the thickness of the floor. Also, where the honeycomb hatchway is, you can see the thickness of the floor. That thickness,
52 feet diameter.
There is nothing
with
on
no
Earth
central support
that would not be doing boring like this and maybe it potentially collapse. There's nothing. We have nothing.
That's a completely unique structural
Yeah.
anomaly.
Yeah.
Good job, Luigi. Yeah, no, I never even entertained that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's right, but that's 100% true.
Yeah. There's nothing that can do that.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. What is the color of the craft itself?
It's kind of a pewter stainless looking, but it's Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away.
Describe how
Jeez, I wish I could. I've tried to describe this a lot. And what's interesting is that my friend Gene Huff, who was my kind of confidant at the time, and I'd tell him about this stuff, and I said, one of the weirdest things is if you're close to it, it looks like a craft, and when you get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this and getting it out, and sure as hell, whatever they did, Luigi will probably best tell you about that. When they take the camera and they put it in the hanger and look at it close up, it looks like it should. And if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks, so they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close that it's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual craft.
And there's a part of the craft that you described as blacker than black. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. You know what they call the portholes around the top?
Sure.
I do not believe are portholes. But I think there's a black ring that goes around the top part of the craft, and we call that the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in that top section, but that's where these small square / rectangular holes are around. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking at starlight or whatever. It determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black. And it's not just Fanta black at all. They almost look like bottomless pits in there. But I know they're solid. I mean, Barry told me they're solid. I guess I don't know. Barry claimed they're solid, so to be technical, I don't know for a fact. I mean, but I still think there is some kind of sensors, but that is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black.
What's up, Tony?
It doesn't look right.
Did anybody else say that going into the craft gave them an
episode is almost
Yeah,
done.
he did say.
I just want to show you.
He was definitely unnerved.
All right.
I think was his word. Looking at those.
What?
And just being in the craft generally, was that like a kind of ubiquitous thing at S4? Like, you want to do that thing?
Show me what you want.
That from anybody, but it certainly was for me.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I will
because
show
the first
something,
thing you
and
think, boy,
you
that must have been
must
so
tell me
exciting.
if it's good or not. There is hello,
Hello.
but not my face. Not my face. Okay, so So, this is the episode, yes?
Okay.
You are talking, boom, boom, boom. And now, is it cup? Is it good?
Yeah, that's
Can
fine.
I hear it?
Yeah, that seems fine.
And you looking like this, and like 3 minutes you were looking like this. So yeah, and it's gonna be like time a capsule.
Okay.
So yeah, so like if you don't mind, I will gonna have that.
That seems fine.
Okay. Because that website doesn't have like some, like, if you know, from like CapCut or something like that. A visual.
Okay.
Or I can't find it.
Okay.
So everything in the cloud has to be some. That's why Yoshi put the fires over there. It's burning. If there's wood burning, you have a carbon that needs wood to burn. Then it requires salt.
Good news is Jessica is coming back for season 2.
What's coming back for season 2?
Chess league, my league about chess.
That's great.
So yeah, we knew, people knew everything.
Then I shouldn't have to solve it. Only some. That requires wood. It wasn't the same thing. That wood.
So Jessica is coming back. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Did you ever play sport like football or basketball or soccer?
Yeah, I've played golf, basketball, soccer, football, tennis, racquetball, squash, swimming.
Nice.
Hold on. Running.
In these streams?
It's too hard because I have to hold a camera.
Yeah. But like, will you ever go back to like be in the shape or something like that?
Yeah.
They go together, and therefore, which require salt.
How tall are you?
5'9" 3/4".
Okay, so you are taller, but you are not that. Okay. Nice, very nice.
Talking about they were with us. But tell them don't come. The wine doesn't. There's me. That's what we eat on Shabbos. Wow, the chila and the shtik.
What is your favorite? No, what is your dream collab with someone in streams or with like genuine?
I want to do
person.
I want to do a 24-hour stream with Joe Rogan and a bunch of comedians, and we have a sleepover, and we play video games and like eat pizza and drink beer and stuff.
With who?
I want it to be on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Mm-hmm. And do you have some streamers like collab, maybe Maro or Lacey or this kind of guys?
Yeah, I mean, Aiden Ross has been in my stream, so it'd be cool to meet him IRL. Dr. Disrespect's been in my stream, so that'd be cool. Mr. Beast would be cool. Sniper Wolf would be cool. Like all of them. Like I've created clips of like every streamer ever, basically. At least every one on Kick. So all those people would be cool.
Okay. Next time I will gonna stream on Rambo and Kick and hopefully on Twitch. Can we like do get like something? I don't know.
What do you want?
Some call or something like that.
What do you want? What do you want?
I can't hear you because it's like frozen. What?
Okay, what did you say?
I was saying if when I'm gonna have another stream on Rambo or something like that, can we do like something together or something like that?
I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know, just talking maybe for the first one because I need to know how to do it and this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you stream, just come in here and then you have somebody on your stream as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because it's hard to like streaming. It's not hard, but it's more easier to do like with someone. If you know.
Exactly. So you come in here and then you just do your stream, and then if you want to talk, we can talk, and then that's on your stream. And if you want to show your camera, you can.
Okay.
If you want to focus on your audience, you can. But then you have real people to talk to, and then you have your chat.
Okay, yeah. I will gonna definitely because I want to like truly do it. I want to have like because I think it's good to know how to talk to camera, and I'm happy. I'm not like doing it because it's like mass. I'm doing it because it's fun and it's like for me it's good. So yeah, so I will gonna use it for sure.
Okay.
Do you need heads up?
Do I need a headset?
Do you need like 1 hour or like half hour before I'm gonna tell you like this is streaming and this, because people talk here and I don't know if maybe that like some of people talking it's like good for Kick or Twitch. I want to be banned if you know.
Yeah, I mean, people know I'm streaming in here, and generally, if they think that, if I think that they're saying something inappropriate, I do my best to say, "Hey, you can't talk about that" or something. But usually, that only has to do with like really serious subjects. So, um, generally, I mean, I can't say 100% of the time, but 99.999% of the time, no one's going to say anything in here because they know I'm streaming. So if they know it's okay that I'm streaming it, then it should be okay for you to stream it.
True. That's true. Do you know I have feared something. I don't want to see my friends on my like from schools I like from friends or school on my classmates. I don't want to see these streams or these YouTube videos or like or like me talking, but like in like people who I don't know, it don't matter.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I think a lot of people are like that.
No, I think that's later. It's later also. Let me show that later. I have to show later.
So a little later today, I'm going to teach a class which is going to take about 2 hours. So I don't know when you're going to stream or whatever, but if I'm unavailable, I'll still be in here. It's just I won't be able to focus on you.
So like we're gonna have in 1 month and 1 week I'm gonna have my birthday.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
So and I will be 22. Then 22. I will go.
Okay.
I was hoping for more altruism. I was hoping like, yeah, let's go, Tony. Yeah, you are not old and this, but you just yeah.
It's just you as you get older, birthdays don't become that important. You recognize that it's just another rotation around the sun.
Yeah.
That's life. And it's not a big birthday. 22 is not a big birthday. If you were turning 18 or 20 or 21 or 30 or 40, okay, yeah. But 22 is just kind of like whatever. And you've got to, and it's not close to your birthday. Your birthday's still 40 days away. If you were like, my birthday's tomorrow, oh, great, congratulations, like happy birthday. But you got to, that's not the right focus. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. You should always be aware when your birthday is. But it's like, you can't expect other people to get excited about your birthday that happens in 40 days. That's not a big deal.
You got me, okay? You got me. Internet, he got me.
There you go.
He got me.
There you go. Even if it were this month, I'd be like, oh, okay, cool. but it's like it's next month and 10 days. And that's like, all right. I mean, it's on my radar, but it's not even this month. So, you know, I'm happy for you though.
And okay, and it's not even next month. It's like in the next month.
Exactly. So it's like, okay. I mean, it would be like me saying like, oh, my birthday's in 5 months or whatever. Okay, would you want me to get excited about that? Like, that's not it's not like it's not that close, is what I'm basically saying. So if you wanted me to get excited about it, then keep in mind it should be a little closer. And then also, I didn't know if you were going to tell me something like, and I plan on doing something and something and something. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like you were just like, in 1 month and 1 week is my birthday, and I'm like, okay, okay, and like, is there more to it? And you're like, oh, I thought you'd be excited for it. It's like that's 40 days away. So it wasn't as much that I wasn't. Do I what?
What?
Go ahead.
Do you do some parties for some birthday, when a big birthday? Do you do here?
Yeah, I've had like we celebrate people's birthdays in here if they want. Some people don't. Like I celebrated
I
my.
want.
I
want so much.
Okay.
I
Well,
want.
all right. Well, then come. I mean, come in here now. 40 days before, and then like the people who like we'll sing happy birthday to people and such, and if they want. There are some people who don't want to make a big deal out of their birthday, and that's cool. For my birthday, just it depends. I mean, I treat it like a normal day. It's not like anything life changing. This year, I made a special video that I basically was undertaking a. I was undertaking a project in addition to the project that I currently do, where I wanted to teach a class on Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, at least one class per day for the rest of my life. And so I've been doing that now for 148 straight days. And so like that had a significant impact on my life this year. That's the class I'll teach later today. But I mean, really, what do you want me to do about it? It's not like I'm with you in person where I can be like, hey, we're gonna go out to dinner for your birthday, or we're gonna go on vacation or something for your birthday. It's like I want you to celebrate it. I want you to have a good day. And if you come in here, we'll sing you happy birthday, or we'll do something and whatever. But it's like it's just a day. And you'll find you'll find as you get older, especially now that you're not like in your teens, birthdays just kind of run together. Like they're big when you're a kid. Hey, it's your 8th birthday. Great job. Like, okay, that's cool. Because you've only ever celebrated 8 birthdays. But now you're going to be celebrating 22. And it's like, okay, you're an adult. There isn't really a highlight of the 22nd birthday, at least not in the United States. Like when you turn 18 in the United States, you're considered an adult, and that's big. You can go to the movies and do some other things. When you're 21 in the United States, you can drink. That's big. If you were like, hey, I turned 21 in 40 days or whatever, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. Do you have plans? And you'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go out with my friends and we're going to go get drunk or whatever. Okay, that's cool. I mean, just be safe or whatever. But 22, you could already do all that kind of stuff. And you'll find as you get older, birthdays just don't resonate. You've done it before. It's just a sign of experience.
Okay, so I understand. But like on my 23 birthday, because you will be famous and this shit.
Yeah, that'll be a big deal. That'll be a big deal. But let's one step at a time, basically.
I know, but internet, he got me. He got me.
There you go. There you go. As your birthday comes up, though, if you remind me, you know, there's something to get excited about, but not when it's not even this month, and it's it's 40 days away. So is it in July?
Even next month.
Exactly. Is it in July?
Yeah, the first of
Oh, that's a good birthday, though.
Yeah, it's like basically start of summer.
Well, sort of. The solstice is technically the start of summer, which is June 21st, and at least in the United States, the start of summer is usually Memorial Day weekend, which is this weekend. But what it is the start of is the fiscal year in business. So a lot of business calendars start on your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool. And it's the start of the month, which is cool too.
No, I feel old.
All right.
I feel old. I don't know why.
Okay. Well, I mean, your age is relative. To a classroom of first graders, you are old. To a classroom of elderly people, you're not old. It's just relative. And especially with mind uploading technology and life extension technology and perhaps age reversal, 22 is just a number. In the future, your cellular age may be younger than it currently is right now.
Yeah. That's true.
It is true.
That's true.
So it's like and I think about that, like, you know, however old you may be, it's just a number. If life extension technology and mind uploading technology and age reversal are a thing, then it's not like what it once was. Like, death was imminent and a destiny for for everyone. But there may be a way around it now. And if there's a way around it, then age is just a number.
We have this one, you know, the cloud of Prophet Cloud. That's a deal. But if you're going to remove the wood, which requires salt.
That's true. That's good. Till my 25, I am still young adult.
Yeah, I mean, people might consider you to be a young adult until maybe at least 30.
And you are 30?
No, I'm 40.
Oh. That's very interesting.
It's not. I bet your parent. It's not. I bet your parents are 40. Do you say to them, "That's very interesting"? No, it's an age.
Yes, sometimes.
Okay.
No, you know the same name. That was right.
That's okay. No big deal.
So you are basically young.
I'm 40 years old. You can refer to me in any way you want. I'm here to help you. I have a lot of knowledge that I've gleaned over the last 4 decades of life.
I'm not saying bad. I'm not saying bad. Pero, yeah, when this conversation is going to be in 1,000 years, then this will be, these people are stupid. And you'll be like, what the fuck they are doing?
Well, and then perhaps at that time we'll be 1,040 and 1,022 years old, and we'll be like, wow, remember we were just babies.
Yeah, true. Do you have age when you want to have kids, or when it's come to round,
When it comes around, but I've always felt that I wanted to be like 50 when I wanted to have children. I always wanted to be older. I felt that I wanted to be established and have knowledge. I did not want to be a young father. That was something that I absolutely wanted to avoid.
Yeah.
I felt that I wanted the maturity. The older I could wait, the more knowledge I could bestow upon my children, and the better they would be. I can think of myself at age 20.
Age 52, 53.
I mean, I don't really focus on those things.
I understand. But like in my mind, like I want to have kids by 30, 32, 33, because I want to have kids when I accomplish my goals and my dreams.
Okay.
Because when you have kids, you are focused on them more.
I agree with you.
If you
I agree with you.
So that's why I want to have kids when I accomplish my dream, because, like I said, the kids is a very big responsibility, and yeah.
That's correct.
Do you? I am first. I am the first man from Czech Republic, or first person who is here.
No, I've had people from Czech Republic before.
Oh, okay. I see. Yes. Yes. Do you think it's here more guys from Europe or more guys from USA and Asia and this?
Definitely United States. Africa's really big too. We've had some people from Australia, certainly Europe, Asia, definitely India, everywhere in the world, Canada, United Kingdom, but generally places where they speak English.
Is ever happened that some woman here was like flirting with you?
Flirting with me? Yeah, I've gotten people to flirt with me. Sometimes women come in here and just openly masturbate, and it is what it is. Like they turn their camera on and they look at me in the camera and they masturbate to me.
That ass. Oh,
I'm not kidding.
Jesus
I wouldn't
Christ.
joke about something like that. It's happened. There's streamers or OnlyFans girls. There's streamers or OnlyFans girls or whatever, and they get horny and they recognize that I'm always online and there's something attractive about that, and then they just turn their camera on. They're absolutely naked, and I mean it's one of the reasons why you have to be 18 to be in here. And then they masturbate, and then they go on their way, and it's like, all right, that's what you want to do. Knock yourself out.
Oh my. Wow.
There's a certain power in being and recording your life. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lot of power, but some people find it very attractive.
That's a vibe. That's wow. Wow. Okay, serious a question. Should I do OnlyFans, but should I post my podcast there?
Yeah, you should put your podcast everywhere that it can be
Okay, serious
heard.
a question. Should I Okay. Okay. OnlyFans, here we go. And these people have no contact. We say, oh my god. Oh. Brother, that's why. That's. But I think OnlyFans doesn't have to be like sexual, no?
No, they have
It
comedians.
can be like no more thing.
No, they have comedians on there. They have people who don't show any nudity. A lot of celebrities go on there. They're trying to branch out to be less adult and more of just a platform.
Mm. Let's go. So yeah, I'm gonna have OnlyFans, bro, and everybody know it right now. What the fuck? I don't want to be model. I want to be like, bro. I don't want to be model. I want to be like, bro. Should I put my name like onto Jacques OnlyFans, or should I just write like podcast for like my safety and for if my colleagues or my friends find out?
I mean, if you're not naked, then what's the big deal?
Bro, that's right. Okay, OnlyFans. Internet, don't judge me, okay? Don't judge me.
My man, it's just skin.
That's. They hear me? My podcast network. bio or the journey website for Amazon Safe. Oh, I don't have my name anymore. That's good.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Wood requires wood to burn it. You take the wood, you put on top of other wood, the burning wood. You take salt, you sprinkle it on. You do some dialogue, you never bring the thinking. First of all, we didn't know that you could bring wood at the cart. And then you bring wood at the cart, you sprinkle salt on it.
That's absolutely wild.
Okay. Continue. Now, we have another nice sugya now about blood. Here, I ask this question before share, as we started sharing, what? How can you drink blood? Regular blood. If you want to be over cars, maybe you're not allowed to drink it like that. Probably not. But you're not over the cars. I'm big cars now. After the water, I'm the man they grow it down. We have this whole word out of the that helps us that blood doesn't get salted. A lot of them have amino down the body milk. I was thinking salted milk. Water keeps the mouth clean, but how do you salt blood? Once you salt blood, you ruin the blood. And once you ruin the blood, it can't be used. That as a party, you can't spray blood on his back. It's ruining blood. Give them out. And I'm going to turn it down.
I'm on okay. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ.
If you take blood and you cook it, you're not over. There's a car. Cook blood. You hear this? So here's the way out. You should have answered, and you know that there's another way. There's another way. You're having you know maybe down shingle. You add salt to it. You're not over. It says Rashi right over here. And he says that here, it's just underlining. When you add salt to blood, it's like as if you boiled it. And when you boil it, it loses its properties of blood. And therefore, it kind of grows. That's where you can spray on the death. So why do I need a party to tell me they should put salt in the blood? You add salt. Oh, you ruined it. Rabbi Rothschild day, Almighty. Another side I love, and not going to get to us, but we're going to finish. A varden should slug the hell on anybody machine with rapid fire. When you have a limbs of the animal that you put on the grill first, before you put it, you're supposed to put the meat of the card on.
Many
Directly on the fire of it without ever grilling it. But when you grill it, you do that first. Because the aroma comes out of it at that point. Now they're saying of it, oh, it's a catch like this. Why do you need a pulse of this? Say that you don't put the salt in blood. Bloody. The salt, blood that has salt, is not. Good blood. You can't even drink it and you're not even covered. So what do you need a special part of the say you should put salt in the blood? That means you can't put salt in the blood. Now the thing. Imo, משהו מסוים. משהו לא. The Rambam even says that the mitzvah of salting people. One granular, or whatever it's called, 1 grain of salt. 1 grain of salt, the yoitzer. That's the yoitzer, that. Okay, so you put more. The bottom of the oven, but it how? How much salt? But if you put a little bit in, then you didn't ruin it. It's still available for the bath. So I think that you should salt. Put the blood, very little, just to be like, so not little way that's still kosher to sit on his bath. That if you eat that blood, you're the highest part, but at the same time, you're yielding to the mitzvah of salting by putting a little tiny bit of that. And that's why I need a pulse of the same. They shouldn't even put a little bit. Just learn over every the damage is just like, hey, you don't know that. Just learn. If you cook up the blood, boil the blood, and you're not overcharged. But the brother, Schmeichel, the brother says, so raise your body off, but I have to go on fashion. It was a dorm, but hold on. What's the most important? It actually says, this one, chef. Cutting some highlights, it says. It's from the launch of the Promise Island. This is part of it. It means that it is. Boiled up. It was a that hollow. That the blood is congealed. It's like a solid form. Yeah. Gala, Mama's Gala. Here, I'll show you a little bit of video. But really, it belongs here. This is the schmack stuff. Let's see what other title is. That looks nice. Oh.
That's all.
Later, so we're not going to show it later. Basically, you know, it says later, you can say just enough time. It's like a Islamic thing. Put it. I don't know if that Crickets. The bird says, you shouldn't eat Taylor, you shouldn't eat fat. So what if you look at fried fat, boiled it up, and it became like a liquid? Maybe that's how the bird says, but this one is. But you break it with a straw. Tired, it's still tired. I'm a part of the foolish that if you boil up blood, you're tired. Why are you telling me that if you boil up blood, you're fucking? Serious? It says boil up blood, fucker. And here it says it's foolish. He puts that down, not call it. Boil it up and you ate it up. Then you ate it. It's still nice. It doesn't really catch you. Or catch you with a comment. There's different ways to heat it up. If you heat it up with a fire, it'll never go back to where it was. If you heat it up in the sun, then it would, like it's hard to explain right away, but we're like, oh, that. It never goes back to the original consistency. Look how all that correct. And right now, you can't eat it. It's not difficult. It's you wait a few hours. We'll go back to its original form. That's the water.
Hey!
Hi, Mr. Aquarius.
Are you back? Back?
Yeah. I'm still waiting because the side job I have, it starts tomorrow, but I'm trying to see if I can. I'm still trying to see what the requirements are because I was looking for another remote position. So yeah. I added you on this account because that second account got disabled. So I added you on this one, my main account. But yeah, I'll message you in case I have to
I got it. Right. I got all your accounts now.
I'll message you if I have to go away for a couple of days. But yeah, so we're working and all that. Sometimes I lose track of time. You have to text mine.
Okay. Right. Alright, I'll get back on you. Alright. Get back on you.
In 2 hours from now, it's going to be liquid again. Right now, you ate it as gala. You bought it. No, Rocco shut it. The other one is the raya of that. One pushed off and pushed off. Why did Rocco say that? The difference between it became boiled with sun or boiled on an oven. The boiled in the sun is going to go back and eventually it's going to go back to water. That. What do you have? I'm going to say that's missing. A chunk of it, right? We saw it. One little chunk. You can't be in carbon. Then back on the here. You're right. The carbon is garbage. Why? Because once you put it on this bath for 1 minute, you know, you're in this bath later. It's the answer.
Yeah, from an outsider it might be, but no, when you're really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really frightening.
And you walked around what looked like the cockpit of this thing.
First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller and narrower than you think. You have to crawl in, and you really can't stand up until you're almost right in the center. So it doesn't have really. It's really all unusable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space in there, and because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have all that space, and what reason the craft is shaped like that. But there were 3 things that looked like seats. We called them seats. Other humps, large rectangular smooth objects in there. There were 3 of those. We know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor that amplifies the gravity wave, and it's channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifiers. Again, we just called the seats because they look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out that they were not seats at all. Yet another component we just knew nothing about.
Bob always found it to be really weird that when the waveguide is applied right on top of the reactor, these 2 guys, they're looking out. There's a one of the archways that become transparent, so he believes that maybe that is where they're looking. But this guy here is staring at a pipe.
Oh, the archway becoming transparent is so they can see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I never made that connection.
Yeah, they're looking at it.
Oh.
And there's a screen, the blue screen with the symbol.
With the Korean language, yeah.
And then I've always thought, and I thought maybe they all become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, all the archways can become transparent. Why would it only be one? It's so dark and
fascinating. And you saw a translucent, almost Korean-looking symbols. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the wall become translucent, and at some point saw some kind of what I would call symbols, but not on in a 3-dimensional way, not on a flat screen or anything like that.
Yeah, explain how you saw it, because you were explaining it to me yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a 3-dimensional character sitting
Almost
in
like
there.
a projection, you said.
Yeah,
He was explaining it to me yesterday, because he explained it actually better yesterday than before I produced it.
Yeah.
And you were saying it looked almost like a projection.
Yeah, it wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a 3-dimensional thing in the air.
Describe the day that you saw this thing fly.
It was already out. Barry and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight." And I said, "Oh, this is great." So we go out to the lab door, right into the hangar. It was already outside, sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got
Hello,
out
Mr.
there,
Paris. How are you?
I did notice there was a radio.
How are you?
And I mentioned
I'm
this in
thankfully.
Luigi's movie, a VHF radio.
What's
and
good in your world?
communication. So it
Nothing. Just finding me trying to find another live stream home to go to. I might go to Vigo, but I'm just trying to find something else. Just the same thing. Nothing else.
All right.
But JC doing. I saw the JC just now.
Yeah, I heard. Glad that J-Ski's back. I sent you a message when I saw him. And
I did. I know. I wasn't on. I'm sorry.
you're good. That's not on you. Are you
Hey.
did you try Clapper?
I ain't checked after yet. Dude, I ain't trying to get banned like you.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think you'll get banned.
And there's a lot of people don't go on there. They don't stay. They don't stay. They leave like you get 5, you go back down to 3. It's like you don't stay.
Yeah, but you're a woman, and women usually on social media do better than men.
I don't have no videos on nothing, so yeah.
Neither did I. I mean, literally, I just created my account and hit go within 1 minute. I didn't even have my profile set up or anything yet, and it'll get you people.
Let's see. I ain't looking right now, but we're gonna see what they're talking about. All right, start live. Before you go live, okay, yeah, okay. Let's see, we're gonna do this. Let's see. Let's see what I'm doing. I know I look a mess. I don't care. Oh, they do verses too. They have verses on here. Let's see.
Start scrolling and then do what? That would be not good. We're closing. So, this hearing, it's blood on your hand. Happens on the other one. You're bleeding on your hand. The blood comes up to your head. So, if it's dry blood, then that would be a risk of pizza. But what about if it's liquid still? It's still moist.
Everybody over here, yeah, what's going on? Everybody over here, what's going on? Ain't nobody over here, Rabbi.
Nobody came in?
I don't even see nothing. What did I do? Ain't nobody coming. Ain't nobody coming. No. I don't know. Ain't nobody coming. Give it a minute, though. Let's go stop it. I'm laughing. But there's somebody. Hi, DCA. Hello. See, I gave it a minute. Hi, Justin. Hello. Hi, Margaret. Hello, welcome. Hello. Hi, Daniel. Hello, welcome. Hi, Francis. Hi. Hello. Hi. How are you? Happy Sunday. For your day weekend to everybody. Hello. Hi. Hello. Yep, it's Sunday. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Hello. Hi. I'm new here. Make sure y'all hit the follow if you want to. Hi. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Nope, you cannot see my belly button. Send me a gift. Send me a gift first. Do they do gifts out here?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Send me a gift first.
I made 50 cents in 20 minutes yesterday.
Español. No habla español poquito. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Thank you. I had something a little bit more cheaper, more expensive, but you want me to show my belly button. And I'm not going to get banned on here. I don't know what they do. I'm not getting banned on here. You want me to get banned. Thank you. I appreciate it. No. You want to see my belly? This is how you're going to get. There you go. Right there. That's my belly. There you go. That's all you can see. Now. I'm not finna get banned on here. Thank you, Daniel. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Make sure y'all follow me. Gretchen Diamond stuff. Hi. Hello. Y'all have any questions? Y'all can ask me some questions.
And it never rests. 7 days a week. It's bringing the salt, the water.
Make sure it's good. So, well, I don't even know what this means. English, no español, poquito. Nope. I need to get an admin in here. These people do that. Nope, not gonna get my shirt off. Sorry, Mike. Not taking my shirt off. Sorry. Hello, Pookie. I don't know what this means. I wish you can translate. Translate. There we go. Yeah, translate. I only show women. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to get ready to remove y'all. Y'all gotta get back here. Yeah, you gotta remove. Gotta get back. People want to talk about their airplane. Get back. Nope. Gotta get out of here. Wish I could burst people, but I don't want to burst nobody right now. From London, hello. Thank you. Okay, hello. Hello. Good, sir, hello. Francis, SK013, hello. To do, hello. A lot of people coming up in here. Hey, Blake, hello. Hello, people, hello. Hello. Rabbi, you in here?
No.
Oh, I just hear my echo. Listen, hello, Michael, hello. Happy, hello. Yeah, Wayne, hello. Milano, hello. Jeremiah, hello. Shrifai, hello. Hello. Feel free to ask questions if you want King of Clubs. Hello. Welcome. Joey, 01892, hello. Izza, hello. Hello, everyone. We go down and come up. Take this in here. Delete this comment. Delete that. Delete. Ooh, I got 12 people in here. Hello.
That's big time.
That's now. Hello. Hello. Yeah, can always speak to me. Hi. This app is wow. I know, right? It is, Jason. It is real wow. It's wow. Hello. It is wow. A lot of people that will do that show, they barely take your shirt off and all that.
I saw the set actually says a lot. We were trying to the little according to this, the left seems like some places on the spot. That's a lot. As it says, I don't know how you like it, but what I thought you have to like
Hello, Mr. Nice.
The official edition and the fantasy.
Hello, Mr. Nice. How are you? They have a thing on here called D&D, and anything goes on that. Oh, wow. I won't be doing that. So how long you been on here, Jason? You feel level 15 on here. Can you tell me anything about it? I think I'm new on here. Hello. Hi, Blaze. Hey, how are you? I'm doing good. Yeah, happy Memorial Weekend to everybody. Look at you. Thank you. You look a mess, but thank you. Oh, okay, yeah, TikTok is alright, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, TikTok is alright.
If the salt is on a limb of an animal, and I use the salt right off.
Thank you, Blade. Thank you.
Let's do something else. Get that. I put salt on a limb, and it fell off the limb after I'm done salting. Salt doesn't stay. Some of it falls.
Hello, Crazy Thing. Make sure y'all hit me with a follow. I might come back on here later. We'll get out there around 3:40, maybe 3:30. We just can get out there after a while. Just wanted to check it out.
On the animal, the victims, I'm over.
Thank you, Blade.
I'm done. I was time for this, so why am I
Hey, you from New York? Oh, yeah, just say the do not disturb thing on here. What is it doing? Oh, yeah. You click that. Then it have open. I'm from PAU. I'm down south. Hi, Andrew. Hi, my score time. You said ouchie, huh? Okay. Oh my. I don't know what he said. Outfit. Oh, my outfit. Never the double top. This was double top. It says hello weekend. That's all. This is double top. That's it. Who's trying to get up here? Jacob, I don't know you, baby. I don't know you. So I don't let everybody be up here. I don't know you. Are you going to do anything crazy? Anything? Because I'm not going to just let you up. I'm not going to be showing nothing. If you're going to show something, I can't let you up. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Okay, right down. Yeah. Cut it. I'm not doing it. Right down. Yeah. This ain't the live. This is not the live. This is not the live. I already know, Blade. I already know. That's why he got down. I said, you want to show your private part, then you might bet you calm down. He showed it. Because I'm not, and I don't know you. Okay? I don't know you. You know? We're not doing that. Yep, a lot of them. I read all of them here.
Whatever I eat my steak with, am I allowed to bring it in? So we have a plate to show you. The place that says you're allowed. Practice says you're not allowed.
Hi, Parker. Yeah.
So there's the get thoughts over here. Going back to soul, going back to food that comes from the outside.
Have you been live on here yet, though, Blade? Have you been live? Let me see. Blade. Oh, yeah, Blade back.
Ask him to follow.
Hello. Follow y'all. Follow me. Listen, people coming back up and now y'all follow me. Oh, I got 17 followers.
Wow. That's great, Miss Aquarius. That's really great.
My friend was telling me to tell them to follow me. You already followed. I'm telling them I got 17 followers.
That's great.
I know, right?
It's really great.
Yeah, I joined it yesterday. Okay. Then my parents like, did you get a right to go back? And I came back. Let me see what's going on. Do I want to Jacob? Do I want to see you? First of all, are you going to show yourself? Have you even followed me? Are you going to show your little private part? If you're going to show your private part, no, I don't want to show you. If you're going to show your face and have a shirt on, then yeah. But in that, if you're going to just be naked and just show yourself, no. Because I'm not going to be getting banned because you want to come up here and show your private part. Follow me, send me a gift. And hey, we'll be cool with that. Chat with me. We'll be cool with that. It's okay. I haven't really went around the platform yet. Hello, everyone. Make sure y'all follow me. Follow me. Hello, everyone. Make sure y'all follow me. Hi, Ruby. Hi, Aunt. Now we got 18 followers. I ain't trying to do nothing. Hold on, do I want to see? Huh? Delete that from me. Alright. Welcome to Chapel. Hope you enjoy your time and make good friends. Oh, thank you. Have you, Gunnar? Do you like it on here? Have you met some good friends on here? Just follow me. Thank you. Just follow me. Thank you. Yeah, you got some followers. Okay. Oh, somebody's trying to get by now. Money man. Money man. You haven't even said nothing to me. Make sure y'all follow me. You're not. Are you trying to get up here me to show your face? Do you have clothes on? Because I don't want to see that. I don't. Oh yeah, I believe it. I believe it. You didn't know what that was, you knew? Yeah, you gotta be careful what you be pushing. What happened? Oh, now be careful what I be pushing. Yeah, I am. I really am. So be careful because I'm not. That's why I ain't letting nobody up because I really don't know what they can be doing. We know that how often that's very basically it's easy to sit down after you're like it's that's not London. London, okay. Oh yeah, I heard about somebody just told me about some DMV. No, okay. Okay. Nice. So really have to make sure. Hi. Maybe another show. Let's see. 1K USD. Get off your options to no welfare. Okay. Hi, Amanda. How are you? There she goes. Oh, there you go. You good? That's good. I see you be going live. You have a friend? Okay. Oh, that's the name? Nice, nice. Aquarius gang. Aquarius gang. Can I use the salt for that sandwich? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You just said you had a friend that his name Mr. Curry. Your name Mr. Curry or something? Shut up. That ain't your birthday. That is not your birthday. You must just look at my. Did you just look at my birthday or something? Well, make it 3, because I got your birthday, sweetheart. Happy birthday, baby, January 22nd. Yes, ma'am. That's why I told you to shut up. We got the same birthday, yeah. USA. Do you go live, Amanda? It's so I'll follow you. We have the same birthday as you. Big 3 bully. I don't know you, so I don't accept people. Listen, you're not going to, if you got a shirt on, you're not going to show nothing, you're not naked, then I will accept you. But if you need that, then you are, you might want to not even think about just staying there because I'm not going to accept you. Is that you right there? That's you. Is that you, Amanda? Oh, that is you. Okay. Let me put this on. Let me put this on. I enjoyed her. Y'all better see I follow her. She's pretty. She's from where you from, Rabbi.
She's from Irvine?
She's from LA.
Okay.
I had put it on desk because I didn't, feedback and I had added her thing. I'm back. Get out here 3:45, y'all. I'm gonna go to her live. Say she'll be live. She's cool. Yeah, there's some red people. Red people over here. Delete that one. Make sure y'all follow me. Nobody else is here. Thank you so much. Okay. Bring somebody get off here in a minute. I appreciate everybody being over here. I'll be getting off here at 3:45. I appreciate everybody making y'all get me hello. I maybe come back on later, but check this out. See what it's about. Going to say there's 250 in our group. Oh, the World Cup, nice. Okay, come to the they really was serious. They had a World Cup down here. Wow. You heard about that, Rabbi? They're gonna have the World Cup down here.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. They were serious about that. They were real serious about having that. And then it's the politics, the Democratic thing down here too. They're serious about that. Let's see what they're talking about. So I only do English. That's private. What's private, Louis? What's private? What's talking about? Let me delete that because I don't know what you're talking about. Hi, Louis. Hello. Well, come up. Oh, yeah, 22 followers so far.
That's great.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Make sure y'all follow me. I'll be getting off in 6 minutes. Follow me. Hello, Andres. Hi, Gonzalo. Hello, everyone. Make sure y'all follow me. I'll be getting off in 5 minutes. Habla inglés. No habla español. Tito. Hello. How are you, Gonzalo? What is after Is it Dolces or Torres? Is it Torres? Torres, ain't it? I think it's Buenos Torres.
Correct.
Yeah, only habla English. Habla English. No habla español. No habla español. That's all everyone. Okay, so it's understood. All right, now 4 minutes. Make sure y'all hit me with a phone. No, you're gonna have to go because I don't know no English. So, sorry, you gotta go because I told you I don't understand that. But it keeps paying me. Goodbye. Sorry. You got to go. Goodbye. Sorry. You got to go. All right, y'all, 3 minutes. I'm out of here. 3 minutes. Make sure y'all follow me. Give me a gift. If you have, message me if you go live. I'll try to come too. And if I know that you're interesting or you have a good life, I'll follow y'all. But make sure y'all follow me. Okay? Have a good life, I'll follow y'all. But make sure y'all follow me. Okay? Good. Some 3 followers. Look at that. Good. Some 3 followers. Look at that. So, oh, you come from Puerto Rico. Okay. I've been there. Hi, Roger. Hello. Nothing. Nobody get out here in 2 minutes. Whatever we're going to talk about, nobody get up in 2 minutes. Make sure you follow me. I ain't got to run nothing to talk about. They said hit left. They're leaving. $24 like it's going up. It's going up. All right, now somebody pop off. I see nobody in here. So I will see everybody later. Everyone have a wonderful, especially a Memorial weekend. And I might come back on here later. Bye.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. Yay. Got 50 cents. This line $10 for 50 cents have been added to my balance. Yay. That viewers, 736 viewers. Today with 2 likes, 124. Give diamonds, 10 diamonds. Hot gifters was on that dude. That was cool. But just message me. I like your live. Girl, how are you doing? I like your live and talking to you. I just followed you. Maybe you might follow me. I was going to choice with which I would respect totally. You go live, man. That was neat.
You did really well, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you. She said she was going to go live. Okay, that was cool. Yeah, Rabbi, you on mute? Yeah. You say you ain't gonna sit on the phone like that, huh?
You got 23 followers. That's great.
Huh?
You got 23 followers. That's great.
24. 24.
24 followers. Even better.
Yeah. That was good. Mm-hmm. What you do on Kick? Do you have to be a gamer to get on Kick or anything?
No, no, you can just do it.
Huh?
No, you can just do it.
They be doing on that. They better be doing nothing on there. Just check. Let's see. Rabbi, do you have any people on yours?
Do I have any what?
People on your Twitch?
What do you mean?
Do you have any viewers on your Twitch?
Oh, potentially. I don't really pay attention.
Wow. This thing glitching. I don't like this.
What's wrong with it?
You just on the site on the Twitch TV, you scroll up and you like glitching a little bit. Not doing it now. Just because they're still doing it. I don't like that. I don't like it. I'm trying to go down to. Okay, so It's glitching on here.
Are you using the app or are you using a?
Just the browser. I think I need to do the app.
Yeah, the app's smoother.
Yeah, it's way better. Which one is good? Better? Twitch or Kick?
Twitch has more people, but Kick I would say has more like interaction.
That's what Brandon be on Kick.
No, he watches people on Twitch.
Okay. Oh, what's that when she left? Yeah, the family on the big dog. Wait a minute, what's that when she at? Yeah, she not there. I know they ain't sure they not there some more. Be careful. Be careful. Yeah, you can't because you got kids. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you gotta be careful. I don't know where they at. Third light? Step up. You know what's going on there? Oh, there, Cascade. Oh. Up there, Cascade. Jesus, check on the other side of the Cascade. Mm.
I'll be right back.
tool to use for fireworks. Around this, tools are used. I can use something like this. This is just a Saturday night. Looking like a goat. There's a lot of teeth. And the week. Well, that's kind of cool. Even that cool instead of a brand new. Yeah. Make up a sauce. Have a bowl of flour. Maybe it has oil already mixed in it sometimes. The guy puts his hand in the stove, grabs 3 chambers of wood, and places it on another, which the other vessel is also shorter, so it gives it a little bit more kedusha. It adds influence. Now, for some reason, we forgot that already has it. And another thing. Oh, that's mixed in there. Something else that's mixed in there.
Oh boy. Yeah, wow.
Hold on, we're gonna get there in a second. Over here it's showing that there's so now you have 2 knuckles, 2 pizzas together. Now, if you look closely, one has a lot of oil, one has little oil. Okay. So then this and we're gonna see. Oh, you see right now. Okay, that's funny. Look at the shit. Look at the stuff. The whole thing is nothing. Actually, now the oil. Look, 1 load for each side. 3 loads for each side. 3 sides of the oil. Very, very liquid. You know, why the fuck? Well, I don't like it. We lost the other. We lost the racket. We have a thicker dough with less oil that gets mixed in, touches a very soft dough. What's the problem? Major problem. If every store needs exactly a wood chopper, what happens if you put a clove and a half of oil in there? And then it needs 3 wood choppers and you put only 2.5 wood choppers. So now they take it together and combine them. One that's dry is going to absorb the oil from the very first one. It's going to have more oil than it's supposed to have. And the other one that had a lot of oil is going to have less oil than so one is more, one is less, and the most problematic.
President Trump wants Apple
He said it's false. Now, Muhammad admits that's what happened over there.
is going to get $6.7 million funding approved by the College of Education Commission.
Some of the oil, one on the left, one to the right.
And connectivity for pedestrians downtown Long Beach.
That's
They
what
officials
that's
say the product packages for hybrid
There we have
repairs,
it.
bridge upgrades, city improvements, and transit projects
They're
across
both the same.
California.
Both the
Officials say the investments are expected to improve mobility,
really
modernize aging
not all
infrastructure, create
Down to
6,000
the side of
jobs
my end.
worldwide.
All the city that we had, usually the state is stuff. You have blood, and the water is still the blood is like not like it sounds. It's water goes in the blood. Whenever somebody goes, you shut an animal, and you take blood from the neck of the animal, and you sprinkle it on the face. Bunch of water mixed in. So what point when is the blood not good anymore? So, very simple, it gets my marriage down across your middle. Looks like blood, and it smells like blood, and it tastes like blood. It's blood. That don't look like blood. So, let's just assume that you can pour in a liter of water, up to a liter. Anything above a liter is going to change the way it looks. I'm just throwing out a thing. If it's a liter plus, then it's plus. Anything below a liter is caution from the source of water. It's there. What happens after that mixes it with red wine? Just identical color. So now you can put it in 100 gallons of wine and still going to look like blood. And that one. So when you look at it and see that there's too much of another I didn't say that. But it also gives my so if 1 liter of water makes it also so 1 liter of wine is also going to make it possible. 1 liter of water you can actually see that they need the blood. It's like blood anymore. With the wine we can't see. It's the same amount as the water. If you drink 1 liter of wine, it ruins the blood. Saturday down the rainbow, down the what is it?
It made me almost positive that there was somebody in the crowd. Yep. I don't know where they'd be sitting or how they would why they're even in the craft, because it's, like I said, it's so uncomfortable and usable space. They'd have to be hunched up or trying to sit on the edge of one of those seats. So that put aside.
So you think they put a person in there?
I think so, because they were communicating back and forth.
Did you hear a voice?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you heard a voice coming from the craft?
No, from the radio.
From the radio, from the VHF radio?
Yeah.
But presumably coming from the craft?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was monitoring. I mean, they must have had some other instrumentation set up in the crafts, because he was monitoring something.
Do you remember what the voice? Was it just? But it was something.
Because I was more stuck on the fact that how is a radio wave getting into the craft? This doesn't even make any sense.
VHF being very high frequency?
Yeah. I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it. Anyway, shortly after the craft began to lift off the ground silently, had a little corona discharge glow on the bottom, and lifted off and drifted up into the sky, kind of moved around. During that test flight, Dennis motioned for me to come out and, look up at it. And then he told me to walk forward, and the craft was just sitting there stationary. And I walked out underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the craft. So I thought it flew away. And then he said, come back. And, I walked back, and as I walked back, it caught my attention. I see the edge of the craft. So if you move, you can see it. And if you walk underneath it, you can't. So you can clearly see it's bending the light. You can see the sky above the craft. So you can see that it's in its little envelope. And then it kind of slid over to the left and right, and then sat back down.
Is what you saw, did it look like what we talk about when we talk about UFO videos?
This is Aquarius. I'm watching a podcast.
Look at the Nimitz 2004 FLIR video, or even some of the.
I'm watching a podcast.
Optical videos,
Correct.
which are often grainy and fuzzy, and maybe that's due to gravitational lensing or some sort of space-time perturbation due to these effects.
Yeah, I needed that device.
But when you're seeing this craft fly, are you thinking, this is the UFO stuff that's like in the lore?
Yeah.
You are? Wow.
Yeah, for sure. Just because of the way that it can move, it can just negate. I mean, it's. I really don't know how to describe it. I mean, things like inertia really don't matter to it. It gets away with murder when it comes to flying.
Did you ever think we are being tasked to figure out this reactor? Even the shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to us. How the hell do they know how to fly this thing?
Yeah.
That goes through your head, like you're like, are you?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, clearly they've had a lot of time with this craft already. It could have been decades, for all I know. So they're familiar with it. So, I mean, they knew the emitters have to be rotated, to couple to the reactor. I mean, they knew how to fly it. So that these guys were somewhat proficient with it.
But it would be your kind of base case assumption that now we have functional, what you might call alien reproduction vehicles or UFOs that humans can fly. If in 1987, 88, you had stuff that was, we could at least test and you could go under them and stuff, then you would think that now we probably made much more progress, I assume. Or what do you think?
I do not think so. No.
You don't think so?
No.
So you think we can test these things and use them in rudimentary ways, but we don't understand how they work?
It's like the analogy I gave. You can go back to the 1800s and drop off a motorcycle with the keys in it, and you can look at it and go, wow, that's never seen anything like that before, and look at the plastic fenders on it, and wow, that's unusual material, and there's the key, and eventually if you tinker with it long enough, someone's going to turn the key and it's going to start.
Yep.
And they're going to go, okay, we turn it off. And go, all right, that's on and off. And, eventually, just given time and human ingenuity, they're going to get it. Throttle's here, and they'll become proficient at driving it.
Yep.
But when it runs out of fuel, we're done. And when it comes right down to it, they can't even make that plastic fender.
Right.
So you can become proficient at using it, and I think that's where we are. We had some knowledge of that, but I think if we had developed the technology, we would have absolutely already seen it. We wouldn't be wasting 1 minute building a conventional fighter or other. Why? Why would you? They say, oh, well, it's secret. Yeah, so jet engines were secret when we first came out with them, and we built a whole fleet. We'd absolutely divert every resource we had to duplicating these things.
Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is flown with somebody's mind, some sort of mental?
It could very well be.
Yeah.
Because there was obviously no physical controls to it.
Right.
When the craft was being tested, the only test I saw from close range, it was already out of the hangar, and when I went into the hangar, the bay doors between all the hangars were open. They had big, there's the door that leads to the outside that's at an angle, but there's also big bay doors between all the hangars. Those were open for some reason, and when I came in to go witness that, I was able to look down and see that, boy, there's 9 of them all the way down there.
What's going through your head and emotionally, how do you feel?
Well, first of all, where did they all come from? How could you, I could see you found one somewhere. There's a crash or whatever, you found one. You don't find 9. Where did they come from? None of them are damaged to any degree, although when I call the top hat had holes in it, but it looks like it was shot, a projectile. But it wasn't, damage from, crash or attempted landing. So where did all this stuff come from? There's so much missing to the story.
Did they all look like the exact same sort of replica?
No, each one was different.
Okay.
But the material all looked exactly the same. The color, the sheen. So it looked like they were all made of the same material.
So the reactors, the propulsion were all the same. The material was all the same, but the shapes were somehow different. Do you remember?
Maybe they're specialized craft. You can take a step back from humanity and you go look at all the cars driving around. Well, you got a truck that's a real long thing. You look at a Volkswagen, that's like a little, and you see a motorcycle going, they all have the same, somewhat, type of engine. Internal combustion engine is powering them all, so they must have all different functions. And maybe that's just what we're looking at. It's just, who says they're all manned? Maybe some of those things are drones of some kind.
People associate you with the kind of Billy Meyer sports model, like, the craft that looks like that.
It looks exactly like that.
Exactly like that.
Like, I thought Billy Meyer was absolutely ridiculous, because I've seen some of the pictures, and this is what I mentioned to you the other day, UFO researcher syndrome. I think the initial pictures Billy Meyer took of the sport model looking craft are 100% genuine. There's no way that there could be another one of those that just coincidentally looks exactly like what I call the sport model. So I think he absolutely photographed that, and it was real. And I think at the time he got a lot of attention, and they printed books and everything. And I think as time went on, you kind of missed that. And then he started making some models and taking some new pictures, and the other pictures look ridiculous.
Right.
They do. It looks like,
So there's something about like dinosaurs in his book, and
I know. It looked like there's styrofoam balls all into it. I found some more pictures. Come back, and So I think that's that's just a personal belief.
Yeah.
There's no way you can tell me that those original pictures aren't genuine.
Yeah. And so that's the craft you worked on. The 8 other crafts, what did those look like?
I could only see 2.
Okay.
clearly because from the angle, all you can see is just a little piece, and then all you can just see is the hanger out there. But one looked like I call a Jello mold, which is more like a bundt cake without the hole in the middle. And then the other one, as I previously mentioned, a top hat, like a carnival top straw hat, and the brim had a hole in it. So,
is your immediate instinct humans didn't make these?
Yeah.
At what point do you not see like an American flag on one of them? Or?
Yeah, on the sport model, I saw that like the first day that I went in.
Okay. Was there any talk of how these crafts were retrieved?
I know the Navy got the sport model, and I think that would, from what Barry said, that was an archaeological dig, which, by the way, isn't in the desert; it's in the water. And if there's another term for an archaeological dig that's in the water, I don't know what it is. I thought it's still a dig, but that I don't know what body of water, if it was the ocean or a lake or what, but yeah, that came from the water. I again, according to Barry, I didn't see this in documentation, but that was happened upon by the Navy, and that's all I know. And I just theorize that's how the Navy got in control of everything.
So what you constantly hear is, you have things like Hughes Aircraft building the Glomar Explorer, which Subsea, Discovery, and you have some actually more recent Lockheed subsea, super subsea submarines and drone sort of things that seem to be able to, scan the seafloor. And there's a great book called The Silent War by John Pena Craven, and he was high up in the Navy, and he talks about retrieval of exotic technology on the seafloor. And I wonder, you have Tim Burchett as a congressman from Tennessee who says there are 5 hotspots in oceans all around the world.
We think they're coming in from way out. Maybe they did millennia ago, but they're here and they're in these deep water areas. And that's why, like we say, we know more about the face of the moon than we do what's going on there. Now, we have a higher propensity of sightings around these 5 or 6, I believe, deep water areas.
And I don't know, I have one friend in the Navy who's, anonymous source. Maybe one day we'll do an interview, but he talks about the movie The Abyss by James Cameron.
Yeah.
And he says maybe that scene where, this sort of glowing object shows up isn't too far off the truth. So,
look, one of our science fiction movies is going to be correct.
That's right. Yeah. That's a safe bet.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah. And we were talking last night with Luigi about Pascagoula, Missouri was the site of the production of nuclear subs for the Navy. And you have a famous case there of some fishermen who, experience an alien abduction and have a UFO experience. So,
yeah, there's something going on with the ocean.
There is.
Been from the very beginning.
George Knapp has interesting footage around Baja, Mexico. On the other side, you have Tampere, which seems to be a hotspot. You have the Caribbean, Bahamas.
That's where all these guys are hiding out.
That's exactly. Do you think there's a possibility it's, the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis? So this is this idea that they are ancient remnants of like an antediluvian civilization that existed pre-Ice Age or pre-Iron Ice.
Antediluvian?
Yeah. And that they're more advanced than, they're like the place of what we call Atlantis, or these beings who have co-inhabited the earth with us.
It really could very well be.
Right?
And if you just look at the size of the ocean, you can hide an entire civilization down there, and especially if they're immune to the effects of the ocean. Just got to be deep.
Yeah.
We'll never find them.
Would any of the scientific principles that you looked at as far as the bubble being created around the craft and all that somehow be immune to salt water? Like, would it be able to travel transmedium? Because that's one of the...
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so interesting, because that's the observable...
Light bent around the craft.
Yeah,
I'm sure a raindrop would do.
Yeah. It's so fascinating.
I've been involved in this whole thing since 1987, and since the 80s, or even before, let's go even all the way down to the 60s,
everybody always talked about the U.S. Air Force.
And Project Blue Book.
And Project Blue Book.
Yeah.
I mean, Bob Lazar comes out in 1989 and says they weren't crash saucers, they were intact craft.
Yeah.
And it's the Navy that's in charge. And funny enough, 40 years later, that's what people are talking about.
Yeah.
So, you know, when I see the new whistleblowers come out, like Eric Davis or people that we're seeing, I'm not skeptical at the fact that they were involved in something. What I find very, basically very interesting is that they're all saying exactly what Bob said in 1989, but they never say Bob Lazar is possibly factual.
Yes, right. Yeah. Well, their Bob has nothing to do with that. But everything you said is right, though. Yeah.
They're like high level. There's definitely a decades-long multi-generational crash retrieval operation, but the one guy who says he's worked on the craft,
No. That makes sense. Everything is right, though. I believe there aren't that many crashes. There just aren't that many crashes.
if you had to guess, how many crafts are in U.S. possession now in hangars?
Now, I don't know. I mean, 9.
9 for sure.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, I can only talk about what I've seen.
Do you think they have a sense of ontological truth? Like when you see all this stuff around, the ability to manipulate timelines with looking glass, or even just manipulate time on a local scale. And then they're saying that they found these things in archaeological digs under the ocean. Do you have a sense that they have like a metaphysical model that's like greater than the average citizen?
That's just
so
how
it's
it
like
is.
their origin story of humanity.
Maybe.
You think maybe?
Yeah. There's a good chance.
Is your kind of
There you go,
Occam's
Mr.
razor
Clares.
explanation that these are extraterrestrials? Do you think they're time travelers? What do you think?
I think that's all equal. I mean, there's just as much chance that they're, time travelers, visitors from another dimension, us from the future, or aliens. I don't see anything pointing in any specific direction. I go with the aliens just because we've seen it so much in our movie. I think we're just trained to think that. And it's palatable. See other worlds. This can go travel in another fashion and get there. There's probably life there. They probably build things, and it all makes sense.
Yeah.
But when you go to other dimensions in time, well, can you even time travel at all? I mean, will that ever be possible? Maybe not. How do you get here from another dimension? Why would you care? Why would you go to another dimension and start assholing people over there? So I mean, the other things don't make sense. So yeah, I guess the Occam's razor is aliens. But it could be any one of the other possibilities, or one that we haven't thought of that's just completely ridiculous.
What do you think was the top speed?
Of just conventionally moving?
Yep.
I don't think it really had a very high top speed.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, if you had to...
It depends. I mean, it depends on how it was being, because you can maneuver it in a couple different ways. So, of course, how would I know? I mean, the speed it could attain. But I'm just thinking about an Omicron mode where it's just sitting there and moving. But you think about Delta. Yeah, and at Delta, the speed's going to be near infinite. It's going to appear somewhere else.
You think almost close to the speed of light, or it would look like it's hopping across space-time or something?
No, it far exceeds the speed of light.
It'd be faster.
Because you're not going in a linear fashion. You're just jumping over.
So it's warping space.
Yeah. So it's, for a given distance, you'll get, to the destination far faster than you would if you were traveling at the speed of light.
And it's like crunching space-time behind it, and then in front of it, it's like riding a wave or something.
It's just bending space around it.
Did you hear anything around pulses involved?
Yeah. It's not a continuous. It's like it pulses. I don't know what the maximum range of each jump is, but I know it's like a 10 millisecond recycle time in between it. So the craft is always doing this.
When all three of the amplifiers are being used for travel, they're in the Delta configuration. And when only one is being used for travel, it's in the Omicron configuration.
You guys do an amazing job of depicting the configurations. And so what is Delta exactly?
Delta is using there's three amplifiers, Delta.
Yes.
And that's where they all focus together on a destination.
Okay.
The craft puts its belly in that direction, and that's how it moves.
Okay.
The Omicron is where it only uses one, of the emitters to propel itself, or it's not really propelling itself, it's doing the opposite. Essentially create an indentation in space-time so the craft moves forward, which always gives it, if it's operating in Omicron configuration, it's never really stable. It's kind of a, somewhat undulating movement,
It's so interesting. And it's fascinating. That seems to be a common thing, the craft
this wobble. Right, yeah. But when it switches to Delta, as soon as the two other amplifiers come on, online, that thing locks in space and time, and then it's able to focus in any direction and move there instantaneously.
Logan.
All right.
What's up? You're in our mid-century living room set. You have Luigi Venditelli, Bob Lazar, and Logan is a long-time UFO nut.
Okay.
And you've watched WWE at all?
No.
He is the guy in WWE right now. He has an amazing podcast as well. I've known his brother actually for like a decade plus.
Dude, I gotta say, Bob, it is an honor to meet you, man. Absolute legend. What a privilege to talk to you. Thanks. Good to meet you. I don't know if Jesse gave you any context to why I wanted to talk to you.
They have a bit, but maybe we can rehash it.
Okay. So, Bob, check this out. Okay. I have in my possession UFO footage that has a story behind it that is compelling but not convincing. And I've been waiting to do something with this footage or receive confirmation of sorts. And I see this particular orange disc sometimes in UFO videos and documentaries I'm watching. It pops up every now and then. But when I was watching the trailer for S4 that you guys released, about 80% of the way through the trailer, you guys show a disc that is at night, but then kind of coats itself in this orange. Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Dude, I paused it there and I said, oh my God, that looks exactly like the footage that I have. So this footage, supposedly authentic, was taken by two college kids who wanted to go to Area 51 in the 90s, I believe it was 1995, and film their experience of trying to see if they could stumble upon a UFO or just alien activity of sorts.
Let's break this down. A couple of college-age guys drove out to the Black Mailbox, an infamous landmark entrance point to Area 51. It's along the road that leads to Groom Lake, extremely close to where Bob said he worked. It's nighttime. They're parked right in front of the fence surrounding the secret facility. The lights are off on their car, and they have a camera resting on the armrest, pointed through the front windshield.
And then it cuts to under the dashboard, and you see something very clearly illuminating like the top of the dashboard, and they're like hunkered underneath the car, and they're whispering to each other like, I think it's out there, like I don't know what it is, maybe we should go out, and they're like kind of scared.
Then something appears just beyond the glass. The craft is hovering extremely close to the car. It's orange and slightly wobbling or undulating in place as if it's on a wave. You can hear the two guys whispering.
is exactly how it was described by Bob. It's exactly like your hand is. Your hand is. Yeah, it's moving the right way. It's the right color and it's the right shape. So it makes it very compelling. The intensity of the light. There's something very, very bright that is affecting that. The dash is being lit. It's the dash of the vehicle, and the craft is above it. Right. And look at the intent. Here's the dash, and look at the intensity of the light that's going to happen here. Right. Wow. There. Those are really. Yeah. You can, and it's fading in. You can't fake that. You can see that it wobbles.
But it wobbles. It wobbles. That's the important thing. Yeah. So it does comport with your video.
It wobbles. It glows like that in that color in that shape. That's wild, dude. Yeah. I mean, that's wild. It's impressive. It is.
The craft emits an orange-reddish color, which is not a coincidence. A craft with strong field interactions, like the ones that Bob alludes to, creates an ionized plasma sheath around itself. The dominant atmospheric gas on Earth is nitrogen. Ionized nitrogen that interacts with plasma glows red-orange. This classic observation of a glowing reddish or orange ball of light, moving silently and erratically, is one of the most commonly reported UFO descriptions across decades of sightings worldwide. Now, I know this footage is grainy, and while certainly fascinating, it's far from conclusive, but it is another fascinating data point. What Luigi's movie almost definitively vindicates is the existence of S4. Remember, when Bob went public in 1989, Area 51 itself hadn't even been officially acknowledged by the government. And to this day, S4's existence is still denied. It's not supposed to exist. But Luigi used Google Earth's historical imagery to go back in time and found a 2022 version of the area surrounding S4 that was not yet blurred to obscure the site. And yet, vehicle tracks are visible in these older satellite images.
You can clearly see the tracks. Look at them going in every direction. And you can look at all the traffic. Yeah. Right? Yeah, that's not one guy driving around. No, that's not one guy driving. Exactly. Second, there's no public out there. So, what are you doing?
Luigi also shows Bob a high-quality aerial photograph taken by a pilot roughly 17 miles from Papoose Lake. The image had previously circulated online, but Luigi enhanced the contrast a bit to reveal additional details.
And if you look carefully, in this version here, where the contrast has been changed, as we zoom, look what you see. Yeah, you can start seeing that. You see them clearly right there. Yeah, the slanted rectangular doors,
Finally, and perhaps most damningly, the map of Papoose Lake was literally altered 8 days after Bob Lazar went public in his first anonymous video. You heard me right. They changed the map 8 days after Bob started to speak out. And the map was clearly modified in a way that would specifically hide the existence of S4.
Bob went public on May 15th, 1989. Mm-hmm. And he didn't come public. His name wasn't public. It was him as Dennis in silhouette. And 8 days after that, the United States Department of the Interior, who works on the geological maps of the landscape at the test site, where it's Groom Lake, Papoose Lake, and the whole Nevada test site, actually modified all the maps there, specifically Groom Lake and Papoose Lake at the Papoose Mountain Range there. And there's a stamp on all the modifications, because the modification was dated 1989. So on the actual small print, it says maps modified 1989, but the stamp of the exact day is May 23rd, 1989. Exactly 8 days after Bob went public.
And specifically,
They're
Just
getting
Papoose Lake.
just Papoose
Yeah.
Lake, so they're removing S4.
No, what they remove, the specificity there is the specific thing they remove is there's a road that leads from Groom Lake down to Papoose Lake. And as it leads down to Papoose Lake, the north end of the lake, the road forks off, it splits off in two areas. To the west of Papoose Lake and to the right of Papoose Lake, where S4 is. They specifically removed the road to the east of Papoose Lake, and they kept the same one to the west. Which, why would they do that? Why would you suddenly remove the road that goes to S4
And leave everything else
and leave everything else there?
Yeah, that
it's-
is an amazing discovery.
Yeah, and it's there. I mean, it's not like we're not making anything up here. I was very specific. I'm like, I don't want to put anything that makes us look like we're inventing stuff. This is verifiable. You could order these maps.
The other thing I think that's interesting is for people doubting the story, Jeremy Corbell and Ross Coulthard found a bunch of people who have verified Bob's presence at S4, right? I don't know if
I think arriving at 51 or getting on the bus or something.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think they found a bunch.
George Knapp also had some people, and they got threatened back then, and they were told 6 people that were threatened, and basically they never made it forward. George talks about it in the interviews we did with him, and he's talked about it in the past, and he says they all received the phone call, they were all threatened, and they never went public. And you know, for anybody who's a Bob Lazar detractor or doesn't believe the story, you then have to not believe George Knapp, because why would George lie about that? Well, what's the benefit here? You know? And somebody's going to say, well, it's because he put his name attached to the Bob story. No, not when that was happening. He was still investigating the Bob story. So he said that back then. It's not like it's new information.
Well, he was getting a lot of shit.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of shit.
Story back then. It was certainly not a feather to stick in his cap.
You know, it's something I really want to put a lot of emphasis on because of all the haters out there. Is this happened when he came out? It was in 1989. It was a different era. It was a different time in the world.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, the people now that think that Bob Lazar is a grifter, or I'm a grifter because I'm making a movie about this and whatever. You know, this happened 40 years ago. I was interested in UFOs 40 years ago, and believe me, I was not popular. This was the most unpopular topic when it came out. It was considered to be so, don't touch that because it's going to ruin your life. So first of all, why would Bob Lazar do that? And then why would George Knapp, a respected investigative journalist in Las Vegas, who already was well known and had a good job, why would he hang his reputation and ruin his entire career just to support another liar? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No. It really doesn't.
You know, let's not forget those.
Yeah, and he has multiple Peabodys. He's well respected, exactly as you said, outside of UFOs. Yeah. Did you learn any other details about the guy that had died that you were replacing?
Yeah, they had an operating reactor. So apparently, which is also brings up all kinds of other questions to me. Apparently, the reactors in all the craft are exactly the same. So that makes me think of a manufacturing facility.
Yeah.
That's like a Ford making an engine and it goes in, you know, a bunch of different models. How can all these crafts have the same, you know, the same power system or propulsion system in them? Anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but he had a reactor, so it was probably from one of the other crafts. And why they did this is beyond me. They took it out to the nuclear test site, and they physically cut into it while it was running under load, and it exploded. And I think there were 3 guys there, maybe more. They were all killed. So, number one, why would you do that? Number number two, it makes me think either they were extremely desperate and want to just, find out what's in there, and, why would you even do it while it was operating? Or extremely confident that they knew what was going on in the reactor, where they could safely cut it, and they had a reason to get in there. But apparently that information never made it back, whatever they gleaned from it, or even their suspicions at the beginning, because Barry and I were kind of starting from the beginning on the reactor. So everything they had done previously was lost. Anyway.
You ever learn the guy's name or any details about, does Barry have a last name? Or?
Yeah, Barry Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but Castile, I don't know how it's pronounced. Yeah.
Have you ever tracked him down after?
I think briefly, decades ago, we made it real, because there was another guy that would come in and out once in a while named Rene.
Okay.
Don't remember his last name, but I mean, at some point, I really put a lot of effort into trying to find Dennis Mariani and Barry, and I think some people did track down Dennis. I think he died not too long ago.
Okay.
I don't know about Barry, but I was never able to find it. Because, I mean, back in the time I was looking for him, there was no internet.
Sure.
So you had to go through public records and stuff. And, it was much more difficult than it is now.
Yeah. And I know of one instance in which the name Dennis Mariani was corroborated by somebody at, Nevada test site.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I won't go further than that, but because it's not my thing to tell. But you're giving names, and I think some of these people could still be alive, which is pretty remarkable too. Maybe we could track some of them down. They could back you up. I wonder. I mean, they have to know.
I'm kind of wondering why nobody else came out.
Yeah.
I mean, although Barry wouldn't talk about it much, there are times I kind of mentioned, holy cow, can you believe this is being kept secret? And he goes, it sucks, I know.
Yeah.
So he didn't think it was, he wasn't with the program as far as keeping this from, the entire world.
What was his background?
No idea.
Okay.
No.
But there was kind of a collegial goodwill between you and him.
Yeah, and he'd goof around sometimes, which was nice, because everything else was just so rigid and military. So, I'm sure you heard the story where he threw the golf ball at the reactor, and, sometimes we'd just start talking about stupid stuff. So it's good to see a normal person, that just acted like, a human instead of a robot.
What happened when he threw the golf ball at the reactor?
He was showing me the field on it, and he said, check this out, and took a golf ball, and, intending to hit the reactor, and instead it bounced off the field, and then hit a ceiling tile, which dislodged it, and made all the little particles, come down. And we knew Dennis was going to be coming back in 2 minutes, so it was, red alert. We had to, grab the stools and go and reascending, clean it up and everything. And shortly after that, Dennis walks in and says, what's going on? Nothing. We're working like we should be.
This is a remarkable detail. Around the reactor, you have this sort of force field-like thing, this repelling force.
Yeah. Once a hemisphere on top of a plate, about the size of a basketball, maybe a little bigger, on top of a 15-inch square plate, the hemisphere is removable. Once the hemisphere is put back on, if the emitter is in the right position, the reactor will turn on immediately, and it'll produce a gravitational field around it, and you can push on it, and you can't touch the reactor from that point. I mean, it's somewhat elastic, like if you have two light poles of a magnet pushing them together, you get that. It's the exact same feel, but without metal, it's just your hands. But as I said before, what's really interesting is you can move the reactor on the table. And once you turn it on and you're pushing on the field, the reactor doesn't slide. So it's not transferring the force to the reactor. It's pushing your hand away. But it's really interesting to me.
How did the reactor work?
This is all guess. This is just all guesswork.
Yes.
It has a super heavy element in it, which appeared to be 115 on the periodic chart. There's a little tower in it, and from X-rays, we could see that there's a loop around the base plate. So it was theorized, apparently, Barry with his other lab partner, they thought that was a cyclotron, an accelerator, and that the tube that came up the side was an off-ramp, essentially. And that particle, or whatever was being accelerated, interacts with the 115, and somehow that produces the gravitational field.
How did it feel on your hand?
It felt exactly like pushing magnets together.
Okay.
It was just elastic. I mean, it was compressible to some degree, and then when it got close to it, nothing is getting past that.
With magnets, you have to have like poles for them to repel.
Yeah.
And in this case, you're not,
It's just matter repelling matter.
Yeah, it's so
without
weird.
polarity.
Does it feel like what does it feel like? Is there a texture to it, or?
No, it's just elastic, but it becomes, it's not linear.
But does it feel like
it's logarithmic? It's easy to push, and then it becomes impossible. There's no way you're getting past the next 3 inches. You could probably sit a car on top of it, and nothing would change.
Does it feel like saran wrap, or does it feel like what does it feel like when you're in it? Does it feel like?
No, it just feels.
It's literally like air. Like
yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Describe that.
Yeah. Like, is there a coolness, a heat? It's just like space time itself.
Yeah, it's just. I don't know how to describe it.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just there. I mean, at this point, I don't even think it's gravity. I think this is another completely unique force. It doesn't behave enough like gravity.
And explain why it's so different.
Look, I mean, because at least my thoughts at this point are, I think gravity is just a property of matter, and it's only an attractive force. I'm not sure you can have anti-gravity. Look, if it was gravity, at one point, Barry showed me, he had one of the emitters working. He put a lit little kitchen candle right at the focal point, and he powered up the reactor, and the flame stopped flickering and stood there frozen in space and time. But I could see the light from the candle. The flame was still visible. Also, he removed the candle and then rotated the emitter. I don't know if it was another direction or more the same way, but it made a little black ball in the air where no light was escaping, looking like a little black hole. But no, you could just tell there was no light at the focal point right in the air. It was just a dark area. So there it's affecting light, but it wasn't in the candle test before that. So it's a really unusual thing.
When Bob mentioned this anomalous force coming from the craft's emitter, I immediately racked my brain for anyone in conventional aerospace circles who talks about something similar. And then I realized I just interviewed the lead electrostatic scientist at NASA, Dr. Charles Bueller, who talks about something very similar.
Where the heck is this energy coming from? Because if I was to stick this in space, it would accelerate with the power off. So that's a problem.
You see, there's a long lineage of people studying gravity control or anti-gravity in the United States. Perhaps my favorite example is mid-century inventor Thomas Townsend Brown, who discovered that when you apply a high voltage to certain asymmetric capacitors, they produce thrust. That's right, propulsion with no fuel, no exhaust, no propellant, Just electricity as the input, converted directly into motion. A new model for space propulsion that can eliminate crude chemical combustion rockets forever. Now you might think that's insane and defies Newton's laws, and I'll spare you all of the corroborating research that I've dug up showing that Brown made real breakthroughs in the world of anti-gravity. Dr. Charles Mueller at NASA has taken Brown's experiments to the next level with modern instruments, more rigorous controls.
You see about 0.1 grams, that corresponds to about 1 millinewton of thrust.
And decades of electrostatics expertise from his work at Kennedy Space Center behind him. He's done over 2,000 of these experiments and controlled for just about every variable you can think of. And he's also getting millinewtons of thrust, basically real propulsion with electricity as the sole input. And you can't really argue with his authority to make these claims. The man literally runs electrostatics at NASA. He's the incoming president of the American Electrostatic Society. And he's contributed 2 fundamental principles to the field of electrostatics that are now widely accepted.
So this is kind of an interesting moment in history because we have a man who reverse engineered UFOs, and then we have a NASA lead electrostatic scientist. So I thought I'd just leave it to you guys to kind of nerd out.
Yeah, well, first of all, hi, Charles.
Hi, Bob. This is a very exciting moment for me. I'm a big fan.
Now, the thing about Bob Lazar is he kind of exists on an island. We've never seen him interact with other highly credentialed engineers in aerospace. And what I've learned after spending time with him is he's actually pretty skeptical when it comes to other scientific anomalies.
Man, I'm real interested to hear, your physical experiment setup. Is it a hybrid of your idea and T.T. Brown's, or are you just duplicating one of his experiments? I mean, can you explain to me what it looks like? What's your test setup look like?
Gosh, 2,000 variations. I'll try to get my best.
I mean, how is this? I'm sure you've seen the lifter ion motors and stuff along those lines. How is it different from those?
A few ways. The ion thrusters obviously use ions of air to give the momentum conservation. What's interesting about this force, even though sort of the same geometry can be used, but at high vacuum you'll get the thrust. But it's always in the opposite direction of the ion thrusters, which is really cool. Because what happens is you have a sharp electrode and ground plane. However you do that, you can come up with unique ways to do that. In air, when you do that, you'll break down the gases, thermometer, something forth like that. In vacuum, we can actually see these forces arise, but they're always in the opposite direction of the ion blend, which is really interesting.
That is very
interesting. It's the same direction as the rocket exhaust. You never think of that, so it really messes with you. So that's what's interesting about it. That's one big difference.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, the fact that it's in the opposite direction of an ion, where an ion thruster would be, and you've done it in a reasonably hard vacuum, and you're getting measurable thrust.
Well, we have. We've been doing that since 2020. So for the last 6 years, we test almost every day, probably every other day, different configurations. So we zero in on a configuration, test another concept, and that's an ongoing iterative process. So yes, we have tested high vacuum, 10 to the minus 6, or better, that you can get up to 10 to the minus 7. Enough to prove to us that there's no ion blend.
What kind of thrust in newtons or grams are you getting?
Well, we're still playing around in the hundreds of micronewtons or millinewton ranges. So I think the highest we've got is probably up to the 50 millinewton mark. But that's when we stack these together. We don't learn a lot from them when we do that, other than we can make more thrust, which is important. But we like to understand the thrust density, if you will, of each thruster. So we're trying to optimize each type, optimize each parameter or space that we have access to before we can get to larger chambers or outer space to test the mega structures.
Physically, how big are these thrusters?
Oh, they're not very big. They're about 6 inches, maybe 6 by 6, roughly.
Okay.
In range. It's a nice size. We can make them bigger, but we don't gain anything by that. We just try to keep them manageable so that we can do different things with them, stack them, try different voltages, and then we try to measure the currents, make sure that in many cases there is no current, which is very odd.
I would say.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I'd say.
Turn the power source off and it keeps going.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it is very annoying. In some cases, we trap the charge in there. It's all that's required. So that really limits a lot of things.
So a physically larger one doesn't get you any more thrust, but you can stack them and get increased thrust.
Well, the physically large one will, but we won't learn anything from it. So we could do 8 inches or 10 inches, which we have, but we're not learning anything from it. We want to learn what is the best geometry shape. We want to optimize it. We know area is one of the ways. That will be optimized later in sort of space. But on ground test particles, we're kind of fixed by the geometry of our chamber. Once we get some funding here, Joe does have almost a walk-in size chamber in his garage. Walk-in route. When that comes online in a few months, then we can test much larger versions of it. So the thrust does depend on the area, it does depend on the volume, it does depend on the voltage, the typical things you would expect. So we try to optimize it as much as we can with the chamber we have actively running right now.
How much are you charging them up to? What kind of voltage are you using?
Well, when we started in 2016, we was at the Townsend Brown level, 150,000. Okay. Yeah. Thank goodness we're not anywhere near that now. I think we're operating right now about 400 volts.
You're at 400 volts?
Yeah. So his belief is that it's really Brown thought that the voltage range was, the thing causing the thrust, but Charles's belief is that that's sort of a proxy for electric field strength, and there are obviously other ways to amplify electric field strength at lower voltages, and so he's using 400 volts.
Yeah, but I can't. It's shocking.
1.5 millinewtons.
That's unbelievable. Man, I want to come over and hang out with you.
I can introduce you guys.
Put your hands on it, do whatever you like. You're more than welcome.
Isn't that exciting?
Yeah. I can't believe you're getting these results, and I can't get past the 400 volts either. If you increase the voltage, you don't see any change in thrust?
Oh, you'll get more thrust, for sure. We like to stay at 400 volts, 500 volts. We like to stay low if we can.
Okay. Yeah,
it's prevalent. We'll average, we'll test up to 2,500 volts. If you start worrying about breakdown, you're going to get above that. Because these systems are getting much, much smaller. You don't have access to the higher fields anymore. It's material properties that we have to do. But we like the 2,500 volts. It gets rid of other nuances like corona wind or anything like that.
Right, yeah. All that stuff gets tossed out.
Yeah, you're not even ionizing the air.
It's nothing. Volts. I mean, it's nothing. That's why I was so shocked, because all those other effects drop out right as soon as you drop the voltage down that low, and you can get some cleaner data. Then damn, this is really cool.
We're converting Bob on Townsend Brown. Well, thank you for this. Really appreciate it, man.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Take care, guys.
Take care. That's really fascinating.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's a little more than just wild.
I know, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's significant.
I think so.
It could really be significant. The thing is, the first thing I would point out, there's something wrong with your tests, but not in 1,500 tests.
No.
When you've gone through it that many times and have done it for this long, boy, and you've adjusted all the potential parameters and fallouts to.
No, I can't.
Yeah, you got to assume that the thing's working.
But you mentioned DC voltage in the craft, and that's also a Townsend Brown thing. It's high DC voltage.
Yeah, it's not just high DC voltage. I even mentioned it on, Joe Rogan, that I think the material the craft is made from is an electric. And so it always, just like a magnet always has a magnetic field to it, an electric always has an electrostatic field to it.
Interesting.
And I think that's certainly something important.
Were there high climb rates to the voltage, likely? You know what I mean? Like really high climb, like fast, swinging up in voltage.
Oh yeah. without a doubt.
It's so fascinating because it's literally all the Townsend Brown stuff. It's like fast, high DC voltage, like fast frame rates. Yeah.
You know, well, I wonder if that really applies to the craft more than I was giving it credit for.
I think it does, especially after your conversation with you.
Yeah. I mean, now that's making me wonder. It could very well be, again, because of the high voltage on the craft. And
it's DC, so there's no magnetic field interference.
Yeah, right. Man,
we're making progress.
He might have been so far past this already, but...
Well, the funny thing about Brown is he was looking for a power source that was nuclear for like the rest of his career. He figured out the electric Gravitics, and then he called it the flame jet.
Boy, that would have been the guy to have there other than me.
Well, I mean, you and him. I just
no, you don't
get walk off set. No, you and him would be.
I just get in the way. But yeah, he'd be the guy.
And you were given some theories, like there being two gravities, gravity A, gravity B. Was that in the briefing documents, or was this told to you?
I think that was part of Barry. Barry had other lab notes, and I don't know if those were previous documents that he had, but there were lab notes, and this was the direction they were going in at one time.
When you're drafting the first round, you don't go straight to the modules or straight to the codes, and you're the fucking starting.
There are specific different types of gravity. Gravity A and gravity B.
The minor league.
Gravity A works on a smaller micro scale, while gravity B works on a larger macro scale.
5 years.
Gravity A
Sometimes it takes 10 years.
labeled as strong nuclear force physics, and gravity A
and so he has to see out. That kid's gonna be the next fucking Bryce Harper. That kid's gonna be.
Gravity B is cosmological scale, and gravity A is like subatomic scale. Apparently. Which it is really interesting. Because I remember your like kind of OG science tutorial. We were texting about it.
Yeah, the excerpts from the government Bible. Yeah,
fancy tour buses like Burt Kreischer.
It's amazing. So it sounds like the kind of gravity A is like basically the perimeter of the
what
you're doing. But again, I'm just repeating stuff that I was told. It's not like I conducted an experiment.
Prospect does tell you about the first round.
But it is almost a solution to what has been keeping physics stuck for so long.
Yeah, possibly quantized gravity.
That
Right,
kid
possibly.
knows. Because I stopped playing baseball, I'm okay.
Have you ever been talking about this? But
those Dominican
fields, and I want to give this to
who are on that bus
you can make
have
sense
no
of it
rich
more
dad,
than me.
have no
And
plan B.
we were talking about this last time. This is this guy, Burkhard Science. Have you ever heard that name?
I've heard the name, but I don't know anything about him.
So he, at the age of 19, became deaf and blind due to an explosion. And he was German, and he ended up moving over to the U.S. and working for Lockheed Martin in the 50s and was renowned as just a total genius. And he had a really interesting theory of gravity, which involved, I guess, two gravitational fields and like some of these like subcomponents of gravity. I've written it down. It's too tough to be on my point is gravity breaks down big and small scale. Gravity A, specifically standard gravity G is the tensor summation of three gravitational components.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
Which G, big G, little g, which is scalar gravity propagated by the graviton.
I don't know.
G
by the graviton, so he's going with graviton.
For that, GGB, dark energy / matter propagated by the gravitophoton, and GQ, vacuum field, a repulsive force propagated by the quintessence particle. So in addition to the standard four forces, gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear, and weak nuclear, EHT, which is extended time theory, which is named after him, adds two previously unrecognized gravitational forces, which brings us to 6 fundamental forces.
Wow.
And what I find interesting about that is there's a Amy Eskridge, who's a standard gravity researcher who actually died under very mysterious circumstances, and she apparently was, at the end of her life, kept talking about the 6th force. That was like a 6th force, yeah.
Brian Shaw, Frank Grill, love Frank. I don't know Brian at all. I know Callan's close with him.
We have 6 force on lockdown.
I'm a fan of
And
his.
so I wonder about, this book, and there's these two guys in Germany who are very high conviction of this extended time.
I'd like to read it.
On my series.
What's yours?
Garrett's got a lot of I love Gordon. He's with a brilliant mind when it comes to jiu-jitsu. Brian Shaw, Frank Grill, love Frank. I don't know Brian at all. I know Calvin's close with him, but I've never met the Giant, but I'm a fan of his.
Yeah, it's something else.
It's something else. Yeah.
Something else. Yeah. Because if it were gravity well that you'd normally see, it's a little black hole, a little gravitational source. You just see everything get sucked into it, no matter what.
Other things would have acted differently too.
Yeah, light lensing and
yeah. So it almost feels like it almost has to be. It almost has to be.
It's almost like it had root access to reality itself, like it froze time.
Yeah, but if it froze time, how come the photons were still coming out of it? You see a glowing candle, it should be dark.
Can it freeze time in some local space?
But still,
confine it.
Still, the photons are flying out.
Yeah.
Or maybe, and if you say, well, it doesn't affect photons, how come it made the black little ball? So,
what do you think? Would you have a best candidate for what it is?
No. There is. No, that's why I think. I mean, I lean towards this is another force, and just stop calling it gravity. But
do you think
as Barry said, the only thing we know that does this is gravity, so we're calling it a gravity generator. Okay.
And then it's being created ostensibly due to this proton bombardment of element 115, and then
possibly
116, and then you get a decay, and then
if in fact all that's occurring.
Yes. Yeah. It's so interesting.
I mean, don't forget that in the film we did not include the mechanical watch experiment that was also conducted in the lab. So there was the candle, the black ball, and the mechanical watch. We didn't put it in there just because we wanted to shorten the film. But there was another experiment, Bob. Remember, there was like a mechanical watch that just stopped.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another indicator where Bob said, just like that. I mean, it's kind of similar to the candle. It just stopped, but I can still see it. Yeah.
It's like it's freezing in time.
It's freezing movement.
But
not affecting anything else. There's nothing that just freezes movement.
No, it doesn't. But that is really, time is so weird, because we only...
Something that inhibits kinetic energy.
Right.
Which would be really weird.
Well, it's so weird, especially given all the forms of possible kinetic energy. You're talking about a watch, a mechanical watch, and a flame are very different things.
Yeah.
So, it's so strange. While you were there, did you tell anybody what you were working on? You know, your wife at the time?
No,
anybody? You told Gene Huff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told John Lear, too.
And you even brought them to...
to see the test. Yeah, because I had the test flight schedule.
Yep.
So, I know it's on Wednesday night. Yeah, we're going out there, and you guys are going to see it.
This is John Lear, and today is March 22nd, 1989. We're standing just about 8 miles due east of Lake Nevada, the super government secret test site. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. Right here I have my Celestron scope, it's 8 inches, and I had it focused in for about 15 seconds and saw for myself that in fact it was a gas.
There isn't much to see with the camera back in that day.
And that was while you were working at S4. You showed them, or was it afterwards?
That was, boy, that's a tough question. That was while I was working.
Okay. Yeah. When you saw the UFO with Gene Huff and John Lear, and you kind of, took them, what was it, to the little mesa? Was it a mesa?
No, but it was right outside. It was, before you get to the black mailbox. The reason anybody knew about the black mailbox, everybody wanted to know where the road was that we've turned down. When you come up the highway, it's this first dirt road you go down, but there's no landmarks around there. And if you keep going like another mile or two, there's a black mailbox. So I just said, it's around the black mailbox.
Yeah.
And that just got repeated, and everybody thought,
it's a black
mailbox. The black mailbox road is where it is. It's not anywhere near where it is.
When you guys went up there and you saw the UFO fly, and I'm sure they were just totally shocked. Were you allowed back at S4 after that?
Yeah, the first time they didn't know we were out there.
Oh, they didn't know.
Yeah. We only got caught the last time.
Okay. So they get, and then
they would never have let me back.
So after the last time, you weren't let back there,
right?
That was it.
That was absolutely it. Yeah.
You were finished.
No, they're backing out. Come on back.
Yeah.
They were pretty pissed.
Yeah. Why did you decide to come out and approach?
I don't know, because I was still getting followed. There was always somebody parked outside my house, and I was starting to get scared. And I think that's when I first started telling Gene. I said, hey, if all of a sudden they disappear, I'm working out at the site there. And eventually I told him. He said, why, are you working on secret weapons or something? I said, no, I'm working on this, and kind of told him, but I don't know, I'm just getting concerned about what's going on.
Why do you think they were following you?
I don't know. It might just be normal security.
Did you take anything from the lab?
Well, not at that time.
Okay. Okay, later. But that's interesting that they were. We'll file that away. But it's interesting that they were following you as if you had done something wrong when you were just showing up to work.
No, but I mean, they were still doing. They allowed me in there, and they were still progressing on my clearance. They were still going through background checks, but they really wanted me on site, operating quickly, and they kind of let that slide because I've had clearance before. So, but I think, they were looking at some other things too.
Got it. About you personally.
About my relationship.
Okay. Got it. And then they were digging into that? That's kind of...
Yeah, you have to have a stable family background if you're going to be, playing around with state secrets and stuff like that.
Sure.
They don't want you being crazy. They don't want you drinking. They're going to be checking out, how you play with friends. If you were going through rages, they want to make sure, your wife isn't running around, and they don't want any stress or anything to...
But then at that point, if you see these, black cars parked outside your house, why isn't your reaction, okay, I'm just going to kind of eat it? They're going to, give me, a colonoscopy as far as, literally, knowing 360 everything about my life, but I'll be able to retain my job at S4. Or do you get scared and you're like, I gotta come out?
I guess it's something. I don't really remember how I felt back then, but I was just getting a little concerned.
Yeah. And
I think it couldn't hurt to at least tell one person, So.
Did you want, because John Lear gave the files on you to George Knapp, right? At KLAS, is that how it went down?
Gave the files on.
Or gave the, said, hey.
Yeah, John Lear is the one that contacted George Knapp and said you should speak to this guy.
Okay, so he played kind of intermediary. Was he going rogue on his own, or did you say, hey, can you contact, George or somebody in the local news to help me get this stuff out?
No, things were starting to get weird, and I don't really remember how that went down, but I think, George said, look, you gotta get the information out publicly, because that's the only thing that'll protect yourself. I said, that's really stupid. I'm not gonna do that. And, it was just a couple days later going, well, maybe it's not that stupid. So,
and do you think it was, self-protection or idealism, or was a part of you this needs to be out, this is great, the government's hiding? Yeah.
But it was an equal part of self-protection.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Lear is somebody I think a lot of people have questions about, because he
had crazy beliefs. Some of the stuff was so ridiculous. I would sit there and just talk to him and go, you are absolutely out of your mind if you believe. He didn't believe the sun was hot. And he said there were people living in the sun. There's no one living in the sun, John. And said, they built the moon on Jupiter, And that's where they manufactured it. They towed it into Earth's orbit. What is giving you these ridiculous? Why are you believing this nonsense?
Yeah.
And
how'd you meet him?
Gene Huff was a real estate appraiser, and at the time, John was looking to get a loan on his house, and he had been on George Knapp had a show on the record, like after the news, and John Lear had been on there back when he wasn't so. Well, I wasn't going to say he wasn't so crazy, but didn't have such crazy ideas. You know, I mean, he was he was an accomplished pilot, a brilliant guy, and he had tons of files and had lots of great contacts. The only problem with John was he had no bullshit filter.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have a 4-star general tell him something, and he'll write it and put it in a file, and he'll have some derelict that's walking by his house and go, I know Jello thinks, and he'll go, all right, and they put him in the same file, and they have the same level of credibility, going, what are you talking about, So he drove me crazy because of that, but he did, earlier on, he was less exotic with his theories, and had spoken to George Knapp. I had seen it on TV, so had Gene Huff, and anyway, he wound up doing the appraisal on his house, and I went with Gene to help him measure it, and kind of got talking to John, and that's how we met.
He's such an odd character because his father created the first business airliner in the U.S., the Learjet.
Yeah,
the Lear aviation jet.
Lear invented the autopilot, invented the 8-track tape. I mean, he's
radio direction finder.
Yeah. He was quite a guy.
He was, and so
he had a problem with John too. I mean, John was eliminated from his will, and John showed me his will. Every paragraph said, except, everybody gets this stuff except John Olson Lear, except John Olson Lear. I mean, he was so angry at his kid.
Yeah.
Completely removed him from the well.
Maybe apple fell far from the tree, as far as aviation engineering prowess or something. But John Lear won all sorts of records as a pilot. He was a very impressive pilot.
Credit is due where credit is due. I mean, he had all kinds of world records, and it's just his filter.
John Lear was super into UFOs before you got the job at Area 51 S4. I think he had a UFO blog, and so do you think why do you think it didn't come up in a background check that you were friends with this guy?
It did. They absolutely asked me about John Lear the first day.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your relationship with John Lear? In fact, that might have been the first question.
Really?
At EG&G when I sat down. It's the first thing they mentioned. Yeah.
And what did you say?
I said, he's a crazy friend.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what else, but I just, told him some stuff. Yeah. Met him, and he's it's fascinating. And I mean, John would just do the craziest stuff. Back then he flew L-1011s, which is a big jet. 400 people on it or something like that. And occasionally he'd call and just be like Tuesday night, 8:00. Hey, you want to go to Minneapolis? Okay. All right, meet me down at the airport. Wear a suit and come on. So he'd be a pilot and, the pilot of the craft. And I'd come on. He said, just come on the tarmac and tell this guy and, walk up in the plane. And he'd tell the co-pilot and engineer, hey, this guy's from the FAA, so he's just going to be observing us and taking it. So I take the jump seat behind the, pilot and just fly with John.
Did he talk to you about UFOs before you got the job at S4 Area 51?
No, he didn't talk to me about them, but I mean, he spoke about them.
Did he
ever? He used to tell me there are aliens living in the mountains alongside, I think it's I-95 or something, right? The highway. He said, yeah, there's 1 billion of them in there.
It's so crazy. Did he ever show you anything Billy Myers related?
I don't I don't recall.
Okay.
I think when I described the crab to him and drew it, I think he brought out
The Billy
Meyer
Myers
book,
tapes.
and he said, I think that's where in fact it is. That's where I first saw it.
So we showed him the Billy Myers tape.
I said, yeah, that's not like the crab. That's the craft.
That's so interesting. So yeah, he kind of helped you piece it together. Was he still affiliated with? Because he was a CIA cargo pilot till 1983.
Yeah, that's true.
Did he continue flying for them after that, or did he disaffiliate? Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Because he's this interesting character to me because it seems like he has crazy access to Area 51. Like he's like snooping around and taking photos of like F-117s. And he even leaks the details of the F-117 to George Knapp. But then he still like knows all the security guards there. So I'm like, what's his deal?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I had been out at but before the S4 thing. Out in the desert in the middle of the night with binoculars and stuff, outside Tonopah.
Yeah.
Trying to get pictures of any new aircraft that's flying around. I mean, he was obviously a big aviation buff.
Yeah.
And I was into that too. Sometimes I just go out and watch, fighters taking off from Nellis Air Force Base because you could get right up to the fence there. And, so it was, he was definitely into snooping around and whatever he could find.
I mentioned Jacques Vallée earlier. You met him, right?
Yeah, I met him, and we spoke briefly, and then from what I remember, somebody was talking about making a movie with him. And then after hearing about me and talking, they started talking about, well, maybe we'll do it on Bob instead. And he was super pissed off.
Really?
Yeah. And then from that point on, all of a sudden, everything Bob said is crazy.
Really?
Yeah. But initially he was.
He wrote a book called Messengers of Deception, and he writes about you, and he says, Bob Lazar seems to be very legit, but. He also talks about this pine sol drink he drinks, this drink he drinks and the memory lapses it caused.
No, what? There's no memory lapses. That's a bunch of nonsense.
Okay.
It's
so it was like this vitamin A shot that was like immunity related.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Okay.
Again, we're working with completely unknown materials.
Yeah.
We don't know what, and apparently people had severe reactions to some of the stuff just touching the craft. So, yeah. So they had dealt with that before.
I feel like I can defend you on 99.9% of things, and then the one thing I have trouble with is the MIT thing, because that's the other thing circulating. Did you get your master's there, or you were sent there?
I was sent there
on a specific kind of program, isolated program.
Yeah, and then and I did a lot of auditing in both places.
And then on Caltech, for Caltech, what was that? So you were sent to MIT, and then Caltech was different.
Caltech was way before that. That was but
and now
I don't know. I guess if I really looked through old paperwork and stuff, I could come up with things. But that's never been.
Yeah, and I think George Knapp found some people who knew you at Caltech. Yeah. One other question that people have is, why were you allowed to give him a tour of Los Alamos after you blew the whistle on Area 51? Like, why wasn't there this like nationwide directive at all of the national labs, like, don't let this guy back?
Look, it was really nothing. I mean, we got on a Southwest flight, came out there, rented a car, drove up, and I still knew all the guards and stuff like that. So we came up, and, it's like, Lazar, you're back. Yeah, just going in there to.
So you think it was just like a different time? And
Los Alamos is so much higher security now. I mean, it was so nonchalant back then, and we just rode right into the experimental areas, came over here. George's is my desk.
Were you surprised? Was it part of you nervous that there would be some red alert?
No, not at all.
You were like
zero concern.
You didn't worry that there was any sort of coordination between Area 51 and Los
Nobody
Alamos.
knew what was going on there. It was just, like I said, it was very lax atmosphere. In fact, a year or two after that, they were were so concerned about that. I think they called it the Tiger Team. Came in to test security there, and they failed so horribly that they just redid everything. And after that point, forget it. You're not going in. But I still had keys and things. It was not even a problem.
When did you start United Nuclear?
99, 2000.
Did you ever work with the government with United Nuclear?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We supply them. They train Department of Homeland Security, FBI. We sell them stuff all the time, especially when they're training people to use radiation detection equipment. We'll give them or sell them, radioactive sources so they can go hide something in a warehouse and give the trainees a Geiger counter, go find it,
Did you ever wonder why they didn't view you as a liability given your, late 80s experience at S4 Area 51 and they were just down to do contract work with you?
I don't know. But one hand doesn't know what the other's doing in the government.
Yeah.
It's kind of a mess.
Yeah. No, and it's...
in fact, part of, United Nuclear was just beginning, some of the stuff we're selling was kind of questionable. This could potentially, be used for explosives or stuff like that. So went down to the FBI and reviewed everything with them. And they went, no, you can, that's cool. Went down to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. No, we're good, the Postal Service. No, everything's good. All right, okay, we're going to go selling it. And then, rated by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. They come in with a SWAT team with woke my wife up out of bed with, an M16 pointed in her face.
Jesus Christ.
It's like, we checked with everybody. You didn't check with us. So, don't you guys talk? So, one hand has no idea what the other's doing when it comes to the government.
Yeah, no, I believe that. Is there any part of you that thinks that they wanted you to come out and that they wanted some frameworks? Because to your point, it's maladaptive to have this completely shut out from like to have a STEM student who's talented and,
why go through the complicated... Why make it complicated and make me do it?
Right.
Just do it yourself.
Put out the high-level framework and say,
this whole complicated scenario with this guy coming in and hope that he does something you want, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. There's this John Lear interview where, again, it's impossible to parse what the hell is going on with that guy.
Look, I have heard John Lear tell my story.
Yeah.
And it is so wrong. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He inserts himself in there in a prominent position. I got Bob, to get the job to here and this, and I went, what are you talking? It's completely inaccurate.
Yeah. And he in this interview, he says Admiral McClellan, who was a Navy admiral, came to me, and he was MJ level. MJ obviously in the UFO lore would be like the elite, kind of committee that governs this whole topic. Came to me and he said, we got to get Bob on the job because we know that we can hide his... It's in some ways it's corroborating your story because it's saying no, he was there, he was at S4, he was working on this stuff, but we need to get Bob specifically because we know we can have plausible deniability because they'll never be able to find his MIT records.
It turns out that NJ1, the head of NJ12, is a guy named Admiral Mike McClellan. He wanted to get some of the information out because he didn't want to. He thought that some of this information could be out in the public. We don't need to keep all this secrecy. So he decided, tried to figure out a way to get it to the public. So he knew that I was a blabbermouth. And I would tell anything I knew. They investigated Bob Lazar, and they knew that he was a genius, but that he had a background such that they could instantly discredit him.
And then I thought about that for a while, and I was like, what is this? And I couldn't even find an Admiral McClellan. And then
I've heard that name before, but
you have. That's interesting that you've heard it.
Yeah, I definitely heard the name. It could have come from John Lear, but I don't know. I mean, the thing is, some of the stuff he's saying absolutely can be true, or it absolutely cannot.
Totally.
I don't know, but I mean, I love the guy. He was a great friend. He just thinks differently. And, I mean, it's sad he died. I wish I had spent more time with him.
Yeah.
But after I moved, it was just impractical. But, I mean, if you're talking about statements John Lear made, boy, it's tough. It's really tough to find out what's accurate and what's not.
Decoding the Voynich manuscript or something.
Yeah.
But, he's a complicated guy. So I think... And we talked about this a little last night. Maybe this is an interesting follow-up for this show. I think he might have been talking about a guy named Mike McConnell, who became NSA director later. But he was involved in some S4 Area 51 stuff related to Dan Barish, whose story I think honestly holds up a lot less than your story. But it's has to be noted because it's one other guy who's mentioning S4. And so Mike McConnell's kind of involved there, and he was a Navy admiral at the time. So I think about that, and I'm like, I wonder if Mike McConnell was somewhat involved. When you came out as Dennis, was that a shot across the bow against Dennis Mariani?
Yeah, sure was.
So you were trying to kind of get at him a little bit?
Yeah.
What were your feelings towards him, kind of personally? Were you resentful, or were you? How'd you feel towards him?
I guess somewhat resentful. I don't know. It's hard to tap into how I felt back then.
Yeah. Why do you think, and I know, Luigi, you might have some theories here too, why do you think Dennis wanted to meet up with you at the end of this whole saga and then meet up with him at the casino, and then you're speaking to him and Gene Huff is looking and he's just not even looking at you? What is that about?
I don't know. I think Dennis really had something to say. And I don't know if people from S4 got there and changed his mind. I don't know if he intentionally wanted me to go out there just to get me away from the house. I really don't know.
Because you got back to the house and something.
Things were missing. Yeah.
Anything of consequence?
Yeah. And
you can talk about it.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know. It's all guesswork. Yeah. I mean, when we sat down, even Gene Huff, I spoke to Gene Huff about that, and Gene's perspective to that was he saw Bob walk up to Dennis. And it's an important part because I always think about the fact that Gene Huff was there. Joe was also there. Yeah. But we all had eyes on him. Yeah. And what Gene said was, Bob Lazar walks up to this guy Dennis, this blonde, military-looking guy, and Bob's talking to him. The guy's not even looking at him. And that caught Gene's attention. It's like, if Bob was making that up, what did he do? Just pick out a guy out of nowhere and starts talking? If the guy was a nobody, he would have turned around and go what do you want?
Yeah, he would have been stop talking.
Yeah, no, I mean, I kept saying, Dennis, I'm here, what do you want? What's going on? I don't remember my exact words, but he never even looked up at me. And, I just walked over to Gene and said, I don't know what the deal is with Dennis. We both turned around and it was gone.
Yeah. So interesting. So I wonder, a part of me wonders if he himself wanted to come out after you or something, or there was something he did.
Unfortunately, it's all speculation.
Yeah.
He could have wanted to come out. He might have been part of, let's get Bob out of the house.
Yeah.
He could. There's 1,000, but there's no direction to go in.
I mean, that was so striking from the documentaries. They put your gun was set up in your own car, and the doors were open in the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
And then you walked.
Yeah, that happened more than once.
That's scary, man.
Yeah. Did you? Yeah, and I mean, we would lock it and test the door, and because it had happened before, and go, all right, lock, check every single thing. Okay, Mario, It's locked. It's locked. Okay, we go into the gym. We come back out. Everything's over.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, over 50%, I might get assassinated?
Yeah, because it's why I said we have to look under the car, see if there's something wired in there or a bomb. I mean, we were even afraid. The only thing that wasn't open, I think, was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, and finally did, but looked over the car. But yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb in there or somebody wired it up. But as George said, I think they were just screwing with me.
And Mario talked a lot with him, and we really spent a lot of time, and it's hard to trick. He also kept saying it's really hard to explain and express what that worry was, because he said I was with Bob all the time, and we were scared that something was going to blow up. And he says I was so going through my hard times that I didn't care. I just told Bob, stay out and I'll try it, and he would start the car because he was like, fuck it, I'm going to do it. But you could sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, this is something that clearly was causing a lot of worry, not just for you, but for Mario as well. It's like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again, and why are they doing this? So clearly, you think something could go wrong. So whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to these guys.
Did you get the sense that there were maybe mob ties? Like there was some, they talk about the UFO legacy program sometimes like it's a cartel or like a mafia that exists outside of the state. Did you get the sense? And obviously you're, going back and forth from Vegas, and Vegas is a hot spot for that sort of thing. Did you ever get that sense?
Not that it was the mob per se.
Yeah.
But it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
Yeah. They were like their own.
Yeah, they were their own cabal.
You kind of get that vibe. Like even, I feel like John Lear was like he had, there's a picture with him and G. Gordon Liddy. Do you know who that is? This
Yeah, I know the name. I don't remember who he is.
He's this FBI agent who was this kind of agent provocateur who was very involved in Watergate and stuff. And you get the sense that whole world, like the people, the Mormons who were around Howard Hughes, and there was a lot of mob, there's a lot of mob activity there, and it was like they were kind of like you could see a civilian government official calling them and then being like, fuck off, is the vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly.
We're doing our thing.
Yeah.
It's undeniable.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. I'm 100% on that.
Yeah. I know you've also, because, you live in Montreal and there's stuff there, and I'm sure you've bumped into things, people.
Yeah, I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations and government secrets and the intelligence community. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention to what organized crime did back then, back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and how those organizations operated and what they did. Because it's a very similar way of keeping secrets. And, I think that there is some tie somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved and they're in charge of anything. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there is clear motivation for somebody who's trying to keep a secret to have ties with, let's say, the mob, so that if ever something or somebody does start going too rogue, well, you could basically scare that person and say, well, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after you.
That's right. Well, it seems like they were going after your marriage, and it's all blackmail techniques. Like that's what it feels like. It's compromise systems, and you look at
they weren't taking the legal angle at all.
No, which is really, if you want to enforce something, like that's the way you do it. Which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too, where it's just they're just clearly is this distributed kind of compromise system, and it deals with spooky science. I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like,
yeah, I started looking into it.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah, it's really wild.
And then he says,
and it's so widespread.
It's widespread, and here's what's crazy. He's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and Epstein is. This is at the end of his life.
Yeah.
And he goes, why did you put Zorro Ranch where you put it? And he goes, well, a bunch of Los Alamos physicists were retiring. And so, they were kind of aging out. And I wanted to speak with them.
Los Alamos, which was the high-energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists. And you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that? Yes, because the scientists were going to they cut the funding for high-energy physics.
And you're like, oh my God, how lax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security? And then you realize, Bill Richardson was kind of in with the Clintons, and he was the Secretary of Energy, and he's there, and he's just systematically siphoning American nuclear secrets. And then he goes, there's another email where he said, I killed pawns back in the day or whatever, and he's talking about Pons and Fleischmann who are claiming cold fusion results. And so it's like, what is Epstein dealing with cold fusion? And then he's hanging out at Harvard with the math department.
None of that makes any sense.
It's weird.
None of that makes any sense.
Really strange.
I used to drive by that ranch all the time. I lived really close to it when I lived in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And they always called it the Victoria's Secret Ranch because there were models there. Yeah, everyone knew that as the Victoria's Secret Ranch.
So you would drive by Epstein's ranch and they would call it the Victoria's Secret Ranch?
Yeah, you can see, not right by it, but as you drive it on the road, you can see it up on that. Yeah.
Well, you know why they called it that? It's because he was close with Les Wexner, who was the CEO and founder of Victoria's Secret. Yeah.
Oh,
so you would drive by there and they would call it that.
Everybody called it that, yeah.
No way.
We'd drive up to Los Alamos to pick up alpha radiation probes that my company did, and we'd come back. But yeah, every time we drove out, we passed by it a couple of times.
That's so nuts. Damn. So what do you do? Because like, it's also for the people that are like disbelieve your stuff. It's like, look at all this bizarre. It's like this cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, it is really weird.
Yeah.
And it's, again, I'll say it. It's just, we're just talking about Epstein. That's one guy. Just one guy. It's not just one guy.
Clearly not.
No, it's not.
It's not just one guy.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not.
I mean, he might have been the ringleader, but it's.
There's a lot of people.
Or he might have been an extension of something much.
Yeah, he could be.
But he was obsessed with the Casimir effect, and he would hold these.
Oh, he was?
Oh,
really?
yeah. He would hold these gravity conferences, and then the very fact that he's saying.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all fact. He has an old colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, that talks about
the Casimir effect.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And so this old colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, has this theory of everything in physics where it involves gauging gravity instead of quantizing gravity. Beyond my pay grade, but I find it interesting. And Epstein somehow knew about his theory before just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied in with the Harvard math department?
Do you think it was just his hobby, or something like science was his hobby, and he just had money, so he had the ability to connect to these?
I think you read his emails, and it's like there's somebody behind him who knew exactly what to look for, but he didn't know. He was like a low-level version of it. And so he'll say things like, you need to boost your physics. Time is much weirder than you think. It's actually just a function of the vibration of cesium atoms. And you're like, who's giving you this stuff? And then he's sort of like mining people for the info. And weird.
I mean, did he said that?
He said that, yeah.
Okay.
Which is true.
Right, it's an atomic clock.
It's an atomic clock,
It's just a vibrating cesium atom. So, yeah, I mean, it's true. I don't know if that's what time is, but it's our perception of time. Right?
Time is very weird, isn't it? Wouldn't you say, just from a pure physics perspective, it's an anomaly. It's strange.
Yeah.
It's the most used noun in the English language, but we can only define it with respect to the movement of macroscopic bodies or to oscillations on an electromagnetic wave. But it's not it's a thing that we're it's almost like fish in a fishbowl where the fish are trying to even describe what water is, but they can't because they're in it.
Yeah,
and then we're in time.
Yeah, you have to be outside of it to describe it. I mean, that's it. You can't be outside it. It's just a concept that makes us happy. Is what time is.
Do you think that there's something about time being weird that might help explain some of the UFO stuff?
Yeah, I think there's definitely something there.
Yeah, because if gravity's
off, gigantic chunks that are missing from physics, and I think some people have access to that.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, but I mean the cosmic redshift. The other thing that this guy Burkhard Heim says is that the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity. And if you look at dark energy, you can literally just look it up. It's like this. It's not one of the four fundamental forces, but it's just the universe is inflating.
Dark energy really exists.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And dark matter too.
I'm not really buying either one.
Dark matter's never been detected, but it's just there to.
It's a placeholder
to justify gravity's weakness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, to me, I always viewed that's what gravitons were. That's why this got my attention. Back on the graviton bandwagon.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy hardcore anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're going to be gravity. It's right around the bend. There's a guy named George Trimble, who's a VP at Martin Corporation's RIAS, Research for Institute for Advanced Study, and he was this really wacky thinker, and he worked with Lewis Whitten and probably Townsend Brown, and they would say like it's going to take us the time that it took to build the atom bomb to basically beat gravity. And they were Stanley Desser and Richard Arnowit, who were famous physicists at the time from Princeton, were talking about gravitons, and they were like, we have a very clear theory of gravitons, and we know how to do this. And the two things that come up for gravity when there's a lot of smoke but no fire is the thing we just talked about with Bueller: extremely high electric field differentials creating thrust. And then the second thing is very fast rotating spinning superconductors. Those two things seem to have some.
But is that actually gravity?
So there's another force.
30 years has gone by, and I've kind of been doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right about that.
And can you say anything about that? What do you think you're right about?
That there's another force, and it's not gravity.
And what is if you were to characterize that force as distinct from gravity? So gravity, clearly you'd have all these other byproduct effects, the photons, and what does this force do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, it's a repelling force, but I think it's something that works closer to the way you would think in a science fiction movie. You can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can't. I think gravity is just an attractive force. I think this other force, you can to simplify it, push or pull. And I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think it affects light. It does some of the observations you would have with gravity would also overlap in this other force, but I think it's a unique force.
Have you ever measured this force? Next question.
All right, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
How have you measured?
No, there's no follow-up question.
Okay. Fine. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as the goal of your research, post the experience? Like,
just to duplicate anything.
Just to duplicate anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I can.
You think you can?
Yeah, I'm sure I can.
You feel confident?
I'm 100% confident. Yeah, I'm going to, yeah.
Have you already gotten some interesting results?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm 100% confident. Yeah, the thing is just to scale stuff up.
Yeah. Okay. What do you hope your legacy is? So, like, 200 years from now,
no one's going to know who I am.
I don't think that. I don't think that's right, man. Think about it. Like, if there are these this lineage of technology that is completely separate.
Come on, I'm going to be overwritten by people. Look, there's other Bob Lazars and things that are going to come along. Look what's happening, all the people that came out since that. There's going to be other people like me. Eventually, some more of this is going to come out, and
they're amazing people who've come out since you, first and foremost.
Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more important ones that you just aren't going to look back to the 80s. I think you're just going to focus on those guys.
Well, I would put it the inverse. I would say if you have like an army of people coming out after you, the fact that you're the first makes it even more interesting. I think it's more likely you'd be forgotten if no one comes out after you. Do you hope to vindicate your own experience through your own scientific experimentation?
Yeah, I do.
That's exciting. That's cool.
But I have no idea what other people are doing.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what not to do. That's what we did at S4. So that's actually a big leap forward.
And you saw one hanging up against the wall?
Yeah, it was sitting on the wall, and there's actually an error in the movie. It has one hole in the rim of it, not two. But yeah, there was just a hole with it bent out, clearly bent out, as if it was shot from the bottom.
Why do you think? Oh, it looked like it was shot.
Yeah.
Interesting. So do you think it was shot with like a kinetic weapon, mechanical weapon?
No question.
Wow. And do you think it was a human weapon that shot it?
I don't know. It looks like something we would have done to stand it up, shoot through it, see how we can penetrate this material.
Whoa. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulses and UFOs and them taking out UFOs, taking them down or anything?
Well, that was the other directive of the project. It was
directed energy.
Well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. Our directive was duplicate the propulsion system at any cost is directive 1, and directive 2 was be able to disable the system at a distance at any cost.
Do you think
so that's somewhat directed energy, but then there's also Project Sidekick, which is a weapon, so that's also directed energy. So it kind of depends where you're going with that.
I guess, had you heard of any UFOs prior to that getting shot down with directed energy, with electromagnetic pulse? Okay.
I think the only thing I ever heard prior to that was stories about the Roswell craft getting hit by lightning and crashing or something. I think it's the only.
Are there any of these stories, like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any of these stories you lend credence to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash other than what I've heard, but it sure seems like they were working real hard to cover something up.
That's true.
The Roswell crash was not one crash. It was not in one place only, though.
It might have been a round of two.
Yeah. I really think it was something that happened in the air, and there's like debris that.
Has everyone made Miranda Cosgrove aware that Riser's here?
I hope so.
How was pick?
Oh, no way. Aquarius is here?
Yeah, how was?
Yeah, stay here. I live here.
How is pickleball?
How's your Sunday going, Miss Aquarius?
Good. Happy birthday.
Good. Did you have a big brunch today?
Yeah, I gotta go eat. We're gonna have pumpkin pork pie, shrimp salad, collard greens.
Yummy.
How you feeling?
Still recovering from my clam sickness, but I'm doing okay.
What does it feel like? Like you feel weak or something?
No, just like sick to your stomach, like you want to vomit. But
oh man, that must have been old or something. It must be real old or something.
No, I don't know. I don't know. The clams are not food. No one should be eating them. Same with oysters. I've never even tried an oyster, but I feel like oysters. Some people like them, but they're like disgusting. I do not want to eat one. Do you like oysters, Mr. Aquarius?
No, that's slimy. They're slimy. No. I like fried mushrooms.
What kind of mushrooms? All of them?
The regular grayish brownish looking mushrooms.
How is pickleball? You're good. How is pickleball?
Oh, pickleball is fun. I play with my homies, Chris and Vikram, and this girl, Nina, who's very, very good. And we had a lot of fun. There's this game. Have you heard of it, Rabbi? It's called Paddle. Do you know what I'm talking about? I mean, everybody knows. There's a game called Paddle, but
No, what is it?
it's just called Paddle, and it's like similar size court to pickleball, but it's like a mixture of like pickleball and squash, kind of. And so you're surrounded by like this like glass, and it's like 2v2. I've seen no, but you can play 1v1 as well. But, you can hit it backwards off the glass, just like kind of like squash, and you can like hit it off the side, like the sides of the court. And you use like the walls around the court to hit the ball and just like ricochet the ball around. I have never tried it, but I think I might be able to try it when I go back.
It's different than racket. It's different than racquetball.
Let me look at what racquetball looks like. I'm pretty sure they're. Yeah, no, racquetball. You're playing in like a squash court,
Right.
but paddle is like same setup as pickleball, where you have like a net in between the two of you, and you're shooting against people on the opposite side.
No, how do you tighten the net?
How do you tighten the net?
Yeah, you said there's a net between you.
I mean, it's tensioned around these like pulleys, and then there's some way to make the tension tight enough. like probably similar to a tennis court, where there's like a little like crank or whatever.
Okay.
I'm not an expert in paddle net tensioning, but that'd be my guess.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to deliver a loss to you, like an Amazon Prime driver.
Nobody's paying attention to that. Those are independent contractors.
I'm pretty sure they're employees of Amazon.
Look it up, dog.
Is that some tax loophole?
Yeah, it is a tax loophole.
So I didn't know this, but apparently rabbis, if they're called to a funeral, they pretty much have to like ditch everything they're doing and go. Is that true?
Within reason, we should.
Have you ever been called to a funeral?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. And I had to take off work and travel from Orange County to Los Angeles County to a really famous Jewish cemetery. It's known as Mount Sinai. It's where like the most prominent Jews within Hollywood are buried. And while I did not, I was not extremely close. I knew the deceased. He and I attended the same classes together, and just from another shul or synagogue. His son is a rabbi, Rabbi Silverman. So he presided over the service with some other rabbis, but I was there in support.
Is there a specific like funeral service that you have to be trained or informed in?
I mean, it's a little different, I think, than most religious ceremonies from other faiths. Generally, there are some rules that we have. So usually the deceased is, well, firstly, we avoid cremation at all costs. The deceased is generally buried in a kittel, which is like a white cloth. We don't do like preservation or have open caskets. Generally, I mean, everybody differs. And people, we have to generally bury very quickly. So generally within 72 hours. Within the desert history of our people, it was important to get the dead buried as quickly as possible, just because disease can spread and such. And then from there, we have it's really more for the family, but it's called sitting Shiva, where the direct families, the direct relations of the deceased are basically not, I don't want to say not allowed, but they don't generally have any celebratory activities. They don't wash, they cover their mirrors, and then people within the community come and visit. And it's not like you may see on TV sometimes, like I've seen in some like Curb Your Enthusiasm and things, where it's like a thing where you eat and enjoy. That might be something in Reform, but within Orthodox, it's generally a very somber time, and you talk about the person and the greatness that they had on earth. And then from there, we may have a memorial service thereafter as well. There, I think, like in some religions, you have like a service, like like I think maybe in Christianity you might have, or like Catholicism, they may have a mass or something like that. It's different. Within Judaism, we have morning prayers, certainly, and we do something called, we have Kaddish, which is a mourner's prayer. And then the direct relations, the male direct relations of the deceased will say Kaddish, is what it's called, which is a mourner's prayer for the next 11 months. So they should already be going to shul, but generally, this is in a perfect world. The person attends what's called Shacharis, Mincha, Marav. These are the three services throughout the day, and they will say a mourner's prayer basically. And then if they're unable to do so, let's say they have work or something like that, you can pay yeshiva students basically younger, generally younger, not always, but students who are learning how to either become rabbis or just become more orthodox, and they will say Kaddish for you, or for your deceased one for 11 months. And then from there, there are some other things. You can't say Kaddish if you don't have 10 Jewish men. So you can't just do it on your own. And there's some other restrictions on perhaps like what day you're going to be doing it. But nevertheless, it's usually a process for the family of 3 days, 3 times a day. The women, it's not a requirement of the women. They don't have time-based mitzvot, is what it's called, or commandments. The person is buried generally like after the service, and depending on the background of the people, not everybody can go to the grave. Kohanim, descendants of Aaron from the Bible, traditionally do not. There's a certain distance that needs to be kept from being in direct contact with the dead. And then from there, generally there is just like with I think any religion, perhaps like a reception thereafter, and people celebrate the person's life. It's a little different because there isn't a special service that is like the funeral service per se. I mean, it may be called a funeral service, but the services don't change. It's morning, afternoon, evening, and then the funeral service would be throughout in the middle of the day usually. So that's basically how it goes. Generally as well, depending, we don't send flowers. We don't buy flowers. We avoid any kind of ornate. I'm not saying people don't have ornate caskets, but that's like the best way to do it is just in a plain pine box. And I know while I haven't attended a funeral in Israel, I have attended funerals for people who have been buried in Israel, specifically in the Mount of Olives. So I've viewed them via satellite or whatever you want to call it, via live stream. And the service generally, those ones that I've seen are shorter than the ones I've seen in the United States. You'll have someone who shares some memories about the person, and then other people might be invited to share memories about the person. And then there is a process where the person has just a simple marker in the Mount of Olives, and it's almost like there's a mound of rocks, and from there the family is sitting shiva. That's 7 days of mourning period, and then from there there's another 30 days where you avoid some celebrations and such, and then from there I don't want to say you can go back to living your life normally. You still are supposed to be saying Kaddish 3 times a day for the death of the person. And then we feel, at least within the Orthodox world, that after 11 months, the person's body is no longer in this neutral state, and that they are in Gan Eden, basically the Garden of Eden. And there are different philosophies as to what happens. There isn't a central Jewish tradition on what happens. The more Kabbalistic thoughts are that the person will be revivified in the world to come. There will be a resurrection for the dead. But traditionally within Judaism, if you go back into the Hebrew Bible, people just died, and there was maybe a thought of them going to some place called Sheol, which is like the underworld, but there was no idea of an 11-month cottage period for the family. There was no necessarily judging of the soul. All of that happens later on, and if you read in Hebrew Bible, it's generally quite simple. People die. There isn't a period of mourning necessarily. Maybe the family might, you might read of a story where a family is saddened by it, but it's not like they're attending shul 3 times a day. There is no shul. And then later on in the stories, there, even at the Beit Hamikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, it was not seen as something that was forced upon someone to necessarily say Kaddish. All of that happens from about 100 to 400 of the Common Era, really the Talmudic era, what we call the period of the Geonim, and then the beliefs of what happened to the person evolve into specifically like 1200 of the Common Era, when ideas of Kabbalistic fate of what a body goes through occur, and then into the 18th century, additional Kabbalistic priorities are brought upon the congregants and more so towards the families. And then there's a split generally in the 19th century between Reform and then Conservative and the Orthodox world. So Reform and Conservative, I don't associate myself with those. I have, though, been via webcam to a Reform funeral for actually someone who was like a YouTuber, and that that ceremony was quite beautiful and similar in a lot of ways, celebration of the deceased, but different than not exactly sure how that person was buried, but I don't think that I think they may have been the body was not there, and generally it would be. So hey, do you remember me talking about Music Biz Marty?
R.I.P.
Yeah, so he was Jewish, and so I attended his funeral via webcam and with quite a few other people, and that was a beautiful service as well. So it doesn't have to be an Orthodox service, so to speak. It some Jews, just depending on how their family wants them buried, or doesn't even necessarily have to be buried, but it can vary within the rabbinical world. Though, if we're asked to come to a funeral, we should do everything that we can to be able to do so. And like in my case, at least this one in particular, the man who died, he was like 95 years old, and he and I would attend. We would always attend what's called Chumash or Torah classes together, and then he would occasionally come for Gemara classes, which are Talmud classes. He lived in a place called Laguna Woods, which is it's an entire town within Orange County that is just old people. I think you have to be at least 50 years old to be there. And basically one of my synagogues had a population of just like older people, so to speak. Now he was buried in Mount Sinai, which is technically in Glendale, California, but we had a memorial service for him at his community, and that happened like a couple weeks later, I want to say. So generally the timeline is we bury as quickly as possible, usually within 72 hours. A rabbi should preside over it. It's not necessary. It's not as if you can't find a rabbi for whatever reason, the person still should be buried as quickly as possible. There's a 7-day mourning period of the family, another 30 days of avoiding some other celebrations. We then have the person, their family, does what's called says Kaddish for them 3 times a day, generally for 11 months, and then after that 11 months, we feel that they are at least in the afterlife. Now, again, that afterlife may depend on what version of Judaism you may follow, but generally, as Orthodox people, we consider them to be in Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, and awaiting Mashiach, our Messiah, to revivify them, so to bring them back from the dead. And then there's the thought, I mean, there are a lot of Kabbalistic discussions. There's a bone within the body. It's one of the reasons why we want to ensure that the person is not cremated or something like that. The bone in the body is called the loose body. The loose bone, traditionally, from a Kabbalistic standpoint, this is seen as the bone at the very tip of your spine, like where your coccyx is. And this bone is considered the hardest bone in the body. And that when Mashiach comes, Mashiach will resurrect all of the dead using that bone. So there's some Kabbalistic thought, basically Jewish mysticism, as to why we want to keep a preservation for the body. But this was not always the case. Jews in general have been buried in a variety of ways over the course of our history. But really, since like about 1880, the focusing on avoidance of any kind of cremation has been a point, but wasn't always, again, was not always necessitated. And there are certain cases where that may be avoided today. And then we feel like in a case of, the Holocaust, perhaps people were gassed and maybe cremated. In those cases, there may be, even years or decades afterward, some type of memorial service for the people, for anyone who couldn't have had a proper Jewish burial. But that's generally how it goes.
Word.
All right, I have to use the restroom, and then I'm gonna actually let me see here. I'm watching that Bob Lazar thing, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. One moment.
Mr. Aquarius, are you there? Mr. Aquarius.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Digging into surfaces from Mississippi, odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color back on the view. It's called Yazoo clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything very good. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. No. Over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of
All right, I'm almost ready. Oh, I think I'm going to be on a podcast tomorrow.
Nice. Which one?
It's a paranormal one. Yeah. So I just do this thing that I send out 30 emails a day. And of the 30 emails, like 20 of them get delivered. 10 of them are like broken links or whatever, which is fine. And then this one guy he got back to me like right away, and he's like, "Hey, I've got an opening tomorrow if you want to do it." And, sure. the thing is, I'm not like, I mean, I guess people might say I'm like the biggest paranormal person in global history. I listen to Coast AM every single night and have for years on stream. Like, but I don't get into ghosts or like cryptozoology too much. Though I do know something about it. So I don't want to say like I can't hold my own. I'm pretty well versed. I'm well versed on quite a few different subjects. But I just might not be an absolute expert on perhaps many. I mean, what's the phrase? What's the phrase? The jack of all trades, master of none. But I am a master of some trades, so I'm not gonna put myself down that much. So I'm gonna try to listen to this person's podcast a little bit today, perhaps tonight. And like when I emailed him, he's like, connect with me on Facebook, and it's like, fuck, man, who uses Facebook? But I tried to send him a message there, but he has like a fan page, and so I couldn't message him right away. But I don't know. This all happened within the last like 2 hours. He seems like a nice guy though, and I've never. Well, I guess I do the same thing, but like, if like I connect with you a certain way, let's just connect that way. Let's not. I mean, but I do it to other people. Like, hey, somebody will be like,
come to my Discord.
Yeah, hey, somebody else sent me another email. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me reply to this person. So, I previously said, like, my goal is I've got to just be focused on sending out these emails regularly, and I can't do it for like only a few days and then give up. And I also can't give up after I've done just a couple of podcasts. What I said to your mom like sticks out in my head far more than I think you or she will ever realize. That I say to myself, look, I've talked to this lady before with her husband, and now I talk to her again, and I'm still not viral. And I want to be viral the next time I speak with this woman. And if I'm not, it's no big deal. But at least the next time, if it's a year from now and I speak with her, I want to be able to say, ma'am, I was on 52 podcasts, one every single week or generally since having spoken to you. And I tried, and I'm going to continue to try. But I don't want it to be like, oh, yeah, I was on like 3 podcasts in the last year. None of that. I want to, I'm a person. I try to do what I say, or I try to do what I say I'm going to do. It's an integrity issue with me. It's an accountability issue with me, and so I just got.
Yeah, I mean, think of how many Kill Tony podcasts it took, or Joe Rogan podcasts it took to like take.
That's exactly right, and I say that to myself as well, and that's a big deal to me as too, because it's like nobody paid attention to these guys right away. It took time, it took work, and now they're multimillionaires, and they're people who like more than the money. The money really isn't of interest to me. I'm comfortable, and I don't really. That's all I care about. To me, comfort is far more important than money. What I feel is important. We'll play in about 5 minutes. I've got it. I know I say 5 minutes, but just please bear with me. I've got to do something. What I feel is important is not having to worry, not having my children ever have to worry, not having my friends ever have to worry. Like, money means nothing in a socialist system. And that's where I think we're moving. So the fact that this could make a lot of money, I don't care about that. I care about the platform it will give me to be able to eradicate, hopefully, a lot of issues that we have in the world, like world hunger, world thirst, and war. And I know that'll make me a target, and I get that. I'm fine with that. It's not like a huge like, I know that will perhaps be an issue in the future, but I'll one step at a time. The one guy, I did his podcast like 4 times. He came in, Tony, and he came in today, and he was like, I can't find the third one that we did. Like, I think I lost it. And I wasn't too worried about it, because it's like, I've got all this saved. Like, I could I went to my my Twitter, and I could like go through and find, like, I have double Twitter backups. I have however many Rumble backups. I have multiple YouTube backups. Like, I don't sweat that part of it too much. But I just helped walk him through how he could find it, and he was able to find it. And he kept saying, like, he's like 22 years old. Is he 22? Yeah, he's 22. And he's like, this is going to make, like, this has a chance to put me on the map. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, when I go viral, you will have one of the most important podcasts in history. And the fact that you were smart enough to do 3 of them will, bring you a lot of acclaim, perhaps. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it would be like, if somebody had an interview of, I don't know, Joe Rogan from like 1992, it would be like, oh, that was an important conversation that he had, perhaps, especially with the things about which I talk about. Joe Rogan might have been talking about like the stand-up world or whatever, but I talk about the future of humanity. And I know that I could be wrong on some of my predictions, but there are other predictions that I know I am absolutely positive on. And like, the importance of AI would be, the importance of data would be like crucial to humanity in the future. And I said that thing to you like a few days ago. Like, imagine we had a video of a guy who was sleeping from 500 years ago. That would be like a really popular video. And you laughed, but you're like, yeah, I mean, it's true. And it's absolutely true. The guy who was the guy, Tony, who I spoke to, who was on his podcast earlier, he was like, you're gonna have like he's really big on like a world record. And he's like, you're gonna have like we talked, and I'm like, I'm gonna have a bunch of world records, probably like more than I even think, but like most hours slept online or like on camera, that's gonna be a record. Most meals eaten on camera, that's gonna be a record. Like the fact that all my shit is recorded means it's pretty easy to verify for a world record. And and it would be one thing if, like I told him, like if like we would have like most, I probably would have like most games record. Yeah, probably I'd be like the person who's played the most amount of games on camera. I mean, I play at least,
The most played of golf games.
yeah,
World record.
definitely. I bet I've played more Scrabble or Literati on camera that has been archived than any person in global history, and that's not even that much. But it's like very few people record themselves of doing these kinds of things, so that's what makes it. That's what gives it some credence. Um, but that's not why I do it.
The most trash talking recorded.
That's why I do it. No doubt. No doubt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Fuck. Just one moment. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's do this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I'll be considered the greatest trash talker in the history of the world, Muhammad Ali included.
James Dean of trash talker.
That's all I want to be known as, baby. Why would I want to be known as anything more? So when you play your game, when you play pickleball, do you always win or do you never win?
Sorry, did you say when I play pickleball?
Yeah.
Do I always win or not win?
Right. Like, are you really good?
Not too bad. I'm not like exceptional. The people I played with today, we're all kind of the same skill level, so we had a lot of good games. There were some rallies that were like a lot of back and forth before someone hit a bad shot and it got like the point ended, which is kind of a tell or whatever your skill level. But I definitely, it's not like a binary. I always lose. Like that. Yeah, it's not the way it works. And anything really, like Scrabble or tennis, people are always gonna lose typically.
Right.
It's like one-on-one, you're like the absolute best in the world.
Well, like I am, unless they're iCarly tiles and words that are being used, obviously. I can't believe you've never played. I can't believe that you've never played racquetball, dude. You'd be really good at racquetball. You've got a big wingspan, and you should, if you have a chance, play racquetball. Like, take my advice on that. You'll love it. It's way better than any other sport you're gonna play. That's a racket sport because it fucking doesn't end. The rallies are so long.
And what's the difference between racquetball and squash?
Great question. The racquetball is way bouncier. A squash ball, the ball dies. It's like a hard ball, and it dies. A racquetball, it bounces around like pong, like it'll go all around, and you can bounce it off the back wall. You can bounce it off the ceiling. You can bounce it off any wall you want, and so like if you get with someone good who can rally, you can have like 2 or 3 minutes of just straight running after a ball, sometimes longer. And it's, in my opinion, the best. Um, it is the single best game. Let me see if I want to say this. Aside from like swimming, that is pretty, or like running, but those aren't really games. Like a game that you have to stop at some point to like talk to the other person, it's way better than tennis. Tennis, if you get somebody who's better than the other person, they're gonna serve and just destroy. But racquetball, you can always get that ball back generally. I mean, of course, like somebody, if somebody's really, really good and they can position the ball and like basically kill it, yeah, you're gonna have that. But it's if you saw what a racquetball court is, it's like just a big box. And for someone like you as a big wingspan, you can dominate that.
Yeah, I mean the wingspan helps in pickleball too, but yeah, that's why I want to try paddle, is because it's basically like the same same kind of concept as like racquetball, where you just get to like have a bouncy ball and like rip it off the sides, and there's a lot of fun doing that. I haven't tried racquetball, but
you should.
Does seem. Yeah, I don't. I guess they probably have it in Vancouver. I went there.
Yeah. Definitely, I bet they have it. I bet they have it in Squamish. It's like the second most popular racket game. Maybe pickleball might have taken it over, but it's basically. Do you have a racket club in Squamish?
No, there's only a community center that has like one hockey rink and a gymnasium that's like, they just rented it, but the reno they didn't add anything really, and they do not. I mean, I've never gone on my way to look, but I'm pretty sure there's no squash courts. But
You have an invitation.
All right. You're the world's best racquetball player.
No, dude, I've played some people who, when you play like a really good person, they just destroy you. But I enjoyed playing. It's really good. It's really good exercise. Like, I'm trying to think of anything that it's better exercise than tennis, and I like tennis. It's better exercise than basketball is pretty good exercise, but football, it's like soccer. Soccer's pretty good exercise, but here's the thing: it's so fast. Racquetball is so fast that, like, I don't know, it's not as fast as highlight or badminton, but it's faster than tennis. Maybe I don't want to mess it. Like, I guess if you're playing with like super good place people, maybe it's not as fast as tennis, but it's a lot of fun.
That was a mistake.
Everybody,
How you doing, Brandon?
how long have I been here?
Oh, I don't know right now. I can't look. I'm in the middle of a game, but when I have time, I'll take a look.
Just today, and over the past 7 weeks.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I can tell you, you celebrate your 1-year anniversary in about a month. Less than a month.
And about a month?
Less than a month.
But we're going to give up and celebrate my anniversary.
What'd you say?
What we're going to do in here is celebrate my anniversary.
Whatever you want to do, big dog.
Is there any sports is there any playoffs going on that day?
Yes, sir. Oh, I don't know about that day, but today there are. Put on ESPN. You'll see.
ESPN, no?
They're on. They should be on ESPN. The NBA's tonight.
Let me look up real quick. NBA's tonight?
Yes, sir.
Is it one that start playing the real? I'm gonna get this part real quick. Montreal, but they've already played the New York Knicks, but the Cleveland Cavaliers, they've already played. So the Dallas Renegades are playing right now.
All right, big man.
I'm looking. NCAA softball tournament.
Okay.
It's on right now. You've been tagged for NBA.
Icon.
Sam, the one with the Pokemon, keeps leaving. Rabbi.
Yeah, no worries. Sometime when we don't have anyone in here, let's work on that, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all what you said. It's all what you think. That what you said, and somehow it keeps leaving.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why.
Probably like too many tabs open. I need close one. I don't know.
That could be.
Shut up.
It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports.
Hey, up there, left. I'm going. I'm going to do this. What's that? You see Kyle Busch died the gas coaster?
What'd you say, big man?
The gas coaster Kyle Busch died?
Yeah, I saw that. That's sad.
Yeah. I saw him out. Anyways, I'll let you get back to it. Stop for interrupting you, Rabbi.
You're good, big man. No worries. You're always.
I'm still being here.
That's my favorite. Thank you, big man.
I'm gonna go celebrate me being here.
All right, big man.
We think spaghetti and meatballs. My mom's fixing it, so
That sounds amazing.
That's my way of celebrating me being here.
Excellent, big man. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. I'm the one being here. It's great job of all the sports.
That's the best. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you going to say the word go, Bozai, Carly?
I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, but... Wow. Oh. 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 Wow. Nice. Oh, that was iCarly. Chloe's? Yeah, Doug, Chloe's. It's iCarly. I even said it's iCarly. That's not a word. I don't know why you would think about putting. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck is that, dog? Not iCarly. I know that. Oh, there's some iCarliness to that, dog. Oh, you did not just do that. Doug, what do you want me to do when you pulled that iCarly bullshit? Oh, man. This game.
How many things are left?
7. Thank God, that's secondly. Oh, but it's good. It's bombarding me with garbage time.
How many things are left?
There's only 2 left now.
Oh, that's some bullshit. Oh, fuck. That was great.
Have you been to Europe before?
No, I'm too cool for that shit.
What?
I'm too cool for that shit.
You're too cool to step foot in North Macedonia.
You mean that fucking place in like the Balkans?
Yeah.
Who the fuck wants to go there?
All kinds of people go to the Balkans.
Nobody wants to go to the Balkans. Everybody from the Balkans moves.
It can't be that bad.
This game sucks.
I feel like I stole it at the end there.
Yeah, you did. That's fucking bullshit. Everybody knows it's bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I don't. Dog. Dog.
They gave you the
Dog. Yeah, it's the last fucking letter when there were no other letters around. Everybody thinks that that's bullshit. I asked everybody, the whole fucking world, and everybody said, Rabbi, that's some bullshit. And I said, I know that's some bullshit. Yo. I have a question for you. What did you think of the
what?
Bob Lazar thing that you sent me?
That was interesting. I like his best Bob Lazar interview.
I agree. And I've seen he hasn't done that many interviews. I mean, people will argue that he's done, I don't know, but like fewer than, I don't know, 10, 20, something like that. Not that many. And I'd never heard him talk about his dad being maybe involved in like fishy business. I never knew that much about his early life. I still don't know. And
I mean, you didn't even know he had a book.
I knew he had a book. I wrote the foreword. Everybody knows I wrote the foreword, the Dreamland. He doesn't shill his book that much though. I've never heard him talk about it. Like, I don't know. Maybe he did before I got into him, which could be true if it was in the 90s or something, but he's an interesting person. You really think he's full of shit?
I think some things that he says seems. I mean, I was thinking about this because you were saying like, no way. And when they in like the movie or whatever, like one of the only good parts of the S4 movie was like when they kind of like proved that Bob Lazar at least knew that like secret area of S4 and how it had the kind of secret door that was like built into the mountains. They had those images or whatever from like the pilot that basically proved what he was saying about like those secret doors. That made me want to believe his story more because I feel like very limited people would have that particular information. And there are pieces of information that Bob Lazar gives that there are similar where it's like I feel like limited people would have that information. But I mean stuff like kind of upside down flag on a UFO, anyone could just pull that out of the blank tile bag.
It's not an upside down American flag. It's a right side up American flag. He says it's reversed.
No.
He says it's reversed.
Yeah, it's reversed. Yeah. And what was the reason it was reversed again?
That's how American personnel puts a flag, because it should be like how the flag, when it's moving forward, would be waved in the wind. So like imagine you had a truck that has a flag behind it. Whatever way the flag would be facing when the wind is going is the way that they put that logo, like on planes and on American on tanks. They'll put the American flag, whatever. Like, it would be as if the flag was attached to a pole. What way would the flag be going if the vehicle was in motion?
It depends on the direction of the wind. Yeah.
No, if the vehicle were in motion, can you see my hand?
Yeah.
Okay, if the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be going this way. If the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be directed that way because whatever the way the wind would be pushing it.
Yeah. So they're assuming that the vehicle is driving the way that's pushing the flag to be like mirrored.
Yeah.
Are you positive that's the answer that like Joe Rogan was explaining?
Yeah, I mean that's the reason in military flag code.
Okay, I thought there was like some distinct reason that Joe Rogan was saying about why that, or maybe Bob Lazar was saying about why it was backwards flag on the UFO.
They were saying that. They were saying that if the craft were going in one direction, then the flag would be facing in the other direction.
Okay.
And that's only.
I thought it was like something like.
And that's
stranger than that.
And that's only like. It depends on the flag. Like the Canadian flag, it doesn't really matter because it's symmetric left to right, though not top to down. The British flag, I think, is the same. The Israeli flag's the same. The Chinese flag would not. Chinese flag's asymmetrical, so Chinese flag would be different. Let me check and see if these guys sent me an email. Yeah, they did. Just one moment. So I was just thinking, like, what could I talk about on these paranormal podcasts? Alien species. That's a fascination of mine that I think would be interesting to the audience. That's paranormal-esque. And I still feel, to me, it's just like zoology. It's just like a higher level of classification of beings.
Yeah. Alien technology, reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Hypothetical alien technology.
iCarly universe. If they want to know about iCarly words, I'll call you. they need an expert on iCarlyism, then you're definitely gonna be made aware. Okay. What are you doing tonight?
Sleeping?
Not all night, but like, do you have plans this evening?
No.
Okay. I have some shit I have to do. And I'm just thinking if I'm gonna do it right now.
Oh, what should you have to do?
I've got to teach a class, and I could do it a little later. I just have to fit it in sometime before like 10. I mean, I could do it later than that, but I want to be ready for these podcasts tomorrow, and I want to be able to listen to them. So that was another thing I wanted to do, was listen to these podcasts and see what they're like.
Is your Jewish class? I was gonna ask you before when you were talking about the funeral stuff, if you're still doing that. The Jewish class.
Yeah, 149. Today's my 149th straight day of it.
Oh damn.
Word dog. Yeah, I've done it every day for at least an hour, 449 straight days. And when I first started,
what's the topic today?
Kabbalah. Specifically, I enjoy listening. So I'll teach the first part of it, and just I review. Well, first I say, no one really knows for sure. Eluve Elu Divrei Elokim Chaim, which basically saying like no one really knows. But this is the Mazorah we live by, Mazorah's tradition. So this is just tradition within Judaism. And then what I do is I do how many days we've been doing it. So 149 days. I give the date. We just finished a period known as the Omer count. It's basically the 49 days between the second day of Passover, second night of Passover, and a holiday known as Shavuot, which is where we received the oral Torah on Mount Sinai, and where we got like the laws of kashrut and like I just completed a count of that every single day. Then I read through the Jewish timeline, history of Judaism timeline, and every 10 days I do a new event. So we're still like very early in the Hebrew Bible of like Adam hasn't died yet. So I'm still early in that. And then from there, when I first started this, I was I don't want to say I'm not into it now, but I would go like 3 or 4 hours of just like debates and things like that. But it was just taking up my whole day, and I wasn't promoting myself as much as I felt like I should be. And you can be like, well, you fucking play Scrabble with me for like 4 hours a day. Yeah, I know, but it's not always expected. I'll get other people who come in here and whatever. And at the heart of the matter, I have to ensure that I'm promoting myself, and sometimes I need that time. So then there is a Kabbalistic documentary series that I really like, but there are some points of it that are, I don't want to say they're wrong, but they are. It's taught by a Reform professor, and so before I'm gonna email him and just make the clarifications to him. I've done this with books too. Like I'll read a book of an Orthodox rabbi, and I will see the stuff that's wrong in it, and I will write them, and they will thank me for pointing out these things. And sometimes they're minor, other times they're not. I have found like rabbis who, in one book in particular, there were 3 things wrong in this book, and 2 of them were small. They were just small grammatical errors, no big deal. But the third was the rabbi had put a paragraph in the wrong place. And as I read this, I could tell that something was wrong. And I went to another rabbi, friend of mine, and I showed it to him, and he said, "Yeah, it looks like you found an error in this book." And so, it's like one of those things. Like, if I'm not saying I'm like the most careful proofreader in the world myself, because I make mistakes, but I have been an editor, and so in this one podcast that I've been watching, I have watched it a few times, and I know it pretty well. But there are some minor things, like I've made notes to myself, and I said I'm going to watch this podcast series one more time before I email this doctor, this professor. So one thing, like he says, like within Orthodox Judaism, Maimonides, Rambam, we have the 12 principles of faith, and that's not correct. It's 13 principles of faith. And I don't know if he just misspoke, but he says it a couple times, and there's no clarification. It's not 12. Nobody says it's 12. There's the 12 tribes, but there's not 12. Nobody thinks it's 12 principles of faith. So I want to just email him to clarify this point. And then additionally, he talks about Mashiach being a high priest and king of the Davidic line, and that's not possible. So you can't be. The high priest is a Cohen, and that's the descendant of Aaron, and David's line is Judah, basically Israel. Those are 2 separate lines, and they can't be the same. This has been a discussion, but it's a clarifying point that he says it has to be this way, and that's not necessarily true. And then there's another point that he makes that I just think I don't like from a scholarly perspective what he says. It's like there's a book that we have, a very long book, and there are arguments to be made, and this is just, I think, human nature, that much of the text of this book was made up basically in the 13th century, and the reason why, the evidence for that, is the Aramaic is inaccurate. The Aramaic that's used is not Aramaic that would have been made 1,000 years before, which is when it was supposed to be had been written. And the big key is that the man who publishes it, his name is Moshe de Leon. His wife said it was fraudulent, and that he was just doing this to make money. And so I think that this is there's the professor says that he says something like, I don't like the way he phrases something, and I don't want to publicly debate him on it, but I want him to be aware that I don't necessarily think that he phrased this the best way. He basically says, like, there's fraud, and then there's like he says something like there's fraud for the sake of self gratification or self preservation or self benefit, and then there's fraud because you really do think that you are basically channeling rabbis from 1,000 years before. Basically, this book is the Zohar. Moshe de Leon wrote it, said that it was actually oral writings from 1,000 years before from another rabbi known as Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, but the Aramaic within it is wrong, or it's just inaccurate. And I'm not the first person to prove this. This has been proved for 100 years. But for this professor, basically, I think, doesn't take the he tries to say that this was perhaps done in a in a non-beneficial way to the rabbi, and I disagree with that. This rabbi made a lot of money from doing this, and when people called him out on it, he would always push them away. And then eventually, when somebody was like, "Look, I want to know where the source of this is," he died, and his wife said that he was making it up. So it's like this part that I just.
So it's like Bob Lazar.
It's not like Bob Lazar at all. Bob Lazar is fucking dead on, 100% exactly right. And this other, it'd be one. It's not like Bob Lazar at all. I'm like Bob Lazar.
They're both making stuff up.
No, stop that.
And trying to get money.
Bob Lazar is not doing that. If Bob Lazar was doing that, he would be on the. Did you see that Jake Paul was on that podcast?
Which one? The one that I sent you?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Jake Paul is pretty famous. So.
Yeah, but Bob Lazar had no idea who he was. Don't you think Bob Lazar would be like, "Oh, I'd love to come on your podcast and talk about it," if he was so self-beneficial, self-serving?
No, it's because he's smart and he knows that UFO people want to dig in to people.
Quiet.
If he remains low key, he'll be more of an enigma.
Garbage. So anyway, I have this class that I wanna watch. I've been going through this podcast yet again, and making my notes to this email that I want to draft to this professor, and you know, I mean, he has his own take on it, but I think he'll at least. The people I've done this to in the past appreciate it because I do it in an honest way, and I don't do it to be like I'm better than you are by any means. I like almost seek clarification. Hey, I noticed that you said the 12 principles of faith. May I ask generally this has been known through all my teaching since I was a little boy. This has always been the 13 principles of faith. Am I missing something? Is this a different take that you may have had on? And he may say, "Oh yeah, I just made a mistake." And that's fine. And then the other parts are like, you know, how do you reason this lineage issue? I know how I've heard it reasoned, but if anything, you don't go into it. You say it has to be a certain way. And so there'll be that question. And then like, I've got just a few questions. So I'm going through this again, and it's good for the people who perhaps listen to my stream in the future, just for the Kabbalistic parts of it, to hear this. And it's definitely Kabbalah. So I don't feel it's a poor use of time. Now my early Kabbalah class, they and then today also we're gonna read the book of Ruth. So I'll just have that played. But so I know that this is gonna take me probably 2 hours to do. So that's why I wanted to get it done. I should have done it this morning when I said my prayers. I had a bunch of prayers I had to say this morning. I did, and then somebody came in here, and then another person came in, and another person came in, and so it's getting pretty late in the day. So here's
Can I ask you 2 questions before I'll let you get to that?
Absolutely.
The first one might be incredibly stupid. The second one, maybe not. But the first one was like, is there a way to, I'm assuming there is, but is there a way to make money as a rabbi? Is that a job, just being a full-time rabbi? Are you paid through synagogues or universities?
Yeah, so there are different kinds.
The revenue stream.
Absolutely, there are different kinds. There's a congregational rabbi, which is a job that I don't want. It's like running a small business. And while I've never worked as a congregational rabbi, I have been basically the second, the right-hand man, so to speak, within a congregational rabbi situation, which means it's a lot of behind-the-scenes work. It's a lot of, there's some fundraising aspects to it that I don't like. So there's congregational rabbi, and how does that work? You can have a building. I've been part of shuls that have buildings. I've been a part of shuls that don't have buildings. So how do you have a synagogue without a building? Sometimes the rabbi has it in their house. Sometimes the rabbi has services, or the congregation meets in someone else's house. There are what are called mushroom shuls or mushroom synagogues that only sprout up during the high holidays. Basically, you have no shul, then you have a mushroom shul, then you have a shul without a building. I've been part of shuls that rent buildings, so they don't have a building, but they're fundraising towards a building. And then I've been part of shuls that have buildings, and then I've been part of shuls that have beautiful buildings. So I've kind of been a part of every level of a shul. So how does the rabbi make money? Usually, the congregation has we have dues. So every year we pay dues, and depending on the size of the shul, sometimes it's maybe a few $1,000s. Other times, depending if you want to be part of like major levels, it's tens of thousands of dollars. I'm sure there are some that are hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars if they wanted them to be, but that's when you get some really big donors. And the rabbi, which is different than I think most religions, usually is hired by within a congregational uh, setting, is usually hired by a board of trustees. So that's different than, I think, like within some communities, it's just not that way. Within some non Jewish communities, it's not that way. But generally, the larger the shul, the more prominence the board of trustees or the board of directors will have, and they have a contract. Usually, the contract is for not that much money. It's usually for like pretty set, like at $100,000, and it doesn't go that far in Orange County, and maybe some other places it does, and so that's how you get paid. Now there are other kinds of rabbis that you can be. You can be an author. So rabbi just means teacher. So really, and there's the argument to be made that this is from the Talmud, anyone who the community accepts as their rabbi is the rabbi. So there have been cases of really young rabbis. I think there's like a case in Israel of like a 14-year-old rabbi. And maybe not everyone recognizes him, but some people consider that to be their rabbi. Okay, rabbi just means teacher. It's just someone who's learned in the law. Generally, a rabbi is supposed to be, well, it depends if it's Orthodox or whatever, because non-Orthodox, we won't get into that, but that can be anything. But generally, it's a man. Generally, it's someone learned in the law. Generally, it's someone who is a teacher, and the community accepts them as the rabbi. That's all you need. You don't have to go to yeshiva, which is a formal shul. You can have religious teaching, but maybe not go to yeshiva. To be a rabbi is generally through a process known as smicha, which means a laying on of hands, and you gain that from another rabbi. And we trace this rabbinical ordination back to Moses, and what Moses bestowed upon Joshua. My smicha was during the pandemic through a rabbi who now lives in Israel, but his name is Yehuda Oppenheimer, and he was not my rabbi. I hadn't met him previously, but my rabbis arranged that I would make smicha through him because of a death in our community. Basically, we had lost the Rebbitzin, the wife of the rabbi, and so while that rabbi was dealing with that and didn't want to delay my learning, I made smicha through Rabbi Oppenheimer. He lived in the United States, but then moved to Israel over the course of our studies together. And that doesn't mean that I get money for being a rabbi by any means. It just means that another rabbi or a community felt that I was learned enough in the law to teach it. And it also, there are like 3 different types of rabbis technically. And most rabbis have what's known as Yore, which means he may teach. There are others, at another higher level is Yadin Yadin, which means he may judge. And then there's another kind that no one has today, which is the ability to judge for sacrifices. So we don't bestow that one upon anyone. And basically, once you're a rabbi,
Was that referring to human sacrifices or animals?
No, we don't do human sacrifices. No, animal sacrifices at the temple. Jews don't do human sacrifices.
Okay.
And then from there, I mean, I had already have, and I do. I mean, I have what's called a primary. Well, at the time, I had a primary position, and as a certified project management professional, so I didn't need money as a rabbi. It was almost like a graduate degree that I undertook, and I wasn't even planning to do it. It was from like 2016 to 2019 or so. I had shown just incredible dedication to my shul and to several shuls, to several communities, and it was the community that that recommended me, and my rabbi as well. And I was already called rabbi, funny enough, in my Freemasonic lodge. That was my nickname. Even though I wasn't a rabbi, everybody just was like, "You're going to become a rabbi." And I was like, "I don't want to become a rabbi. That's not something that's really of interest to me. I like going to shul every day. I like being a part of the community. I like keeping kosher. These are parts of my life, but I don't want people coming to me with their issues. And I don't want to necessarily make hitters, which are halakhic decisions that people's lives rely upon. That's not something that's of interest to me." However, I, after having some heart to hearts with some rabbis, recognized that it wasn't this. They're human as well. It's not like they're in particular any holier than any other person. They're just learned, and that I could find myself as a member of this brotherhood, this fraternity. And so then for like a year and a half, weekly, I would, in addition to the classes that I was already taking, which are Chumash classes, that's Hebrew Bible, and Gemara classes, that's Talmud, and Hebrew classes with Hebrew teacher, and some Aramaic and Yiddish, and additionally working through something called Chavrusa, which is paired learning, which is very common within yeshiva. We in Orange County don't have a yeshiva. That's more something that you'll find on the East Coast. That and as a similar type of learning, you learn with a person, and so we would study what's called Rambam, Mishnah, Torah, and certainly the Talmud, and certainly Chumash or Hebrew Bible. And so we would do that on Sundays, and so every single day of the week for like more than, well, for like 4 years, I was attending some kind of class or going to shul every day. And then from there, I made smicha in 2021, and I was already employed. So it's not like normally what you do is you might go teach in a school just as a new rabbi, but I was already in my 30s. It's not uncommon to become a rabbi at a later age, but there are like 2 basic tracks. There's young people who become a rabbi at like age 22 or so, and then there are adult men who do it. And so mine was the latter track, but I didn't need the income. And so I didn't want to go work for a kosher supervision organization, which I could, but then you're around slaughterhouses and things like that. I didn't want to go into that. And I did not want to be a congregational rabbi. There's just a lot of drama that happens in that, and I didn't want to be at the behest of a board of trustees. I mean, I'm an app developer. It's like basically being a rabbi is a primary position, but it wasn't something that I needed to be able to support myself. And it was in the middle of the pandemic, and at that point, I thought, well, I could write a book about my journey, but is that really going to be able to support myself? I don't need it to support myself, and then generally, probably what I would have done had I not been live streaming my life is, I mean, I'd already had arrangements to get married. I hadn't had the woman picked out yet, but basically, I'd gone to a matchmaker and was in the process of finding someone. And it's really, once you're at that point, it's pretty quick to get married. I'd say probably within 3 to 6 months or so. And but because of how the world was, I felt that I wanted to do something a little different. And there was some leniency that had occurred during the pandemic on live streaming on Shabbat that the Sephardic world had taken more lenient than the Ashkenazi world. And I follow Ashkenazi customs, but nevertheless, I saw a window that had opened up that basically said, if you're not benefiting from the live stream, it may not necessarily be a prohibition. And the Sephardic world had opened it up so that they were having celebrations on live stream, like Orthodox celebrations, especially for Passover 2020, 2021 or so. And because of that, it was like an emergency time. And I'd been hitting golf balls, as you know, I told you, after work and such. And my life had gone from never being on camera to being on camera for like 12 hours a day. I was on camera 8 hours for work and anywhere between 2 and 4 hours a day for my classes. And I recognized that like my whole life was on camera now, or a lot of it. And how could I change the world? And this had developed into a passion project over time. It wasn't immediately, but I had told you, like, I had dreams that like this is what my journey entailed, and it made sense to me. It was like, well, I'm really into future, I'm really into learning, I'm really into teaching. This might not be something that I would find to be a negative, and so long as I could get over the hump, and I don tefillin every single day, I keep kosher to the best of my ability, I say blessings on food, all of the other aspects of my life, like I say prayers, I can just do that on camera and basically teach people how to do it if people wanted to watch. And while I can't live stream in my shuls, that was okay. Like, there are Jews who for hundreds of years would go on an adventure and not be able to be around their shuls for whatever reason. And while I can always go back to shul, I don't want to. I want to surprise them. This is like a gift that I have for them. And I still get the emails and I still know what's going on and who got married and all that other stuff. And I have my friends and we do communicate. They don't all understand what I'm doing, but they recognize it. This is how I wanted to represent the rabbinate and the world. And if that meant that I wasn't going to make money as a rabbi, that's okay. I was fine with that. So basically, and a long answer to your question is, generally rabbis make money through 3 ways. There's congregation, there's being an author, and there's working for a kosher supervision organization. But that's not all rabbis. I think it's the majority of rabbis or people with smicha do not work as your traditional rabbi in a congregation. They may attend congregation, but that does not. There are only in the United States fewer than 1,000 Orthodox synagogues, so that'd be fewer than 1,000 people every year. Approximately anywhere between 80 and 150 in the United States, men make smicha. So it is a unique journey that I've been on and isn't necessarily available to everyone. But for any person, even non-Jews, even someone who converts through an Orthodox way, through a based in, through a house of judgment, if they wanted to become a rabbi, they're allowed to be a rabbi. They so long as they have the proper teaching and knowledge base, they would be considered a rabbi as much as I'm considered a rabbi, as much as the Chafetz Chaim, one of the great rabbis of the day, was considered a rabbi, as much as Moses in the Bible is considered a rabbi. So that's a lot.
I did not know they were so scarce.
Yeah, it's I mean, you've got to think that we're fewer than 2% of the population of that. Orthodox rabbis are 10% of that, so we're 0.2% of the United States population, and it's not like you necessarily get money to do it. So a lot of people don't, everybody's about money. Are there other ways to be a rabbi and make money? Yeah, the big one is kosher supervision organizations. You can make a lot of money doing that if you started your own, and then you start working with organizations to basically accept your hechsher or your kosher supervision. You can make a huge amount of money doing that.
Did not know that.
So that was your first question. What's your second question?
Yeah, the second question was just like these lessons that you do. Are they published somewhere specific, and do you have like a audience that's actively like learning from it, or is it just kind of like archived?
It's both. So I do have some people who attend, not every single day, but when they can, and really I just do it whenever I want to do it. So I do have one set of streams that I dedicate to it every single time that I want to start it. It's just on a YouTube, and it's all archived from all my other streams, but I don't get to detailed about it, like writing like a title for it and the description of it, because I know at any given time YouTube can take out those accounts, and then all that hard work is done. I've done it before. I've done and been like, these are my discussions on futurism or whatever, and I put all the little things, and I'll have bullet points, and then 6 months later my account gets deleted, and all that work was for nothing. So the one thing that I do, I don't just say, okay, I'm starting up the stream right now or anything like that. I do start one of my other streams, and people can go back. There's like, usually my streams are like 12 hours, or usually, not always, sometimes 10, sometimes 11. But I do have a set that's like between 1 and 3 hours every day. And thus far, for 149 straight days, my streams have been more than an hour. I have yet to do one that's less than an hour. Now, I also do it in a way that's totally different than any other rabbi perhaps you'll find. I recognize that rabbis are humans too, and many times I've seen and been a part of shuls and congregations, and I watch constantly 24/7 other rabbis who give what are called shiurs, like classes, and they're usually in a suit and tie. And when I first started my streams, that's how I started, in suit and tie. But I'm live streaming my life, and so people are going to be able to see behind the curtain. And so when I speak, I will. I recognize that I'm human, and I don't always necessarily teach them in a way that other rabbis will teach them. I'm much more human. I'm much more informal, because I'm just sitting in my bed doing it. So, like, what's an example? Like, when I
rip apart.
I perhaps allegedly have done that. I will be like, when I have to, sometimes I read this set of Yiddish terminology, like this glossary that I read. And when you read it every single day for like 100 straight days, it's like, all right, time to do this bullshit. And I'll say that. And I think that in the future, people will think that's funny. Normally, if I were teaching a class in front of a congregation, would I do that? Absolutely not. Not in a million years. There's a lack of modesty for that, what we would call sneers. But I do it because I think it's funny. And I know that when people in mass will see it, they will like that a lot more. That's real. That's human. It's it's like um it's like unedited videos. I think people will be much more appreciative that my content is raw, that you get to see what's going on, as opposed to just highly edited footage that's extremely milk toast and neutral. Mine is studyable.
Or J-Orin.
J-Orin, yeah, another example. So, like, what's another example that I would give? Um, like on a topic. All right. I don't know if we've talked about this recently, but I talked about it with somebody else. Um, so there is a sacrifice that is going to occur that occurred in the past, that will occur again in the days of Mashiach, called the red heifer. And there's all this attention that's given to the red heifer because Israel imported some red heifers a few years ago into Israel, and from Texas. And basically,
or what is that? Is that an animal?
Yeah, it's a large cow, basically. And there's it's considered the greatest, at least Solomon Shlomo, who is like considered a genius. He considered it to be the greatest riddle in Judaism, which is basically, without getting into all the technicalities, there's a process where in the Mount of Olives the heifer is slaughtered in a kosher manner, of course, and then the blood and so the animal is slaughtered. Some of the blood is collected in a bowl. The animal is sacrificed on a pyre, like a big thing of sticks, basically, and it is facing the entrance to the temple in Jerusalem, and then the temple assistants, but basically the other rabbis, or they don't have to be rabbis. I shouldn't say that, but just say temple assistants collect though today it would be, they collect the ashes, and then a myrtle branch is used to splash people who have come into contact with the dead body. Basically, this is a purification ritual, how you become clean. And by doing this, the person who splashes the crowd, they themselves become unclean. And it's been this debate. How could this be so that no one in Israel, like Israel can never, everyone can't become clean, because at some point somebody has to come unclean. So I was going through this just as a lesson. I would just pick something every single day. And I haven't done that in the last like month or so because I've been focusing on these other things. So I've been watching these podcasts anyway. And like all of the intricacies about the heifer are like, it's really, really specific. So the heifer can't have more than 2 non-red hairs. So like it has to be perfectly red. But I've seen the heifers. They're like perfectly red. They're like a burnt orange color. and they can never be milked. They can never be calved. So that means they can't ever be milked, and they can't ever have had calves. And they can't be with a blemish, and basically there are all these specific things that have to be achieved, and they're not sacrificed at the temple. This is sacrificed at the Mount of Olives, which is in sight of the temple but not at the temple. And so normally I think most rabbis, and I've seen other rabbis give shiurim, like classes on this, they just say, okay, and this is the greatest riddle in Judaism, and then they like leave it at that basically, but they don't try to solve it. And I try to solve it, and I'm like, and I'll say like to the camera, like, all right, Israel, I think we could figure this one out. I think we could figure out a way how we could have this sacrifice of the red heifer, and have all of us 100% be clean, basically. And we're gonna try to figure out this bullshit. I'll say something like that. And so I came up with a way, and then I asked ChatGPT about it, and it was like, that's fucking brilliant. And I was like, yeah, see, Israel, we can figure this out. So the way that I figured out how to do it, which again, this is the greatest riddle in Judaism, is you take 2 heifers and you put them on the wood piles, and you sacrifice them simultaneously. And then the one rabbi, usually, who cleanses the people could then cleanse the other person who did the sacrificing on the other pyre, and that other person could cleanse the other rabbi, thus making everybody clean. And I went through all of the different ChatGPT, and it was like, yeah, this seems like a solution to this. Great job. I thought it was a really good idea. And then I'd go through and be like, I'll like do things that, again, other rabbis aren't going to do, but I'd be like, okay, so when we have the myrtle branch and we are using the liquid from that on the people, could we use a super soaker? Is that allowed? Now, they don't go into the Talmud whether this would be allowed. Could you use a super soaker? But it seems like it could be, so long as it comes, like you had the super soaker at the end of it with a myrtle branch, that it could. So I'll bring up things like this that I know have not been discussed previously, but to me could make sense, because I'm a realist person. If we all need to be cleansed of this someday, how could we do it in a very efficient way when we have a nation of 9 million people who would need to basically be cleansed, and then in the diaspora, another 9 million people? How could this be done in a realistic way? And so I will go into that. Like, some people may say, well, super soaker is kind of a funny way how to do it. It's not normal, it's not traditional, but I will do that. And I will spend an hour just seeing on that one point. So anyway, what's another one that I would do like that? All right, like the laws of kashrut in terms of seafood. I know many Jews who want to try seafood, many Orthodox Jews, but we don't, because the law in Leviticus says, well, in the Hebrew Bible, that a sea-dwelling creature needs to have shells. Not shells. Needs to have fins and scales. That's the thing. And that's how I've been taught my entire life. And yet it's still been a temptation that I've always felt. And so I'll go into like the biology of a lobster and of a crab. And I'll make an argument that says that a lobster, even though it has an exoskeleton, that it has that tail. When the exoskeleton could be an argument for a scale. A lot of people would say an exoskeleton is a scale, and that tail is a lot like a fin. And I'd make an argument just saying this is not the Mazorah we live by. This is not traditional Orthodox teaching. But I'm gonna I'm gonna show the opposite side of this, how someone could make this argument. And I'll go into that And is that a Kabbalah teaching? No, but I call it practical Judaism, or it's called.
Do you make that same argument for like a clam though? Because clams don't have like tails.
Exactly, and I make that argument. It's very difficult. So how could I make an argument for a clam? And I will push this. I will say, how would I make this argument? And I would say that the clam shell is a lot like a scale. A lot of people would see that, and the the definition of a fin is not very specific within Hebrew Bible, and it's really not that specific within Talmud. And you run into issues with some fish today, like sturgeon. Sturgeon are a unique kind of fish that have like a bony exoskeleton, like exterior. So they're not considered kosher. So a lot of caviar comes from sturgeon. So that's not considered caviar. But there's kosher caviar, it's just different. And then like catfish are another one. Catfish structure, they don't have the same scales. And so I make the
argument. Are you eating seafood?
I mean, like fish and stuff, yeah. And I've had imitation crab meat. That's a popular thing within Judaism. But I do my best to avoid anything non-kosher. And anyone out there who says I've never eaten non-kosher is lying. Every single person has eaten something non-kosher, they just didn't know it. And what do I mean by that? The big one is bugs. So like they say that you eat 8 bugs, eight spiders a year or whatever. Like that's not necessarily a true statistic. But what you do is there are like microscopic bugs in produce that even though we wash it very thoroughly, you just can't get it all. So when I say I do my best to avoid eating non-kosher, I do. And there are different definitions of kosher. There's what's called Chal Yisrael, which is basically overseen by a rabbinical supervisor. And there are some people who only drink Chal of Yisrael milk, but there was a determination by a rabbi named Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in blessed memory. He made the determination that any government milk, like basically that you would buy in the store, is kosher because government milk isn't offered in the only government milk that's allowed in the United States is from a cow. Nobody is allowed to mix like goat milk and cow milk. That's not a thing. Or camel milk, like a non-kosher species or something. Goat milk would be allowed, but anyway, without going into that. But some people would consider drinking government milk to be non-kosher. There are other people who, like I've been in rabbis' homes that they eat from hechshers, basically rabbinical organizations, rabbinical supervision organizations that I wouldn't eat, but they eat it. Now, does that mean I'm any better than they are? No, it's just we have different familial traditions. Even though most people would consider that to be kosher, I just and other rabbis that I know don't consider it to be kosher, even though those people in those homes say that it's kosher. There's no like perfect way of it, but no, I do my best to avoid any non-kosher foods. Like what's
would you try a lobster?
If and this is what I'd like to do with my streams. If I could get enough influence and be able to speak to the rabbinical, the Orthodox rabbis of the world, and make the argument that an exoskeleton is a shell and a tail is a fin, it should be considered a kosher animal. And if we could get a contingent, it wouldn't even have to necessarily be a majority, but with the influence, yeah, I'd love to. That's something that I'd really love to enjoy in a kosher restaurant. And I think that we're moving towards that. Either that or artificially created lobster. I would be okay with that. But really, I think I've always felt this
Oh,
way.
yeah, is that a loophole? Like if you do like the Beyond Meat or whatever, or you like grow it in a lab,
So
is that technically
those are two.
voided?
No. So it's an area of contention, but so it depends who you ask, basically, and what you do as a Jew is you ask your rabbi, and I have had more, while very conservative individuals, more more progressive. They have some progressive leanings, and the answer is the jury's still out. But there are many Israeli companies that are growing lab grown meat, and the argument is the steak is as good as any other steak that you're going to have. You can't tell the difference. It didn't need to be slaughtered. Why isn't it considered kosher? And so there are some rabbinical supervision organizations that are considering that to be kosher. In terms of Beyond Meat, that stuff is kosher generally. And I know a lot of Orthodox rabbis or Orthodox people who use, many people would consider it a loophole. We don't necessarily consider it a loophole. We're not trying to outthink God, but like, what's an example? They'll use a Beyond Meat burger with cheese. Normally, we don't mix milk and meat for reasons. Basically, it goes into the Bible that the other nations were boiling a calf in its mother's milk, and we consider that to be something that we want to avoid at all costs. Not just a calf, but a goat calf. And so, because of that, the interpretation has been you can't mix milk and meat. And it gets into, well, what about if it comes from a bird? Like, can you have cheese? And most poskim, most rabbinical authorities say no, because we wouldn't want to have the look of milk and meat together. It gets into all that. I don't want to get into it right now, but the idea of Beyond Burgers, since Beyond Burgers are so well known now that no person walking by someone eating a cheeseburger would think that that is necessarily a prohibition. To the point where, like, my family loves uh, like, one of my favorite milk restaurants. It's called Milchig, is the Milky Way in LA, and they have it's owned by Steven Spielberg's mother of blessed memory. So he owns it now. A lot of people don't know Steven Spielberg owns a really small restaurant in LA, but he does, or his holding company does. And like, my aunt loves the cheeseburger there. She's not a cheeseburger eater. That's not her thing. We avoid milk and meat within the Orthodox community. But if she wants to have a cheeseburger, she'll go there, and they have a Beyond Burger with cheese. And there's not meat in the entire restaurant. So I know other
is Beyond Burger where it's actually like you take the cells of a chicken or whatever, or cow and grow it, or it's just
that's
entirely synthetic and
that's lab grown meat. No, we're talking about, usually it's like tofu and like
you're right, it's like some vegan burger thing.
Plant proteins, yeah. So they're two separate worlds. And then there's the reverse of this. So you can have a meat burger, but you don't want to put cheese on it. So then we have something called parv cheese, which is basically, parv is Hebrew for neutral, and basically it means that you can eat it with anything. So you can eat it with milk stuff, you can eat it with meat stuff. And so it tastes like cheese. You can't tell, it has the cheese consistency, and it's basically a way that you can have a cheeseburger that way. And
Do you think it tastes as good as regular cheese?
I think if you put them in front of people, a lot of people couldn't tell the difference. And cheese gets messy with something called rennet and also how it's produced generally. But most cheese, there's an argument to be made if it's under government supervision, a lot of it could be considered kosher, at least from a cow. Now, if you get into some weird stuff like camel cheese, that can run into issues. Some goat cheeses can run into issues, but um, the major issues come into the meat aspect of it. But in answer to your question, are you allowed to have uh, lab grown meat? It depends who you ask, and I'm much more progressive. And so, if anybody ever saw my streams, they would recognize that I'm a futurist. I look forward to a day where no animals will die, and all of the food that we eat can be neutral. Like we don't need animals. Like basically, it's a type of veganism. And would I allow in my community? Would I take a stand for some of these things? Yeah, I would. But here's the thing: I don't have a synagogue. If I had a synagogue, I could not take these stands because I would be beholden on the donors of my shul who would recognize that this is avant-garde. I can tell you that there is a rabbi I won't name them, but basically who I don't want to say was blacklisted, but sort of was blacklisted within the Orthodox community for having some progressive feelings. I believe it was on homosexuality and like the LGBTQ movement, and and they their shul, their synagogue now community, they lost a lot of members because of that. And so, being a rabbi,
Are you as progressive as in the LGBTQ plus stuff?
yeah,
You're plus yourself.
yeah. So I used to not be. I used to be very much, especially before the progressive movement, that men should be with women, women should be with men. That's how the Bible states. That's what I've always known. If you want to be gay, do so behind closed doors or whatever. Like that's not within Judaism. Lesbianism is far less um, uh, a prohibited activity than homosexuality. Twice within the Hebrew Bible, it says that if a man lies with a man, he should be stoned, and it's as clear as you'd ever want the Bible to state. So that's what I lived by. I was always confused why we didn't stone homosexuals, frankly. But the argument gets to you need two kosher witnesses, and unless you're going to have an Orthodox individual who witnesses two gay men have sex in front of him, actually two of them, two witnesses witness of two gay men having sex with each other, then they can't be brought before the basically the house of judgment. So no Orthodox man is going to put himself into a situation where there are two gay men having sex in front of him. So we just don't do the stoning anymore. It's basically a way to avoid the punishment that it says in the Bible. But my views on this changed when I learned about transhumanism, not transgenderism, but transhumanism. And what happens if I want to live to be 50,000 years old and I want to be a woman and get married to a man? All right, well, then that changes things. And I've also recognized that we're moving into a post religion world, and I look forward every single day. I pray for Mashiach, our Messiah, to come and clear up all of these matters. And when he comes, he's supposed to be a great political leader. He's supposed to be of the Davidic line. He's supposed to be a great leader. He's supposed to live for 1,000 years. He's supposed to bring world peace to the point where not even the animals fight anymore. Whether that's true or not, and it's not been a thing in Judaism. You won't read about a Messiah in the Hebrew Bible. It's not a thing. It's more of it's more It's evolved over the course of the last 2,000 years or so. But when he comes, if he ever views my streams, I want him to say, I don't want to do anything that he would disagree with, like be pro-war or unfair to people or unrighteous or someone who would be closed-minded to the needs of other people. There's an understanding that all of the great riddles and issues within Judaism and within the world will be clarified when Mashiach comes here. So every day I pray for Mashiach. There's a thought that there could be a Mashiach in every generation. There's a thought that Mashiach could be, that anybody could be Mashiach. Any man or any Jewish man could be Mashiach. I don't know. What I think who Mashiach will be the man who rebuilds the temple in Jerusalem. There are other things he's supposed to do too, live 1,000 years and all the other stuff, but that person will be an important person within Judaism. And I don't want to do anything that they say that I think that they would have not wanted or that they won't want. So every day I live my life as best I can as a Jew while live streaming it. And the questions that evolve, like, is Beyond Meat allowed or is lab grown meat allowed? Those will all be answered in the days of Mashiach. So I know I take really long time to answer your questions, but I want to give you some background on why we do the things that we do.
No, I find it interesting.
All right. Will you find it interesting if you come back in about 2.5 hours to get your ass whooped at anything you want?
All right.
All right. So
Sounds
it's
good.
5:13 right now. You want to come back at 7? Would that work for you?
I'm still awake. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for your interest, and we'll see you then. Okay, Big Dog.
All right. Peace.
Peace out, Girl Scout. What's going on, Brandon?
Okay, please playing basketball.
Excellent. Are you watching it?
I think as much. Yeah, do you know what the score right now?
Okay.
What's the score?
Oh, I don't know.
Just a while. It's not got the ball, ain't it? You can believe every single thing that's been looking at Come on. What? Calendar. Water and miles. Back to town. Make sure we have.